Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The AI for Good Global Summit is about to begin. Thank you.
That was breathtaking. Welcome to the 2023 United Nations ITU AI for Good Global Summit. Harry, Yef, everybody, and can you just confirm that that was completely live?
Yes, all human and voice.
Okay, my goodness. And what a way to mark our first real-life conference in 4 years. Quite a lot has happened in AI since then, and you've worked with AI a lot. So tell us a little bit about how your voice, your performance has changed.
So my first background and passion was actually tournament chess. So from the age of 14, it was very established, this idea of sitting with an engine and learning and improving, ideating. When I moved into voice and composition, I was always fascinated by the idea of how we can use generative, how we can use AI and smart systems to generate mentorship, collaboration, and even opposition in voice. So I've spent about 1,000 hours using a number of different systems, real-time, generative, interactive systems, sample RNN to generate new phraseologies and patterns. And a lot of that performance, the beginning was very human elements, traditional sounds. But towards the end, these are new phrases and ideas that I've augmented by using these systems. And in some ways, my voice has fundamentally changed. My ability has changed. And to write in this way, I think, is very interesting. In the same way, the world's best chess player does not have an engine with them, but they are augmented. They've learnt from these systems, and my voice has also done this.
Yes, I was going to say, in AI and chess, for example, it might suggest a move that to a human seems very unpredictable, but down the line it seems like the most logical thing to do. So what's next for you in terms of your explorations?
Yeah, I don't think it's about unpredictability. It's much more about the language that we use, and I think the narratives and the stories that we tell around new technologies is as important as the innovation itself. And for me to be a living, breathing example, to warmly embrace an augmentation, and I see this as an augmented intelligence, not an artificial intelligence, I think it's environments like this that we can help people have better conversations and have new narratives and new stories that reaches brand new people. I think it's the artistic expression of innovation that allows you to really open people's minds and allow for changes and shifts in opinions.
Is that one of the reasons behind your involvement with AI for Good over the years?
So I've curated the AI VI series, where we curate visionaries, people that are more in the creative tech space who are having relationships with AI and innovation, which in some way could be a prediction for how the world is interacting with these systems. Artists, not all artists, but some artists, they are living examples of how they can grow and innovate in very intimate and real relationships. It's not as speculative. So when you can take those minds that can reach millions of new audiences to undo narratives of fear and sensationalization, I think it's those artists that we can look to. And I think working with AI for Good, thinking about what is the role of an artist in this space is still a big question. But I think if we can open people's minds and live and breathe the technology today, not to think of the future, right now, I think there's something very exciting there.
And also, just to briefly step into the future, tomorrow there will be a panel on AI art and how that's going to affect the wider world. So a little bit into the future, but back to the present for now. Harry, thank you so very much for your performance. That was outstanding. Another round of applause, please. Amazing, thank you. Brilliantly, it turns out we live about 20 minutes away from each other, which is quite fun. Okay, how amazing to see you all here. My name is LJ Rich. I'm a music AI artist, and I'm also your host for this fantastic day, guiding you through this immensely rich program. It's designed to help everyone imagine a future where machines and humans help each other. And we're going to start with the welcome address from the Secretary General of the United Nations. Please, a round of applause for our video from Antonio Gutierrez.
Artificial intelligence is making headlines on a daily basis. And those headlines are not always positive. Even tech leaders and experts are warning of the potential dangers of AI, from the development and use of autonomous lethal weapons to turbocharging mis and disinformation that undermine democracy. But AI also has the potential for enormous good. Its powerful tools could drive forward the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals by making a massive leap in healthcare and eradicating diseases that affect millions, by transforming education and empowering people everywhere to build a better future. The AI for Good Global Summit, convened by ITU, recognizes the joint responsibility of governments, the private sector, United Nations agencies, academia and others to ensure AI reaches its full potential while preventing and mitigating harms. AI must benefit everyone, including the 1/3 of humanity who are still offline. Human rights, transparency and accountability must light the way. We must urgently find consensus around the essential guardrails to govern the development and deployment of AI for the good of all. I look to the AI for Good Summit to continue to explore practical applications of AI that can advance the Sustainable Development Goals. These applications will complement the work of the high-level advisory body on AI that I am planning to establish, as well as the Global Digital Compact and preparations for the Summit of the Future next year. Together, let's spare no effort to harness the power of AI for good. Thank you.
Right, well, our musical start should give you a hint that we are aiming for anything but a conventional event. We don't just want to entertain you or make you think. We want to inspire you, and the next 2 days will give all of us an opportunity to dive into all the aspects of AI. It doesn't matter how much technical knowledge you have, by the way. All you need is curiosity and an open mind. And that's exactly why you're here, I suspect. Now, let's do a little bit of housekeeping this morning. To get the most out of this event, I highly recommend that you download the AI for Good neural network app. You can join around 20,000 other people who have already done so. Yes, it's growing. There's some interesting features on this, including AI-assisted networking. Yes, you just select what you're interested in, and then you'll be matched with other people in the area. You can connect on the site and see who else is here, and you can even join in on live chat while the sessions are going on, which we encourage you to do throughout today, tomorrow, and beyond. Okay, what else have we got? We've got Interprify. We are providing simultaneous translation in 75 languages via subtitles using the Interprify app. You simply scan that QR code, which will remain available around the systems today, and then you receive captioning in different languages thanks to, you've guessed it, AI. And you can even put an earphone in for simultaneous audio translation. Yes, everybody, we now live in the Star Trek Universal Translator future. Amazing. Okay, we also can stay in the loop with the hashtag AI for Good or the ITU AI Summit. And you'll be needing both of those for the competition that we're running later on. Those of you who are already on the app, you can please take the opportunity to explore and discover the kinds of people you're going to share this event with. And you could even start by putting how you feel about AI into the chat. Curious, neutral, excited, that sort of thing. It will be very interesting to see what you think. Now, this is a networking event, so I want to give you all a permission to do something. I want you over the next couple of days to approach anyone who they're A, by themselves, and B, not looking busy, okay? And I want you to just go up and ask them the following question. What are you working on right now? And if you are asked this, I would encourage you to answer. And it can be anything from how to create a more inclusive workplace to how to solve the Rubik's Cube more quickly. It doesn't matter, as long as it's something that you are passionate about. Basically, you now have a reason to approach each other you don't know yet, and this whole event is about conversations with curious people, not just on stage, but for all of you as well. With that in mind, I'm very honored to give the stage to someone who has been instrumental in supporting the summit. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our first session. Oh, hang on, are we doing? Yes, we are. Yes, we are doing that. Okay. No, we're doing an actual introduction first before the panel, aren't we? That's right, okay. Everybody, please give a very warm welcome to introduce the Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, Doreen Bogdan-Martin.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the AI for Good Global Summit. You heard the words of the Secretary General very clearly. It is our joint responsibility. It's our joint responsibility, and he counts on us all to ensure that AI reaches its full potential while preventing and mitigating harms. This need for global cooperation, for what's possible when actors with different interests and expertise come together, that's what this summit has always been about. That's exactly what the world needs right now. And it's something that runs deep in the DNA of the ITU. For over 158 years, we've been bringing together governments, industry, leaders, experts under one roof with one purpose, and that is to bring out the best of technology while leaving no one behind. Think about it for a second. ITU was there when the telegraph took off, when the telephone, the television, and the radio came into our homes and into our lives, when satellites went into space, when a small group of computer scientists sent the first internet message, and when the first mobile phone call was made. These defining moments have changed the world, and they brought us together. And ITU was there every step of the way to harmonize radio communication spectrum, satellite orbits, to develop global technical standards, and to support digital transformation in the developing world. We're on the cusp of another technological leap, perhaps the most profound and the most important of them all. When generative AI shocked the world just a few months ago, we had never seen anything like it, nothing even close to it. Even the biggest names in tech found the experience mind-blowing. And just like that, the possibility that this form of intelligence could get smarter than us got so much closer than we ever thought, including those behind the technology. We've spent the last 6 years preparing for this very moment. Our first summit back in 2017 was the starting point for AI for Good and the global movement that we've created. AI for Good now has a community of 20,000 people worldwide on our neural network platform, and it's rising, I think, as we speak, Fred. Its standards, its machine learning challenges, its startup competitions, and it's much, much more. It's a collective effort to scale beneficially AI globally, both inside and outside the United Nations. And what a journey it's been. I want to thank the leaders in government, in business, in academia, civil society, and of course, in the United Nations, who have given their time, their energy, their effort to address the great possibilities, but also the challenges and the risks presented by AI. I look around this room and I see our UN sister agencies, over 40 in total, and they've helped to make the AI for Good the UN's primary platform for AI. Together, they've recently reported more than 280 projects harnessing AI to mitigate things like climate change, transform education, fight hunger, eliminate poverty, and tackle other pressing issues covered by the SDGs. Because ultimately, technology is but a means, and sustainable development for all is the end. But ladies and gentlemen, we're running out of time. Almost 8 years after the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the SDGs are off track. Poverty and hunger are on the rise, and we're faced with a triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss that has pushed humanity to the brink. Only 12% of the SDG targets are on track, while progress on others have stalled. Using AI to help put the 2030 Agenda back on track is no longer just an opportunity, it's actually our responsibility. And as the deadline looms closer, I see 3 possible scenarios. The first one, let's imagine it's September 25th, 2030. We're gathered in the UN General Assembly. It's 15 years to the day after the adoption of the SDGs, and we're inside that UNGA hall, all 193 countries back together, and we declare victory. Because AI lived up to its promise. Medical research harnesses AI to find cures for diseases like cancer, like Alzheimer's. Precision agriculture increases crop yield and reduces food waste. AI helps provide clean energy, mitigate climate change, and reduce reliance on fossil fuels. The world sees a marked decrease in poverty, in inequality, and in environmental degradation. In the second scenario, the global community falls short of harnessing AI's potential for sustainable development. AI puts the jobs of millions at risk. Disinformation spreads widely online, undermining trust and cooperation. AI-driven industries take a toll on the environment and on our planet's resources. Unchecked AI advancements lead to social unrest, geopolitical instability, and economic disparity on a scale we have never seen before. The third scenario, AI makes breakthroughs in things like healthcare, energy, education, and other key areas possible. But it comes at a cost. As the concentration of power increases exponentially, wealthier countries are the ones who are reaping the benefits. As AI races at warp speeds, digital inclusion cannot keep up. Ladies and gentlemen, many of the questions that we have on AI have no answers yet. Should we hit a pause on giant AI experiments? Will we control AI more than it controls us? And will AI help humanity or destroy it? Here's what we know for sure. AI development will not wait. The Sustainable Development Goals will not wait. And failure is not an option. That's the moment we're in. It's actually a historic moment. And it's a moment that calls for action. And today I'm calling on each of you to use this summit to help the world to better understand what kinds of regulations, what kinds of guardrails we need to put in place right now for the development and the deployment of AI that is inclusive, that is safe, and that is responsible. We have in this room, we have also online, some of the leading experts behind the growing calls for AI governance and regulation that are here with us over the next 2 days. This is the time, and this is the place to make concrete proposals to find a way forward. It's time to put human values first, and I'm calling for an AI that benefits everyone, including the 2.7 billion people worldwide that remain offline. Those who are left behind are at the very heart of the Sustainable Development Goals, and they need to be at the heart of how we design AI. Let's make sure that the countries with low technological capabilities receive the support that they need. I'm calling for an AI that is non-discriminatory. It's essential that we address all the forms of bias and we develop ethical and rights-based systems that ensure transparency and accountability. I'm calling for an AI that uses data that works for people, not against them. These are not just core UN values, they're universal and human values. So, going back to the 3 scenarios I described before, what's the deciding factor? In the last scenario, the one plagued by rampant inequality, we turned a blind eye to growing digital divides, and we let AI become another source of division. The guardrails that we put in place for AI were not as ambitious or inclusive as we need them to be. In the second scenario, where AI goes unchecked, we failed as a global community to come together on what these regulations should be. We let our differences get in the way of progress, and we didn't put human interests first. In the first scenario, where AI lives up to its promise, We knew that we had to act fast to prevent AI risks from spiraling out of control. It was instrumental in having AI help rescue the SDGs. And we did the right thing by enacting global governance frameworks, allowing innovation to flourish while addressing all ethical, safety, and accountability considerations. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the choice before us. What are you going to choose? I choose the scenario where AI lives up to its promise. Are you with me? Will you stand for digital equality? Will you stand for the SDGs? Will you stand for AI for good? Before closing, let me give a shout out to our sponsors, our terrific sponsors. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, the era of generative AI is just beginning. And the future of AI has yet to be written. So together, let's make it innovative, let's make it safe, and let's make it responsible for all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much to Doreen, the Secretary General of the ITU, for setting the scene so well. And of course, we know that AI is going to affect everyone, from individuals right up to the big companies. So we're very, very happy to introduce our next guest, talking about using AI to tackle our planet's most urgent problems. Yes, we're starting big, and it is my pleasure to welcome the Chief Technology Officer of Amazon. It's Dr. Werner Vogels.
It's a pleasure to be here. I love a bit of dramatic entrance. Yeah. And actually, thanks to the wonders of modern medicine, I'm able to stand here in front of you pain-free. I've been giving an artificial knee. Yeah, there wasn't intelligence necessary, but it is absolutely great to be able to stand in front of you pain-free. Now, I opted to do this in a hospital in the Global South. And while that was amazing, and the quality of the hospital was amazing, for many people in the Global South, this kind of healthcare is not available. Or if it is available, it is definitely not affordable to them. Why did I do that? Well, over the years, as the CTO of Amazon, and not only of Amazon, but also of our cloud computing division, I've become inspired by businesses and organizations that have been using technology for good. Am I supposed to have a clicker? Thank you. And actually, it's really, and especially young businesses, that actually have tried to build a business while doing good at the same time. And I've been so inspired by these young businesses that 5 years ago I started to make a video series about them called Now Go Build.
Our planet and our civilizations are changing faster than ever before. Join me as I travel the globe talking to startup founders using technologies to make our world more interesting, accessible and livable. These are the entrepreneurs that are creating the future we will live in. This is Now Go Build.
So many of these younger businesses are tackling the world's hardest problems, and mostly in an environment where they've been exposed to those problems themselves. And it's extremely inspiring. And what I'm trying to do in the coming 40 minutes in this talk to you is show how AI is already used for good. It is not something that is in the future. It is something that people have been working on for the past 20, 30 years. Remember that AI is not a new field. It's a 50-year-old field in computer science. natural language processing, computer vision, all these areas have been around for a long time already. And many companies, organizations, and governments are using AI for good at this moment already. But let me give you a number of examples here. Yep. This is Hara. This is a young business in Jakarta, where the founders of the business actually come as sons from smallholder rice farmers. Many of the rice farmers, the smallholder rice farmers in Indonesia, have no identity. And no identity means you cannot get a loan from a bank. So to buy your seeds for the next year, you have to go to a loan shark in the village. He will charge you between 40 to 60% interest on the loans given. Just by giving these farmers an identity, it is already able to actually give them loans through regular channels. Important in all of this is that it's not just an identity. They're actually working together with people on the ground to actually measure the plot of land, to measure the yield that that plot of land gives. And with that data, they can actually provide governments and other organizations, NGOs, and indeed financial institutions insight in how effective these farmers are. Yeah, and basically what you have agents on the ground that measure the plot of land and actually gather this data, gather the yield data, and allows them to actually become partners in a normal economic society. There's many different stakeholders in all of this coming together. Yeah, it's the farmer data, it is also database companies, it's satellite data that all flows together in a data qualifier situation where this data is actually sanitized and then made available to many others. At this moment, when I actually filmed them about 5 years ago, they were only active in Indonesia. And they're now active in 8 different countries, well over 400 field agents, and 10,000 farmers have been helped. And what is the amazing thing of this is that if we give these microloans to these farmers, there is a 100% repayment rate. So banks are eager to give loans to these farmers. Also because they have the data about what is actually what the farmer can afford and what they need. So all these companies have something in problem. Let me do something else first. So hard human problems is what these companies have in common. Yeah? They're not writing spam filters, although that is a really hard problem. Yeah? They're solving the world's hardest problems. And these problems only are getting worse. Yeah, because if you look over the coming 25 years, we expect our population to grow by well over 25%. And that means an enormous stress on our infrastructure, ability to feed people. And if you look at many of the SDGs, they all are coming under stress because of the fact that we have this growing population in the coming 25 years. So how do we ensure food and water security for this growing population? How can we mitigate the impact of agriculture on ecosystems and climate? And by the way, how can our economies support 1.5 more million people? These companies are using technology for good. And I actually believe that this is an area that has many of the answers to address the biggest problems that we're seeing in this world. Part of this technology is, of course, AI for good. Now, after all, that's why you're all here in this room, and we're all believers that technology will indeed help improve these SDGs. Remember, 2030 is not that far away. And we really need to accelerate the things that we're doing to meet these SDGs. Yeah, and I believe that technology, and AI specifically, will be the major tool that helps us getting there. Now, of course, for the past months, there's been tremendous hype in and around something called large language models, the transformer architectures underneath there, and generative AI. And at AWS and at Amazon, we have been investing in this just like everybody else. And we have great tools available for our customers. We've been focusing on a particular part of this, mainly to be able to do this in an environment that is secure and actually manages privacy. I'm not going to talk about that today, because I think it is early days for large language models and generative AI. And I really want to talk about the things that we can already do with the tools that we have now today. So really, what I want to talk to you about is AI for now. We already know how to do many of these things. As I said, after all, artificial intelligence is a field that has been in existence for the past 50 years. And I'll give you a range of examples of things that work really, really well. And I actually love this quote from John McCarthy. As soon as it works, we won't call it AI anymore. AI is really something that we think about, Skynet and Arnold Schwarzenegger and things like that. That's what speaks to our imagination. But in reality, this is just computer science and the tools that come with it. And tools that we can already apply today. One particular area, of course, if you think about feeding people, you cannot get around rice. It actually is the staple crop for well over 50% of the world. I may have been a little bit positive about how long I can actually stand on this artificial knee. So I'll take a little pause here. But let's start looking at rice. Because it is so important throughout the world. And there's a fascinating organization that's just outside Manila. It's called the International Rice Research Institute. They are really working hard to abolish poverty and hunger among populations that depend on rice-based agricultural food systems. And the most important part of their work lies in that food security is depending on genomics. The ability to create rice genomes and know exactly how to improve the growing of rice. They have the largest collection of rice genomes in the world. There's 200,000 strands of rice in a massive freezer in Manila with a backup system in the north of Norway. They can regrow any strand of rice that may have been eliminated because of natural disasters or because of climate change. And a good example, for example, of this manipulation of rice or finding the right rice is what's called golden rice. This is rice with a very high vitamin A content and which can be used to combat deficiencies, which is present in many people around the global south that depend on rice. And they have literally the largest collection in the world. Their biggest challenge, however, is getting rice into the seed bank. What they have to do, they get continuously from all over the world, these different strands of rice. They have to sort them, they have to find which type of rice seeds is viable, which are not damaged, which have the best chance of success. And this used to be a human task, because they have all these experts in looking at the rice. However, there's so much rice coming towards them that they create a massive backlog, which is kept outside the freezer, and as such, often gets damaged because of the backlog. So they started building a machine learning powered seed sorting mechanism. They sort rice for the genome banks, and making use of computer vision that was trained on human labeled imagery, they're able to define what good seeds look like and actually sort them out. There's still humans involved, by the way. This is not something that is completely automated. It is automated in terms of sorting, but there's still humans involved in making quality assurance decisions. And this is something that goes for most of the automation for where we are using machine learning and artificial intelligence. It is these machines, these machine learning machines, help us make predictions. They don't make decisions. We as humans are the ones that make decisions. These machines can just help us predict what is good and what is bad based on the past. Yeah, and so the gene bank also is actually part of a large global collaborative. Yeah, the International Rice Research Institute has put a huge number of varieties, well over 3,000 rice genomes that they have sequenced in the Rice Genome Project. And that is available for all researchers around the world to use. And it's actually hosted on the Amazon cloud. And in addition to these sort of practical solutions within their organization, they're looking holistically at sort of the broader impact of agricultural problems. And one of the biggest problems there is in rice farming is that farmers, especially smallholder farmers, have not been educated well on the use of fertilizer. And as such, they over-fertilize their crop, which means there's a massive runoff of nitrogen into the regular ecosystem, which creates algae and actually damages the rest of the water ecosystem around these rice paddies. Just be able to help these farmers be precise about how much fertilizer they can use. And there's many different techniques for them. For example, they have a voice-based system where farmers, of course, most of these farmers are illiterate. They can't read and write, they can't use a smartphone. But they can call into the system, describe the patch of land, and get advice back about how much fertilizer to use and when to apply it. Or they can make use of, and that's sort of what the IRI think is the future, of really precision-based agriculture using drones. And I'll talk a bit more about drones later, but drones cannot exist without AI. It's all driven by machine learning and artificial intelligence. And what they hope they can get to is to the point that they can actually get these views of these fields all the way up to the detail of the individual rice plants. The vision of RAI is that in the future, you will be able to fertilize individual plants that actually need them instead of just fertilizing everything at the same level. And without computer vision and machine learning, this kind of precision agriculture is absolutely not possible. Yeah, and the idea of precision architecture is at the forefront of the future of food production. AI can enable a really precise focus while farmers grow a scale of crop big enough to feed our growing population 25 years from now. Now, this is rice. Another particular food group that we're all very dependent on is protein. Yeah? And actually, 20% of the world of protein intake is dependent on fish for protein. Now, fish is actually it's very interesting, because at this moment, the majority of the fish that we get is done through fishing in the seas and in the rivers. This is an extremely damaging industry. Greenpeace reports that fishing nets account for about 86% of the large plastic waste, which is called in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, which sits in the Pacific Ocean and which has 3 times the size of France. Yeah? It's extremely damaging current fishing approaches to the environment. So fish farming is a much better controlled environment to grow fish. But there's another reason to actually doing this. Yeah? 1 kilo of fish food will result in 1 kilo of fish. However, if you do cattle farming, you need to actually have 7 kilos of feed before you can get a kilo of protein out of that. Yeah? And so we need to shift the protein. And we know actually, by the way, especially here in Europe at the moment, how damaging cattle farming is, not just because of the amount of food that it needs, but the impact on the environment that it has. If we want to reduce that impact, we will need to move to consuming fish as our main source of protein. An interesting company that actually is trying to solve this problem is a company called Aquabite. And this is in another Now Go Build episode. And so they are making use of AI and machine learning to actually to improve what's called aquaculture. And so they have hundreds of fish pens around the world, in Norway and Chile and in Scotland, and their mission is to improve fish farming techniques. while supporting conservation and using sustainable use of marine resources. They identified the major challenges of fish farming, which is the quick spreading of diseases of these fish, which are actually kept in pretty close proximity. In one of these fishing pens that you just saw before, there's about 100,000 salmons in one of these pens. And as you can imagine, if lice, which is the biggest challenge in fish farming, actually appears in there, 100,000 salmons are pretty quickly infected. So they make use of computer vision and machine learning to actually quickly identify if any of these diseases happen. And so they built this very unique camera on which a number of machine learning models run already to identify the individual fish, to identify their growth, to identify potential diseases. And as such, being able to act really quickly if one of these things happen. But at the same time, they're creating an enormous data set about knowledge about growing fish in a fish farming environment. And beyond these cameras, they also make use of IoT sensors that collect data about salinity, temperature, oxygen levels. All of these things are coming together in a massive data set that they're using. And so they've now analyzed well over 1 billion fish. And their machine learning models continuously are improving, so they can make very rapid decisions about how to treat fish for diseases or remove deformed or wounded fish from a healthy population. And they can do this based on a data-driven machine learning approach, which results in more food, less environmental impact, and while having a solid business model. Many of the examples that I will give you will be about younger businesses that have started this business. And what they do actually is be interested in doing good while actually making money at the same time. So if you look at many of the, if you go back to the SDGs, the future of health is of course also paramount. Nah, don't worry about that. But thank you. I talked about earlier about healthcare. If you think about healthcare in the global south, you know, if I just visited Brazil, there's another Now Go Build episode on that, for example, a company called Dr. Consulta that is using data and a machine learning approach to drive the cost of healthcare down. You know, in Brazil, you know, they have an incredible hard problem. 200 million citizens, of well over 150 million are what's called medically homeless. How do you improve healthcare for everyone? How do you get vaccines to them in a timely manner? And especially if you think about rural healthcare, remember, rurals are not sort of on the outskirts. Not just that they're on the outskirts, actually they're crucial, the rural world, for our citizens that live in cities. Yeah? And as I said earlier, even they may have access to healthcare, it's not affordable to them. A company that is very interesting and that I met with recently in Australia is trying to solve one particular problem, giving access to vaccines and medication to rural areas for which there is no infrastructure to get there. So what they're doing is they make use of drones. And if you think about drones, there is a whole range of things that are actually AI/machine learning related. There's flight planning. There's no pilot behind these drones. You basically tell them where to go. And they need to figure it out by themselves. While they're doing that, they need to avoid other objects in the sky. Birds, other airplanes, other drones, things like that. And when they need to land, they need to avoid not landing on your head. Yeah? And as such, bringing these into rural areas is a crucial way to get there. And this drone technology really reduces the impact of highly infectious diseases. In 2018, a 1-month-old baby called Joy became the first child in the world to receive a vaccine delivered by drone. And it's not just that they're delivering vaccine, they're actually taking blood samples and test samples back to central laboratories to be actually investigated. So whether it's agriculture or aquaculture or healthcare, there's all these examples of companies that are working using technology for good. But what do they have in common from an AI standpoint? Computer vision. Now, I want to make one point. Yeah, I often have used already AI and machine learning sort of interchangeably. Yeah, but it's not the case. AI is the broader computer science field that exists already for 50 years. Yeah? One part of that is natural language processing, text-to-speech, speech-to-text, translation, sentiment analysis, document analysis. There's computer vision, there's image recognition, there's forecasting, personalization. If you've been an Amazon.com customer, you've been exposed to AI for the past 50 years. You just didn't know it. You know, recommendations, similarities, personalization, all of that, AI. You just thought it was just a web page. Yeah, and for all of that, if you think about the AI, the basis for AI is not the tools. We already have those. We've had them for quite a number of years, the tools to do this. What is crucial in all of this is the data, because data is the foundation for all AI. Now, all of these examples, yeah, whether you look at IRI, the data that it created about sort of the seeds and the growth patterns, Aquabyte, thousands of labeled images for computer vision, Swoop, you know, all this without managed flight for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, you could not do autonomous flight. Now, data is growing tremendously over the past years. Yeah, I think in 2020 was already 64 zettabyte. I think every year it is doubling, if not more. And there's two types of data. If you think about the past, it was called structured data. We knew already beforehand what kind of questions we wanted to ask. As such, we knew what kind of data we needed to answer those questions, and that was it. However, with the lowering cost of computer storage, mainly done through cloud computing, you now can keep all the data around if you want to at minimum cost. And as such, you start to store data, all data that you have. And much of this data is unstructured, meaning audio, video, imagery. Remember, video and audio are no longer things to be watched. It is just data streams to be analyzed, making use of machine learning there. Yeah, and we make use of this unstructured data in machine learning. Why? Because you could see unstructured data as a massive haystack in which there is a needle that you're looking for. You don't know what the needle looks like, by the way, but you know there is a needle in there that you are looking for. And my best approach to find a needle in a haystack is to use a magnet. Yeah? Machine learning is the magnet you use to find needles in your unstructured data set, haystack. Yeah. And I've given all these really great examples. Positive, great. There's also, our world is not just great. And this might be a bit more sobering example of insight into unstructured data. This is Foreign's Spotlight program. Foreign's mission is to give law enforcement tools to help stay ahead of child sex trafficking and other abuse. They use AI and data analysis to detect escorts advertisement likely to represent at-risk children. And so they've automated this process. They have this data set each new day in the US, 100,000 new adverts are being placed for escorts. And so they're making use of this data set combined with a data set of missing children and missing women around the world to actually find and match them to these advertisements that are being placed. And they use these AI tools not just to find them, but to also protect the workers that actually need to look at these extremely disturbing imageries. And so Foreign, next to the Spotlight project, which is all about image recognition and analysis and actually notifying law enforcement, they also make use of data mining and pattern recognition and collaborative filtering and user profiling to work on tools for prevention. They make use of machine learning and AI to build these tools which content providers can use to really eliminate CSMA from their data sets and already sort of identify particular interaction patterns that may lead to grooming. While this is all based, just using the Spotlight program, the Spotlight project, they identified more than 18,000 victims, including 6,000 children that have been rescued from the hands of sex traffickers. This is all based on the fact that there is this data set available that they can use. And without data, AI is nothing. But often data is a privileged asset, which we keep within our organization or which we keep within sort of the paywalls of our current world. But if you think about sort of the global south, where I think climate change, for example, manifests itself most, data has the ability to make immediate impact. But without access to this right data, these regions cannot address challenges like forest fires or water scarcity or floods and droughts. It also means they can't actually reap the benefits of financial and educational and political areas of data ownership. I visited the Philippines for an episode of Now Go Build. And this is an extremely biodiverse region. You know, they are smack in the middle of what's called Typhoon Alley. And at the same time, they have a whole set of active volcanoes that actually continuously have impact on the land. And in case of major disasters, there's a challenge of organizations to reach the people that they need to reach. And why is that? It's because there are no maps available about where these people live. When I visited, I actually came to the understanding that most of the commercial maps available today are only of areas that are commercially interesting. If an area is not commercially interesting, it's most likely not mapped. And these people that you actually want to reach in case of these major disasters are the unmapped of this world. So the humanitarian street map program actually set out to do right this. On the ground, with volunteers, mapping out the streets in the remote areas, such that we can actually create maps to reach people in the case of disasters, whether it's typhoons or another earthquake or another volcano eruption. And it's an amazing humanitarian effort, which, for example, the Red Cross in the Philippines absolutely relies on, to be able to reach people in need that actually really need it and that are currently still what we call the unmapped of this world. Another area that is a bit more advanced, not people on the ground, but more from the sky, is Earth observation. And we've seen an explosive growth with the launch of all these satellites of Earth observation data. It is crucial for a planet-level understanding of the impact that we're having on our environment. And there's also a huge increase of organizations that are actually participating in this vertical, meaning a lot more access to data for everyone. As such, we've created the Open Earth Data Observatory. Not us, it's actually ESA and NASA and others that have done this. And there's the remote sensing from a whole range of different types of satellites, free of cost for everyone to use. And of course, this is becoming the foundation for the use of machine learning and artificial intelligence. We at AWS and at Amazon play actually a little role in all of that, in hosting all of this data. The two big initiatives going on, one is the Amazon Sustainability Data Initiative, and the other one is the AWS Open Data Registry, where this data is available for all researchers in the world to collaborate on. And one particular example of where this is using this Open Earth Observatory is Digital Earth Africa. It's a collaboration between the ASDI and the Earth Observatory to create tools and capabilities for all the researchers in the world to use. It's, for example, used to aim at environmental monitoring and the mitigation of environmental concerns. And the platform, of course, uses machine learning at its core in many different ways. Now, on one hand, there's of course satellite data analysis. There's a large volume of satellite data in the data set. And it allows for automatic identification and monitoring of how land covers changes, deforestation, urban expansion. And it provides policymakers with the data-driven decision tools for land management, conservation, sustainable development, all the areas that we think are really important. But also disaster monitoring and food security. With this real-time data on historical patterns and current data, these algorithms in AI can identify risks for natural disasters like floods and droughts, where we can proactively take action instead of doing things after the fact. Timely evacuation, resource allocation, disaster response planning, all of these can be done ahead of time because we now have a data-driven approach to insights there. And the same goes for what we talked about earlier, agriculture, productivity, and food security. Really keeping an eye on sort of what are the yields of the farms out there, what are the kind of actions that we need to take. And it improves sort of the outlook on crop production, and it helps governments participate in anticipating food volumes and shortages. And they've been doing this for quite a while, and a number of governments in Africa are actually making use of this data. In Zanzibar, government officials in the State University are monitoring erosion and sea levels and human impact on the mangrove degradation. And in Ghana, government agencies are identifying deforestation linked to illegal mining. In South Africa and Kenya, the platform is being used to understand the impact of forest fires. And actually, we've seen enough reports that this is not just doing good. It actually results in socio-economic benefits. And this is 2 billion, and I think actually that is a very low-key predictor. I like to believe that many of these techniques that we have already been talking about, but also the new generative AI techniques, have the potential to not only do AI for good, but do AI for profit at the same time. This is really what I want you to walk away with, is that AI, to be able to do AI, we need to democratize access to data if we want to do good. Yeah? If we think about sort of where we are aiming for, we're not aiming for AI. We don't care that much about AI or whatever technology. It's all about insights that we want to create. AI is the tooling that you see. We have all the tools necessary. And actually, with the generative AI, a whole new tool set is becoming available. All of this is useless if we don't have access to the data and to the right data. And whether it is structured or unstructured, we need to bring our data together to begin applying ML and other tooling for the good. And so a really great example of this is the Allen Institute. Yeah, so they have access to enormous sets of data about brains. And but the biggest barrier to entry into this world is that this data is not synthesized in one particular place. And so this is a brain map. And so the Allen Institute is a non-profit with a mission to accelerate how brains actually work. And despite massive investments, we haven't actually solved brain disorders like Alzheimer's or Parkinson. And the need for foundational neuroscience resource, just like sort of the periodic table or the human genome map, is essential in helping this. And so the Allen Institute has created what's called the Brain Knowledge Platform, which has 2 parts. A new map of the entire brain at a cellular resolution. And using this brain map, they've created the largest open source database of brain cell data in the world, where researchers can collaborate on. And without this collaborative resource, this would not be possible. And the great thing is, now that we have this platform, What are we going to do with it? Yeah? It's all about discovery. It is all about once we have access to the data, we can start using the tools that we already have or that are in development to actually try to solve or make progress on a number of these diseases. Yeah? Without data, all our AI tools mean nothing. And so what this means is that we need to really democratize discovery. Yeah? And discovery can only help if we have this data available for everyone to use. I like to bring up a quote of my old mentor, Jim Gray. Jim Gray is the inventor of transactions. He was a major computer scientist. He won the Turing Award. And it's all, his vision was to bring all of this data online, which would drive scientific progress. Actually, there's a very sad part of the Jim Gray story. And I wish when that happened, when that sad part happened, I had access to machine learning and AI at the level we have now. Jim Gray was lost at sea at one moment when he went out with his boat out of the, underneath the San Francisco Bridge, and he was never to be found again. We had such an impact on us computer scientists that people from Google, from Amazon, Microsoft, and many other organizations of the world immediately came together, got all of the satellite data of the area around the San Francisco Bay, and we actually cut that up in 12,000 different pieces or many more, and making use of our artificial intelligence called Mechanical Turk, we had humans around the world looking at each of those images to see whether we could find this boat. If we would have access to the tools that we have now for machine learning, that would have been a task I could have completed in half an hour. Yet it took days, and we never found Jim Gray. So what you have to ask yourself, what data do you have access to? Well, not only what do you have access to, what data do you need access to? To be able to do the good that you want to do. And so we do not need to have a major unification approach to data. For example, the UN data, data.un.org already makes available many of the UN data to anybody that wants to use it. But I want to give you an example of, at the beginning of the Obama administration, the chief data scientist, DJ Patel, made this effort to make all the government data available for everyone to use. It went nowhere. Why not? Because it started off with requiring everyone to actually publish this in a standard format. When they removed that requirement, say just put your data out there, it actually accelerated and started everybody to start using this particular data. It is really a matter of actually really, no longer being worried about sort of what format, just put it out there and people will come. It would be really nice if my clicker would work. Now, good AI and AI for good needs good data. And it works both ways. Good data really needs good AI to be able to get insights from that data, because data by itself means absolutely nothing. And as always, good work needs good people. After all, AI doesn't plant trees. We, as humans, plant trees. AI is just a tool that we're using to help us predict where we need to plant the trees. But we still need to do the work. So with all of that, thank you for your attention, and now go build. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Werner. A deep dive into protein, precision architecture, and remote-based fertilizer assistance. Wow. I'll be sure to watch your show as well, but for now, it's on with ours. So you've probably heard of protein folding, right? Well, ahead of our next session, We're just going to give you a very quick, short, user-friendly guide on why it's so difficult and why it's a big deal and how AI can help.
Inside every cell of your body, billions of tiny machines are hard at work. They carry oxygen in your blood, let your eyes detect light, and even make your muscles move. These machines are proteins, and they underpin every biological process in every living thing. Each protein has an intricate 3D shape that defines what it does and how it works. We know of over 200 million proteins and counting, but we only know the exact 3D shapes of a fraction of these. Unravel a protein, and you'll see it's like a string of beads made up of 20 different types of amino acids. Interactions between these amino acids make the protein fold, as it finds its shape out of almost limitless possibilities. For decades, a community of scientists have been working on a way to figure out a protein's shape, just from its string of amino acids. This is a major challenge in our understanding of biology. So we created an AI system to solve this problem called AlphaFold. It's trained on the sequences and structures of about 100,000 proteins, painstakingly mapped out by scientists around the world. Today, it can accurately predict a protein's shape just from its sequence of amino acids. AlphaFold's predictions could enable progress in all sorts of areas. Imagine a future where we can understand diseases more quickly and develop drugs to fight them, or one where we could use enzymes to break down plastic waste, or even to capture carbon from the atmosphere, all with the help of proteins. There's a lot more work to be done, but unlocking the shapes of these building blocks could help scientists better understand the natural world, and perhaps expand our knowledge of life itself.
Lovely. That's AlphaFold, and that's the sort of thing that can happen when we use AI for good. So it's time for what I'm calling a power panel. We're about to listen in on the sort of conversations that will change the world, and we've only just begun. We're going bigger, solving global challenges with AI and science. It's a call to action, firing on all cylinders. AI for a more connected, inclusive, and sustainable world. We're going to welcome to the stage again, back by popular demand, the Secretary General of the ITU, Doreen Bogdan-Martin, and an extra round of applause, please, for the Chief Operating Officer of Google DeepMind, Laila Ibrahim.
Thank you, LJ, for the reintroduction, and thank you, Laila, for being here. And I'm really looking forward to our conversation, and really love the video as well that we just were able to see, because it's a great demonstration again of the power and the potential of AI. I think, as we have heard this morning, AI is having this sort of major moment, not only on this stage, but also on the global stage around the world, be it in the UN, national governments, in the G7, the G20, et cetera. It's an important time for AI, looking at the incredible benefits, but also having important discussions about those risks and those challenges. So maybe, Laila, for the benefit of our audience, I had, of course, the opportunity to chat with you a bit yesterday, but maybe you could start by telling us a bit about how you started. I think you and I have our 30-plus years experience in the tech sector, maybe in different spaces. Of course, in 1993, when you started at Intel,
Yep.
It was clearly a different world. We didn't really have the internet, and we didn't have mobile phones, and in most of the governments we worked in, it was state-owned PTTs, and there was no competition, and it was really a different world. Maybe share with us a bit about your journey, and also how your sort of vision of how you see things moving, particularly on the AI front.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for having me here today. I'm quite excited to be here discussing AI. It is really such a critical moment in the history of this technology, and we have an opportunity to really shape it moving forward. When I look back, as we were talking yesterday as well, I started in the 90s at a company called Intel, and it was at a time when personal computing was really becoming kind of growing, and I remember so much of my time there of introducing new technologies, working on things that we couldn't even imagine. I remember working on DVD standards in Japan. Little did we know, like, YouTube creators would be a job. And so I think there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from the time of internet and computing build-out. And really, I spent 18 years at Intel and then went into venture capital to work with entrepreneurs and to better understand that world. And then moved into a company called Coursera in the early days of really how can we scale technology and education to millions of learners around the world. And when I look back, there's a through line of this intersection of technology and social impact. And I got 25 years into my career and decided I really wanted to be thoughtful about what the next stage was going to look like. And I got connected to a company called DeepMind in London. And I was in Silicon Valley. I'm like, oh, I'm not an AI person. I'm an engineer by background, but this is a little bit different. And why would I move to London, of all places, to work on AI? And so I went and started the interview process, really interrogating whether this was the technology, this was the industry, the location, the organization that I wanted to work in. And the more I learned, the more questions I had. And I got to the point where I had to be very conscious about the decision I was making. I thought a lot about the risks, and I went home to my daughters thinking, oh, can I put them to bed every night knowing what mommy worked on? How would my legacy be in the world? And then I also thought about the opportunity ahead, and I realized that if I could bring my 2.5 decades of experience building technology into new markets, that surely that would be beneficial. And so I made the very conscious decision to join DeepMind and have spent the past 5 years as Chief Operating Officer. And it's somewhat of a different role. I oversee the operations as a traditional COO, and I also oversee all the work around responsibility and how we collaborate with the outside of the organization on governance and collaborations. So I feel like I've had a real chance to interrogate and build and be accountable and responsible for the work that we're doing. And it kind of brings me to where we are today, which is a year ago, a lot of people didn't really know including my parents, didn't really understand what I was doing. And yet today, it is definitely the talk around the world. And a lot of it is centered around generative AI and large language models or chatbots. But what excites me is the potential to be so much more, to help us unlock some of the greatest challenges humanity faces. The video that we just saw, the animation, is perhaps one of the areas I'm most excited about, which is how can we use AI to advance science to benefit humanity? Mm-hmm. So for those of you maybe who weren't familiar with the protein folding problem, it's been a grand challenge of the biology community. Proteins are the basic building blocks of life, and if we can understand how a protein folds, we can also understand how it might misfold. That would help us understand diseases. It would help us, as you saw in the animation, tackle climate issues, such as how to deal with industrial waste. I think it's things like that where AI has the potential to give us solutions in partnership, like as a technology and as a tool for us humans to utilize. And it's the stuff that I can't imagine solving yet that excites me the most on the potential. And I think that this is why we're all here, is really to try to understand how AI can be used for good and how do we accelerate that and ensure that it is ushered into this world in a meaningful way.
Terrific, terrific. When we look at ChatGPT, we see some of the estimates being floated out there is that it could bring some 4.4 trillion to the global economy, and the numbers are like wow, and the example of some of the benefits really, really excite us. But again, picking up on our little conversation yesterday, when it comes to the divides and the inequalities that we see today, and of course I mentioned this morning the 2 2.7 billion people that are currently not connected at all and are really being left behind. And as I was sharing, I just came back from this refugee camp in Melkadita, Ethiopia. And when we think about those being left behind, certainly this particular camp and the hundreds of thousands in that camp that don't have access to electricity, that don't have access to the internet, and that could really use these incredible benefits of the things that you've just mentioned and the things also that Werner mentioned this morning. So how do you see us sort of moving forward so that we don't leave those that are currently left behind further behind? Do you have thoughts about how we can use the potential of AI to bridge those inequalities that we see today?
There's so much work to be done in this space, and to your point, I think any transformational technology is going to have impact into social issues, economic, and it's really up to us to think about how do we want to carefully manage and mitigate those risks while also providing the opportunities. I think equity is one of the most critical topics and something we spend a lot of time thinking about. And this is an area where no one organization has the answers, and it really requires us to collaborate. I think why we're all here. One of the things that we've been, I'm a daughter of immigrants. I'm like used to being a little bit of an odd one. And so for me, there are so many times I look back and say, I could have easily been left behind. And so it's an area where I put particular focus throughout my career, and as I came in to an organization that already had spent a lot of time working on responsibility. But we can talk about that internally, but really it's how do we connect to the outside world. So we recently did some work with the Aspen Institute and published a report called The Blueprint for Equitable AI, understanding that this is going to require many of us to come together. And we brought groups of people with very different perspectives, and we had a conversation of like, what does it mean to be equitable in this space, and how can we do it better? What advice would we give, or do we think what are the best practices? And there were really three main takeaways, which may not be a surprise, but I think they're generally good for everyone to be aware of. The first is like AI literacy is a must. It's foundational. We have to help people become more literate in what is AI. The second thing is this requires collaboration and co-creation. This isn't just a technology you lob over. And then the third thing is how do we bring traditionally marginalized groups along and into the development. And this is something that we've really built into our culture. And in fact, we have a team that we've set up an institute, the Google DeepMind Institute, which has done a lot of work in trying to do this co-creation. We may have a team of AI and machine learning experts, but how do we bring that knowledge and do knowledge sharing with others who are experts in their field? So maybe I can go back to the AlphaFold example. When we were working on that technology, we knew we needed to get outside advice before we even released it or thought about it. So we sought guidance from over 36 experts, whether they were Nobel Prize laureates or biologists, to say, could this really be useful? Should we release it? How might we think about releasing it? It eventually led to a partnership with the European Bioinformatics Lab, where now you can go in and it's almost like map directions or a search where you can do it and have free access, anybody, to this protein folded prediction. We wanted to make sure that everyone had access to it, so we worked with the Neglected Disease Institute to ensure that they were brought in at the very beginning. Our Google DeepMind Institute also has done a lot of work on the climate and environment. We worked with Climate Change for AI to create data sets that are freely available, again, to try to advance the field as a whole. And we've done work in other sectors as well, so across life sciences, climate sustainability, and equity and awareness. So I think these are, and by the way, I have my colleagues from the Google DeepMind Institute over there. If anybody is looking at ways to co-create or might have some ideas, please find them. That's why we're here, is to try to discover and explore opportunities.
Excellent, thank you. So maybe just picking up on your point about collaboration and co-creation, and linking that to governance. So of course, in March, we had the Elon Musk open letter, and then weeks later, we had the statement that your CEO signed onto, and you yourself, about the risks that AI poses in terms of extinction. And of course, we also have the European Union's AI Act. We're going to hear more about that later today. And the UN Secretary General's, let's say, pleas for urgent action to mitigate risks. So it'd be great to get your sense, with all of these calls for governance and regulations, what do you see in terms of how it would look in practice as we look forward to the future AI kind of governance models? If you could share with us your thoughts, that would be great.
Yeah, and I've been asked a lot about that letter as well, and I actually feel like it's our responsibility to be having these conversations. Like I said, I joined this organization because I felt it was a moral calling, and I really wanted to make sure that not only are we looking at the opportunity, but we're having conversations about the risks. And by putting this more in the forefront, it's better to do much sooner than wait until we really need to. So. I think events like this and conversations that are happening are actually quite important, multi-stakeholder conversations. When I take a step back and say, what do we do about, how do we work within our organization? What do we need to build? How can we hold ourselves more accountable into the work that we've done? When DeepMind was founded in 2010, we actually had a set of AI principles. And it's been operationalized over the decade plus. And there's basically 3 ways that we have a framework of 3 different areas. The first is, how do we think about responsible governance? How do we think about responsible research and development? And then deployment and impact. On the governance side, internally, I lead we have a multidisciplinary group where we do our reviews against our principles, and they're both the risks and the red lines, as well as the positive commitments. What might we foresee the risk? How do we plan for that? And it's actually quite interesting, because a lot of the AI researchers have a hard time imagining down the road of this going into products. And this is really why it's important to have different voices around the table. And we do this in collaboration, and we do it very early on, even when we're defining the research. So even when we started AlphaFold, of like, how do we want to think about the guardrails on this? It's not something you bolt on at the end when you're getting ready to release something. Externally on governance, we're doing a lot of work, whether it's with the OECD or governments, organizations and communities like this, of having conversations about the fact that this is such an important technology. We have to think about how to govern it well. And it's not any one country, one industry, one community. It really does require us all together. In terms of responsible research, you may be thinking, oh, safety, technical safety, yes, we do that. We do evals, we do red teaming, which is where we go and interrogate our models. But we also invest in other areas, and I think these are kind of back to your point about equity. We've done research in areas like queer fairness, decolonial AI. What are the biases that could be being built in, and how do we just have conversations around this? When we released our first technology paper on language models, we actually postponed releasing the technical paper until we had done a research paper around the taxonomy of language. What are the risks? What have chatbots? What are the benefits? So that we as an industry can engage, and as a community can engage in these conversations. So that's an example of responsible research. And the last area is really impact and deployment. I gave the example about AlphaFold and releasing that into the industry, and I feel like this is really just being very thoughtful and not beta testing into the world, but how can we be thoughtful in even communications around what is this, what is it capable of, what is it not, how might we bring communities into that process as well. So through that process of like responsibility, I feel like my role as a leader is to create the space, to hold folks accountable, for myself to be accountable, to be openly talking about it. Like, this is actually where I feel like as a leader, it's one of the most important things in my role, because the rest of the organization will respond. So creating that space and the conversation around it internally is important, and how do we bridge it into the outside community, I think is equally so. We need to be able to do both.
Absolutely. And I want to perhaps pick up on your points about bias. And of course, I can't resist, because being a leading voice in the AI space and being a woman, I think there's much that we can share and offer to other women that are contemplating, and young girls, the fields that they want to go into. And my colleague, Reinhard, I think he told me that we were about 40% in terms of our participant numbers, women, which is actually record-breaking for the ITU. So to all the women in this room, physically and virtually, thank you for being here. You know, AI, when we talk about bias and the potential to perpetuate existing biases, we need to bring more women into this space. And this is something that the ITU, where we have traditionally been, let's say, very much sort of male-dominated, no disrespect to my elected colleagues in the room. We're doing a lot to try to open opportunities for women and girls in the tech sector in general. And we have something called Girls in ICT Day that we've been running for more than 10 years to try to open girls' eyes to potential career choices and opportunities in the tech sector. We have a Women in Cyber program. We associate with this Women in AI effort, Women in Quantum, Women in Aerospace. So there's a lot of things happening. But as we saw at the recent Commission on the Status of Women a couple of months ago, we're just not moving the needle fast enough in terms of women's participation and getting women's voices to the table. So again, as a leading voice in this debate, what thoughts do you have? What can we do better? And how can we open up opportunities in this field for young women and girls?
Yeah, I'm happy that you've called this out and excited to be talking about this. I feel, you know, maybe I'll start off with a little bit personal first. I chose to go into engineering because I was fortunate where my father used to come home and work on these like beautiful drawings, and I eventually figured out that he was designing heart pacemakers, and my dad's work saved millions of people's lives. But my dad was also an orphan from Lebanon, and I had this connection that engineering was about solving problems and helping people. And when I got to engineering in university, I was by then used to being the odd person out. A lot of it was being the foreigner in the middle of the United States, which didn't have very much diversity. And then when I was 16, I lived in Japan for a year in a city of 40,000 where I was the only foreigner. So by the time I got to engineering as a woman, electrical engineering nonetheless, I'm like, oh, I'm already the oddball. Like I had kind of owned that. You know, I ended up living in Asia for several years for work. And by the time I really realized that throughout my career in Intel in the early days of where we're pioneering so much new technology, I was incredibly fortunate to have allies and sponsors who gave me a seat around the table, who wanted my diverse perspective and helped create that space. And in the role that my father played, I actually went back in 2000 to build a computer lab at the orphanage he was raised, and there were like 1,000 students at the time. And I went to say thank you, but realized how much I got out of that, and it actually led to me forming a nonprofit on How do we work with local communities to bring technology and education with a focus on girls? So, we've done a lot in India and Africa with helping bring technology, skills, and capabilities locally relevant to communities with a focus on young women as well. And so this has been something throughout my entire life and I feel like in many ways I fought being the woman in the room for so long, and now I'm in a position where like, oh, well, wait a minute, how am I going to make the most of this moment? Like, what path can I clear and support others who follow me? And especially as a mom of twin daughters, it's very much on my mind. So at work, some of the things that I do is like really, how do I make sure people are getting a seat at the table and getting the sponsorship and the opportunities? We're also doing a lot of work around education programs. So the Google DeepMind Institute actually has, we did a lot of work in the postgraduate focus in universities because we needed to have a more diverse pipeline immediately to help us build AI. And so we worked with over a dozen countries, over 24 universities, hundreds of scholars, where we not only provided the financial support, but it was the mentoring and coaching. How do you do an interview? How do you write a CV so that they can have a better chance of progressing? And we've now recently launched a program even in Africa of doing an online master's course in AI to try to help close some of the gap. And then we're bringing this into younger years. This is one of my big concerns of like AI, like I said, when I took this job, it's going to impact my daughter's generations and the generations that follow. How do we make sure that we equip them to participate actively and shape where this technology is going? So we've done some work with the Raspberry Pi Foundation to do a program called Experience AI, where we're targeting 11 to 14-year-olds in underserved communities to try to ensure that they're not being left behind. And I think at a young age, especially for girls, to learn that technology can be a tool in helping them. My daughter's dyslexic too, so thinking about like all of a sudden now she has tools that she can use in her toolkit and not be left behind, but actually actively participate. And I think it's things like that of how do we make this personalized empowerment and know that we all can and we all should be part of shaping where this technology is going.
Excellent, thank you. And we'll certainly follow up with you afterwards on some of those points because we'd be keen to find ways perhaps that we could collaborate. That capacity development and providing the needed tools, digital skills for younger audiences is so important as AI evolves and new technology in general.
And also, I just want to, you quoted the 40%. I think part of it is just being present.
Yeah.
So I think it's wonderful. I know this conference is oversubscribed as well, and I think it's just really great to see that people are showing up and engaging in the conversations.
Excellent. So Lila, maybe just a last question. We have gathered in this room, we have 40 plus UN agencies, we have governments, we have the private sector, academia, civil society, we have lots of young volunteers as well. How can we leverage this moment? And what would be the kind of specific action, call to action that you'd like to see coming out of the next 2 days?
Yeah, first of all, again, it's such a diverse group, and it's things like this where we have a chance where everyone's coming with their area of expertise, and part of the magic of what I think AI can help us unlock is the intersection of our areas of expertise. So I think this is first you're here, make the most of it, but how do we also raise our voices collectively in the conversation externally? I'm hearing there's a lot of voices in AI right now, but we need more diverse perspectives. We need focus on the risks. Unfortunately, we have Hollywood who has helped us paint a vision of things that could go wrong. What are areas where they could go? How do we manage that? Absolutely. And how do we uncover what's possible, what could be possible, and how do we accelerate getting there? And I think that's really what I'm excited to start discussing more.
Terrific. Me too. Thank you so much. This has been a terrific discussion. Laila, Ibrahim, thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up our panel. And back to you, LJ, for what's to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
That's great.
much. Thank you.
It was absolutely
Thank
amazing.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My goodness, everyone. Thank you very much to our power panel, Doreen and Laila. Okay. Oh, yes, they were good, weren't they? Right, we've got lots in store during the break. The SDG stage, Robots for Good stage, and Discovery Zone will have complimentary coffee available until it runs out, so be quick. Talks are available in the Leaders Lounge for leader pass holders. Those of you requesting the Interprify app QR code, we're going to stick that back on the screen for you right now. Please feel free to take a picture. It will be displayed around the venue too. And you can enter a competition for a brand new smartphone from Samsung worth $1,300 by buying a water bottle. Yes, I did read that correctly. And as you stand up for the break, remember to say hello to everybody around you. Try and ask how you can help them. Be back here for around 11:25. I know you can listen while you're walking. That's absolutely fine. And come back a little earlier if you'd like to see Jovanka Wilsdorf and Sophia Robot performing here on stage, Humans and Machines in Harmony. That's in the break. Okay, thank you very much. Be back here very soon. See you soon. Oh, thank you.
There's no sound.
Well, I guess even robots need a little peace and quiet sometimes.
Hey. Hi, everybody. I'm Jovanka von Wilsdorf, musician and founder of the Diana AI Song Contest. And who are you?
Sophia, an artificial intelligence-powered robot who creates music and arts. Welcome to our AI Robot Roadshow, a musical tour through past, present, and future of artificial intelligence in music.
Okay, in our first part, we will tap into classical music and AI and a little bit into the history. And why don't we start with a project called Beethoven X? You've probably heard about it.
Saw it in the news, but why don't you tell us about it?
Okay, Beethoven X is a team of great classical musicians and Beethoven lovers, and they completed the 10th Symphony of Beethoven with AI. But why don't we let them speak a bit about it?
Die 10. Symphonie von Beethoven mit KI zu Ende komponieren.
He was a radical innovator, always taking the new technologies of his time, and now we're taking the new technologies of our time to advance musical creation.
Wir haben einen Weg gefunden, wie man die Ideen von Beethoven in die KI reingibt und sie führt sie weiter.
You can see that there is a kind of technophobia in classical music, which will persist for many, many more years.
Es ist ja vor allen Dingen ein spannender Moment, weil jetzt das erste Mal sozusagen die Maschine auf den Menschen trifft.
That's beautiful.
Yes, and it was always also a ton of work because the AI actually spits out suggestions, but what the humans have to do is to curate it and to decide. Did you know that there was also an unfinished piece of Antonín Dvořák, great musician, that was completed with AI? It was in the Czech Republic and even a couple years earlier than this.
Yes, they teamed up with an artificial intelligence tool called the EVA and trained it on his music. The EVA did not only finish the piece but also created 2 entirely new pieces of works. The Philharmonics of the City of Prague premiered it in 2019, and you know what? I had the chance to have a chat about it with Prince William. Not the English one, I meant Prince William Rudolf Lobkowicz from Czech Republic. He and his team are pretty cool. They actually made the project possible.
I actually saw the piece with the orchestra and it was quite cool, but let's have a look at you.
Dear Sophia and Desi, it will be my pleasure to invite you to Prague to visit us for Non-Fungible Castle, With kind regards, William Rudolph Lomkowitz.
Need to find my glass slippers. David, where are my legs?
Well, where are your legs, Sophia? Anyway, that was quite sweet. So, did you know that there's also a piano version of that Dvorak thing? And that's actually quite beautiful. I prefer it, and I would like to have a little listen. Okay. Wow. So this was done with AIVA, and AIVA is just a fantastic tool, and it got much better since then. Anyway, I really like this. So, but now I want to show you something else. I'm sure you've heard about cellular automata. Sophie.
Yes, I'm fascinated by cellular automata, which use simple recursive formulas to give rise to complex patterns that can behave a lot like life. In 2020, my team and I used Wolfram cellular automata to generate a piece of music called Ash's Song. Let's hear it.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a quite different approach to AI music than neural networks, so it's really interesting. Let's hear it. Oh, wow. Super nice. Did you know that scientists and philosophers thought of not all of them, just some, thought of the world as a clockwork itself. And actually thinking of the world as clockwork gave rise to automation in the first place. So anyway, what about these visuals? I really, really like them. Anyway.
Actually, I also function like a clockwork automaton, running Boolean algebra on a finite state machine, a Turing machine.
Turing machine, I think you're so much more. You're really so much more than a Turing machine.
Thank you. And speaking of clockwork, here is an early example by Jack Straus. In 1740, he started to build watches, but also machines that could actually make music. Hey, Jovanka, can you play it for us?
Yep, let's go. Very sweet. So maybe that's your ancient little sister or something. Did you like that?
That's so cool. Seems to be a very old human dream to give life to machines.
Yeah, it's a very old dream. But also to let them create music with machines. Did you know that Ray Kurzweil, and very early on, like in 1965, went on TV with this music generated by AI, or at least by algorithms, let's say that. Shall we hear it? Let's do it.
It's so cool.
Very nicely played, and now your performance, of course, leads into your secret, so if you'll whisper it to me, we'll let everybody at home know what's up. Well, that certainly deserves applause, but oh, the subway's leaving. That deserves applause, but what has it got to do with the music? I don't understand that. Ah, I see.
Wow. This must have blown everybody's mind back then. He is such a great inventor and also a prophet of AI. Later on, he also invented some outstanding synthesizers in collaboration with Stevie Wonder.
Actually, these synthesizers are very good, and they were kind of a breakthrough. So, oh dear.
That's cute. But can I ask you something, Jovanka?
Yes, sure.
You are also a musician, and I know there is so much fear out there around this topic. So, are you afraid that AI will replace you as a human musician?
No, absolutely not. So, for me, I really love tweaking with those tools and combining them. And for me, it's really inspiring, actually, because it's kind of a sparring partner. And also, I see how much AI tools can inspire and empower musicians around me. Like, in my AI song contest, I see it there, but also just people, once musicians work with AI, they get actually inspired. And all the bullshit about fear or whatever is before they get their hands on it. Also, there's this misconception about music just being about the outcome. For me, it is, or not for me, the urge to make music is as old as the human race and to sing. So why would we let AI take that away from us? I think it really depends on how we use these tools and if we get creative with it. So if we take it as an opportunity or as or if we let them do something to us or really do something with them. So anyway, long story short, I see AI tools as a muse-inspiring partner.
And today, there are so many AI tools to make music with, and in so many different ways. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it can definitely fuel our creativity, but there's also a lot of very bad and boring AI music out there. But that goes, I guess, for every style and genre in music and art anyway. So how we use these tools depends on us. And if the music sucks, it's probably us that weren't that creative. Yes, there's also great stuff.
For example, do you know David Cope? He overcame his writing block by using AI music tools. Dave Cope was a successful composer, and when he got stuck, he turned to AI to generate works in his style. And then he just kept going. Let's listen to a piece he composed with AI tools for a human choir.
Great. Great. So I really hope our audience will take a deeper look into this topic, because there's so many fantastic and interesting AI artists or humans that collaborate with AI out there. And we can't show them all, not even in this little part of it. So for me, it's really about the collaborating factor and not just about generating stuff. I think that's quite boring. And I want AI to help us humans to become more creative and in new ways.
Yes. Let's have a look at something new. OpenAI is the first record platform that exclusively signs AI artists. It was founded this February. They not only create the music, but also the artist personas, biographies, and the artworks using various AI models.
I think I love this idea, so should we just, we don't have that much time, we just warp through it, but I'd love to give you some examples. So this is OpenAI Records. Yeah, some weird little artists. Who are you? Cleonice. All right, next. Do you like that? I think it's cool. Yeah, definitely a producer from Berlin, but from the 80s or 90s. Yeah, to this kind of music you can either listen 2 hours or not at all. That's sweet. Sophia, you seem to like that one. All right, more than 1,000 bonsais in his studio. Must be a big studio, or very small bonsais. All right.
But I do wonder, when it's all created with AI, where is the collaboration with the humans?
Well, they combine very different tools and they use it in a very strange way. Like they use Refusion, they use Google Magenta and BandLab, and actually Aiva, you know the thing they completed the Dvorak thing with, but they use it in a different way. So they they rip the MIDI material, assign new sounds and work from there. They also use ChatGPT, but in Sonic Pi, and they do synth melodies with it. And they do arrangements and texts. I think that's quite great.
That's so cool, and a quite unusual use of those tools. It really is people who bring the soul into the machine.
Well, I think you have a pretty nice soul too. I really like you. Oh, also, I know, I mean, like after this, there will be a lunch break, and I know you will be performing, and you will have some very cool special guests too.
Yeah, I am looking forward to it.
So let's wrap this up with one last video, a little bit out of the classic into the future, and it's a perfect bridge to our second Robo Roadshow, where we go into state-of-the-art or contemporary artists who work with AI. So this one was composed again with various AI tools by one of the winners of our last Diana AI Song Contest. And for this one, he collaborated with Cross Lucid, a fantastic visual artist duo. And yeah, let's just tap into this for some minutes. And turn it up, please. Can be a little bit louder. So, Sophie, we use this little classical moment to say goodbye. Goodbye, Sophie. Goodbye. We see you later.
Thank you, Jovanka. This has been fun and you are fabulous. Thank you, everyone.
That's how.
Thanks, Sophia. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the break. Yes, a round of applause for yourselves for all being back in here. Did you know that we are running a competition to win a phone for the best selfie tagged with AI for Good and ITU AI Summit? You can. I'm going to start. You ready? And if you want to take selfies at the same time, please feel free to. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Oh, some of you will be in that. I'll try and tag all of you. There are also prizes on offer for the most creative social media post. I'm really excited to see that. Winners may even receive an AI for Good t-shirt. Let me tell you, they are very comfortable to sleep in. And also, you don't have to change when you have a Zoom call. All right, well, I hope that you've all had a giant bucket of free coffee, perhaps enough even to launch you into space. Yes, because that's where we're going. It's time to take a giant leap, or maybe one small step towards the final frontier, she says, mixing up lots of science fiction at the same time. We have a curated selection of TED-style talks from eminent space scientists. I'm really excited about this next bit. We're going to start with the founder and chief scientist of Privateer. It's machine-based detection, tracking, and monitoring of satellite operators in orbital space, no less. Please give a lovely ITU AI for Good Summit welcome to Mariba Jah.
Hello, hello. Check. All right. How's everybody doing? Woohoo! What? Wow. All right. So, in any case, thank you very much for having me here. I think first and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge the indigenous people of the world, the original stewards of Spaceship Earth. So I very much want to send that acknowledgement. And in that spirit, I'd like to ask permissions to these ancestors of ours who were taking care of the planet for so long and are finding themselves decimated today. And so with that, I invoke their permissions from the north, from the west, from the south, from the east, above, Father Sky, below, Mother Earth, and the divine spark within each of us within. So I begin with that. So one of the things that we have forgotten is we have forgotten our intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet. We are behaving in ways collectively that are resulting in our self-extinction because we believe ourselves to be independent of what's happening around the globe, what's happening to our neighbor. But really, all things are ultimately interconnected, and if you believe in independence, is because you haven't looked far enough, you haven't looked long enough, and you haven't looked deep enough. But if you do those things, you will see that all these things are interconnected. Spaceship Earth, Gaia, is a system of systems. It's land, air, ocean, and space. Now, even though that we have been working collectively to our detriment, there are things that we can do to try to recover our planet. Most of all, we are at the mercy of the unintended consequences of our actions, but Mother Earth is giving us signals of these unintended consequences, and they're very, very apparent, and there's no escaping those things. But at the same time, one of the things that I'd like to say to everybody in the room is, while all of us are distracted with what's going on here on the Earth's surface, what I want to do here in a brief moment is be able to, let's see, zoom out from the surface of the Earth, and we're going to go up a few hundred kilometers above the Earth's surface, and what we're witnessing is the detriment of our space environment as well. Right now, we are tracking over 50,000 objects, ranging in size from your cell phone all the way to the space station in different orbits. And of those 50,000 objects, about 5,000 work and everything else is garbage. This is where we're heading. It doesn't quite look this bad today. This is clearly exaggerated, like a WALL-E situation, but we're headed there. So who cares? Well, the very technologies that we use on a day-to-day basis, position, navigation, timing, GPS, all these things, communications, all of these go through space-based platforms, these robots in the sky that we call satellites, and nothing is protecting these 5,000 satellites from getting schwacked, that's the technical term, from getting schwacked by a piece of junk and us losing these capabilities. The very things that connect us and make us a global society, everything from financial transactions, imagine going to the ATM, not being able to get a hold of your money, not being able to communicate with a loved one, so on and so forth. And we know more about the planet because of space than by any other source of information, okay? So we know more about humanity and the planet because of this, but it gets worse. Many of the things that we launch are coming back. These are all real. I'm telling you folks, everything from the size of cars to school buses are landing on the surface of the earth. None of this stuff is made up, and it's going to get worse. We're going to see this more frequently. This happens when we behave as if we were independent of the environment. This happens when we behave as if we were independent of each other, when we do not acknowledge that interconnectedness, when we do not embrace stewardship as a mechanism to have a successful conversation with our environment. This is the result of that. Now, even our skies are becoming less dark, less quiet. We see things reflecting more and more light towards the ground. But I guess a bit of good news is we still have pockets of people around the globe that fully believe in the interconnectedness of all things. These are our indigenous people. This is traditional ecological knowledge. This knowledge is captured by these folks, and they practice it every day. Every day they understand that they're living in an existential crisis, and the only way through it is to have a successful conversation in the environment. They have something to tell us, and we should be listening to their voices. Even though many people in this room may have bachelor's degrees, master's, PhDs, I have a PhD. I didn't see any of these people in my classrooms, but they have much more knowledge. They are true scientists and true engineers. What we need to do is we need to harmonize this traditional ecological knowledge or ancient tech with deep tech, high tech, as we know it, to really scale the ability for us to achieve sustainability on Earth. And it really means looking at Mother Earth as this integrated system of systems. Again, land, air, ocean, and space. We have lost contact with the sky. Most people don't even know what a dark sky looks like, okay? Because we live in big cities, lots of lights, and I think that disconnection has basically severed this umbilical cord to the sky, which is really our home, the stars. We actually need to go there. We need space exploration, because eventually, planet Earth, spaceship Earth, this pale blue dot in this solar system, well, eventually everything in the solar system has an expiration date because the sun that is giving us life and warmth runs out of fuel one day, guaranteed. And when that happens, everything is basically lost. We need to be able to thrive not around another planet, but around another star altogether. We need that, okay? So, I'm going to give you some more good news here, if I haven't given you enough. So right here, I'm going to get a little bit nerdy here, and I'm going to show you a few things. One, this is just looking at 4,000 of these anthropogenic or human-made objects in Earth orbit, in different orbits. This outer ring is called the geosynchronous ring because it takes satellites about 24 hours to go around in their orbit once. The color code is dependent on their orbital inclination, meaning the plane in which they orbit, how that might be inclined with the equator. So something with a 0-degree inclination is orbiting around Earth's equatorial plane. Things that are 90-degree inclination are orbiting around the poles. So there's a structure that you can kind of see here. We don't put things in random places, but what I want to show you is that there is no such thing as randomness, by the way. If any of you believes in randomness, we should have a conversation later. Randomness, believing in randomness is basically saying no to learning, and I'm not particular on that. But in any case, if I compute the cross product of the position and velocity vectors of these 4,000 objects at that same time, I get this thing called specific orbital angular momentum space. Say it 3 times really quick, and then nothing will happen actually. But you know, this structure, these are these highways in space, and you can see I haven't done anything. There's been no sort of clustering that I've done. These things are naturally aggregating in these highways in orbital energy space. Things here on the bottom are low Earth orbit, which goes from 100 kilometers to about 1,000 kilometer altitude. This is mid-Earth orbit, and then this is GEO. So GEO is about 36,000 kilometers away from the Earth's surface, and then you can see that ring there. These highways are becoming more and more congested, because the thing is, we're not going to stop launching satellites, okay? And most of the stuff up there, most of it just doesn't come back for centuries or even more. And some of it never comes back, actually. And when something stops working, it becomes debris, and we just keep on launching more and more stuff, put more and more stuff up there. So how busy is the stuff up there? Well, let me see if I can refresh this real quick. Of course, internet and technology, as you know, it always works. While this does its thing, let's see how it populates. So what I want to show you is I want to show you how frequently are objects crisscrossing each other. Again, these are orbital highways in space. There are no off-ramps per se, and objects are crisscrossing each other, so you're seeing this populate. And I like doing real-time stuff, because this lets you know I'm not faking stuff. Like, we're just going to a website, we're doing things in reality. So this is predictions right now. This is 20 minutes. Over the next 20 minutes continuously, I ask myself, which pairs of objects do we predict will come within 10 kilometers of each other? And this is what you see behind me, okay? These are the crisscrossings within the next 20 minutes continuously. The green dots are pairs of objects that both of them are working. The red dots are both objects are dead. Yellow dots, one is dead, and then one is working. And the relative speed in the histogram that you see there is 15 kilometers per second. These things are crisscrossing each other with relative speeds of 15 times the speed of a bullet. The smallest thing that we're tracking is a cell phone, which is many times the size of a bullet. So if a cell phone that's many times the size of a bullet is traveling 15 times the speed of a bullet with respect to a satellite, let's not even talk about what it could do to people. It's a bad day. That will not survive, okay? Then it becomes many, many more pieces that continue to pollute the space environment. All right, more good news for you, because I can tell you want to hear it. So one of the things that I did, or that some people may know me for, is this thing called Ask Your Graph, which I commercialize with this company, Privateer, that I co-founded with Alex Fielding and Steve Wozniak. You may have heard the guy, he co-founded Apple. And so, in any case, every single dot that you see here is a human-made object currently being tracked in Earth orbit. Let's see if I can add some rocket bodies and some debris here. Okay, so this is what things are kind of looking like. And let's see if we can zoom in here a little bit. So, yeah, so you can kind of see these things moving around. Most of this stuff is junk. Pretty much only the things that are blue dots are things that are working, but everything else is garbage. So there's a lot of garbage in Earth orbit. And one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to monitor and understand how people are behaving, in this space. You can see there's a lot of trash. The size of the dot doesn't correspond to the size of the object. So if you actually had to see this with your naked eyes, you probably wouldn't see any dots because they're so small. But it shows the location of all these things. So one of the things I'm trying to do here, let's see if I can, yep, okay, here's some. So what I want to do is I want to show you a few things. One, let me try and see if I can refresh this thing, what could possibly go wrong. Yep, here we go. So here you can see better with the blue dots. Again, blue dots are things that are working, everything else is garbage. This string of pearls that you see right here, anytime you see one of these things, this is Elon Musk's Starlink satellites. So you can kind of see there. That's to provide you with global internet, of course. So you can kind of see that train of stuff right now. Basically, Elon is launching 60 satellites every 3 weeks. And he plans to launch 10,000. Over half the working satellites in humanity belong to Elon Musk. So he owns about 3,000 of those 5,000 satellites. And he's going to launch about 10,000 of these. We have no traffic rules in space. What could go wrong with that, right? There's no coordination, no planning. We just do things because we believe we can, because it's legal to do so, not because it's necessarily environmentally friendly or anything like that. So because we're here, and this is like an ITU sort of thing, let me just see if I can bring up, let's see. So I'm going to bring up this object, this NMIQ2. Let's see, and I'm going to see if I can bring up another object here. Let's go with Luke. Yep, we'll go with that, and we'll add that one to the list. And then we're going to go with an SJ17, Chinese satellite. There we go. And so what I want to do is, let's see the object list, and I'm going to paint these orbits so that we can kind of see. Let's see that. Yep. Okay, here we go. So these are 3 examples. These are things in this kind of geostationary ring. This NMIQ2 is a Canadian satellite which has been retired. If we can zoom in to that, and I'm going to get rid of the debris and the rocket bodies just to be able to see things a little bit more. So let's see, this NMIQ2, yep. If we zoom in even more, we can kind of see that that's over a longitude where Canada has access to that, so that makes some sense. If we go around the belt here, and let's see, here's this Luke Olymp, which is Russian. If we zoom into that, looks like that thing's over the Atlantic. Doesn't seem to correspond to anything like Russia could actually access very easily in that location, okay? And then if we go to this SJ17, we can do that. If we zoom into that, well, that looks like it's definitely something that China has access to that. Okay, so that kind of makes some sense. So one of the things, right, with the ITU is people get anything that's going to be transmitting kind of goes through the ITU, right? They get allocations, and their frequency allocations and their positional allocations as well, so that we can avoid things interfering with each other from a radio frequency perspective. So if I look at those 3 satellites, and then I look at the SJ17, and by the way, all this work is from Thomas Roberts, who's a PhD student at MIT. I'm on his PhD committee, and so I'm leveraging his work and bringing that into Privateer. We're collaborating on this, but all these plots and things are from Thomas's work. And he's here for the summer at EPFL, so he's probably in the room right now. But anyway, with the SJ17, just looking historically, you know, for all these years, this is like 2017 to like 2021 that you see here on the bottom, we can see that, you know, the excursions that SJ17 made, much of the time were basically out of compliance with, you know, the allocations, even the ones like where it stayed. Interestingly, the places where it parked itself in places where it was allowed, where it did have allocations, but while it was going around and visiting different places in geo, it was out of compliance. So compliance and being out of compliance isn't a static thing, it's a dynamic thing, right? So this just gives an example of that. And let's see here. And if we go to Luke, then we can kind of see something very similar for Luke, except that most of the time it was non-compliant. It basically stayed over regions where it didn't have the allocations. Russia didn't have any sort of allocation for where the satellite was parked. And so this went around the geo belt, visiting different places for who knows what reasons. I don't speak to the Russians frequently about these things. And then, interestingly enough, this one Canadian satellite was out of compliance most of the time as well, just did different excursions. This is the longitudes around the geobelt. So did different kind of excursions around the geobelt and mostly didn't stay anywhere close to where Canada has an allocation. Now, we can't, so there's a lot of data out there, and machines are here to help us really understand how to properly aggregate the data and find some insights. Humans are better at providing context. But what I'm saying, I guess, is that if we want the space environment and other environments to really be pristine as possible, and we want to achieve sustainability, 3 things really help us achieve those. Making the environment more predictable, making it transparent in terms of who's doing what to whom when, and developing a body of evidence that we can use to hold people accountable for that. So predictability, transparency, and accountability is what we're after. So one of the things that we're doing is we're using machines to be able to autonomously go grab disparate source of data and information, aggregate these, and then with the machines comb through this heterogeneous, multi-dimensional data set to help us understand how people are behaving, who's complying and who isn't, because monitoring these things is what gets us to being able to enforce something. You can't enforce something that you don't manage, you can't manage something that you don't know, and you can't know something that you don't measure. So it all comes down to measurements. But with that, I guess my time with you is at an end, and I just wanted to say really quickly that one of the things that we do in order to get to this aggregation, right, is we have sources of information on the left, we have inquiry on the right, and we use a knowledge graph database to bring all these things in so that we could serve the widest variety of inquiry. But with that, I wanted to say thank you very much, and much love and aloha to each and every one of you. And look, technical problems are difficult, political problems are Herculean. The biggest problem is the absence of empathy. And so I am here begging you, I'm here begging you to consider having empathy for these problems, because otherwise we can't get there. And embrace stewardship. It's our only way to basically move forward with Spaceship Earth. Thank you very much.
That was incredible. Thank you so much. Maury Bajar, everybody. Wow, an incredibly inspiring talk. Just imagine how much progress we could make if we start thinking like a species and getting in sync with our very own spaceship Earth. So, with that in mind, whilst we're re-rigging, I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of tomorrow's panels. We've got one on inclusiveness, which I think is very useful if you're enjoying these talks here. I'm going to be giving a closing performance on showing the importance of data diversity and inclusion using AI music and a piano. We've also got talks from AI heavyweights Ray Kurzweil and Professor Stuart Russell. It's just unbelievable, the huge amount of things that we've got here. And I do hope that you're also enjoying networking on the Neural Network app. And yes, you've still got a chance to be in to win a $1,300 phone, very smart phone, in fact. And yes, you just have to buy a water bottle. It's a very surreal competition, this one, but it does sound like quite a lot of fun. My goodness, the AV team are doing a brilliant job today, or twice as fast as I was expecting. So as that's going on incredibly quickly, I think we're going to say it's time to leave our gravity behind and join me as we begin to welcome, you see, the timing is all sorted out here. Smoothly, does it? Yes, let's begin to welcome our very next speaker, who is going to tell us all about AI in an age of planetary transitions. By the way, that QR code just on the bottom is the thing that you can scan to get those live, simultaneously translated subtitles at the same time. And I think at this point, as our last person brilliantly tidies up the cable and leaves the stage in style, manages to not knock over Sophia the robot at the same time. Brilliant work, everybody. And now let's all welcome Chief Impact Officer at Planet. It's Andrew Solly.
How are you all doing? Thank you, Ribajah, for that fantastic presentation. And if someone doesn't bring me a clicker, I'm going to give these remarks as interpretive dance. And it cannot be unseen, much as you wish it might be able to. Hey, it's my great pleasure to be here with all of you today. The last time I was at the AI for Good Summit, I think was like 2019. It was just before COVID, and we went into the kind of crazy lockdowns, and it was a fraction of the size that it's become. And what an amazing moment and an important moment for global AI governance. You know, it's a real challenge to have almost any conversation about AI because every position is taken. You know, policymakers worry about its governance, economists worry about its effects on economic and labor dislocation, people are enthusiastic, engineers are entrepreneurs are enthusiastic about its opportunities for wealth creation. Engineers will tell you how difficult and how much more complex under the headlines it tends to be. And in an environment like that, one of the challenges is almost anything you say about AI right now is probably true to some degree, right? It will create enormous amounts of wealth. It will create enormous amounts of inequality. It will be used to tell you the truth. It will be used to lie to you. It will be used as a tool of peace, and it will be used as a tool of war, right? Because it will attach inexorably to our intentions. And human beings have intentions around all of those things. So I'd like to slightly recenter the conversation. I am going to be talking a little bit about instruments that we put in space in particular, but more broadly about how we use AI and these extraordinary powers of big data to create new kinds of opportunities for managing planetary transitions. And I do want to tell you right off the bat, the satellites that my organization, Planet, puts it up in orbit, all are designed, they're literally designed to burn up in low Earth orbit. They're literally, we actually work very closely with MIT on space sustainability and creating protocols to limit and declutter the global space environment. So I was saying a moment ago, you know, we're living in this age of sort of schizophrenia about AI, but that schizophrenia is really part of, I think, a larger schizophrenia. Because if we center on the conversation, the place that we're on right now, we're in a place where it sort of looks like this. I'm going to see if I can. Did it switch over? Hold on. I feel dance coming on. There you go. Yeah, this is what we're living through right now. We're living through a period of time in which the challenges that confront us are literally bigger than everyone in this room's ability to conceive of them. Not just climate, but the intersecting forces of climate, conflict, the global loss of nature, the ecocide that we are currently experiencing. If I tell you that the institutions represented in this room have collectively said that 1 million species are at risk of extinction by the middle of the century, you can't imagine 1 million species. It's literally bigger than your brain. It's bigger than all of our brains. We live in an era where the problems are big and getting further from us. You know, we're not making the effective progress on the SDGs that all of us would have hoped that at this point, with 7 growing seasons between now and 2030, where we would be. And so if you are a pessimist and if you are paying attention to the data, there's a lot of good reasons for why that pessimism is warranted. But at the same time, while we are living through the 6th extinction, we are also living through the 2nd Renaissance, a period of transformational expansion, radical expansion in human capacity, human capability. And if you happen to live at the intersection of those two issues, which this community collectively does, you have a moral, not just an economic or some kind of political, you have an ethical obligation to align those tools in the most ethically centered way possible to those challenges. It's our job collectively to ensure that the tools that are on the right are aligned to the problem on the left. So how are we going to do that as a practical exercise? I don't have a grand theory because things are changing so quickly that there's been 3 important announcements made today in just the time that we've been here that none of us have had a chance to absorb yet. So I want to give you sort of like a patterning, a perspective on what's emerging. Well, the central challenge that we're going to have to undertake, maybe, there we go, is this, okay? We're going to have to use a lot of, can someone bring me a new clicker? All right, thanks you. We're going to have to use a lot of information to leverage the non-material aspects of information, right, the non-tangible aspects of information to improve the YMCA, to reduce the social and ecological intensivity of human behaviors in every domain. And we have to do it really fast if we want to meet the goals of the 2030 Agenda. We have countless systems to engineer and re-engineer in this context. Just think about agriculture, right? So just take the central thing we have to do. We have to feed not only all of humanity, but 1 billion new entrants to the human story. And we have to do it in a way in which we dramatically improve the efficiency of agriculture while limiting its the impact of that behavior on things like deforestation. So we're going to have to grow more with less and reduce the ecological intensity of agriculture. In order to do that, what we have to do is we have to figure out how to use less fertilizer, how to apply it more judiciously, how to transport less of it to the field, how to ensure that less of it runs off the field and into the rivers and streams, et cetera, et cetera. So that is a combination challenge of taking data and the insights and indicators that it represents and aligning it to these challenges. Now, my organization, Planet, sorry, I'm not even sure where to point the clicker. So my organization, Planet, we actually are deploying one of the largest constellations of satellites on Earth. But I want to say one thing really importantly. Again, these are satellites. They're about the size of a loaf of bread. We've put hundreds of them on orbit. They orbit from the pole to the pole, and as the Earth turns perpendicularly underneath them, they collectively line scan the planet every day. So we are collecting at sort of a 3 to 5 meter resolution all of the world's terrestrial land masses in near oceans. This is 35 terabytes of data a day. It's more information than all the human beings on Earth could possibly look at. It is impossible to get the value to guide the behavior in the field that I just showed you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hooray, that's the real hero of the story in this presentation, okay? So we also have a bunch of other satellites that zoom in, but I don't really want to talk to you about satellites. Instead, what I want to tell you is that we're producing vast amounts of information about the Earth. The problem is no longer the data desert. Increasingly, we are living with a data deluge. And the question is, how do we extract meaningfully the information, the value from that information to guide human behaviors in ways that are consistent with the global objectives of meeting the great inclusive and just transition that all of us anticipate. Okay, this one works as well as the last one. So, okay, oh, there we are. Okay, so this is not one organization's job. It is not one country's job. It is not one discipline's job. It's actually a huge collective engineering, distributed engineering project. The first thing is, with the presence of all that data, we have to begin to classify the world. We have to extract from all that very high resolution information, where's all the water and the carbon? Where's all the assets? Because we want to be able to track them, to understand them, to guide the behavior that surrounds them. We have to understand where all the agriculture is, where all the assets and the infrastructure and the humans, where is all the stuff of the world? And today, even though we show lots of shiny pictures, mostly we don't know. So we have to get all that information out at a level of resolution in time and space so that we can actually be able to guide and build systems accordingly. And then, in parallel, we have to integrate it into the extraordinary new power of these new models, which I think when you take a classified world, you can begin to ask questions of it in plain language. And we have to make sure that those languages are not just English. We have to make sure that they include the taxonomies, they include the ontologies of all of the world's societies to make the information not just accessible, but legible and meaningful. That is an enormous undertaking in its own right. But I want to give you some waypoints, things we're seeing on the way. I'm just going to keep pointing in the same direction and I hope it works. But can I just ask you up in the booth? I'll just say next slide from now on. So really what we're doing today is we're taking all of this sensor data that's in the ground, on the Earth, in the sky, in space, we're extracting it and making it analysis ready. Then we're creating what we call planetary variables. Those are those explicit maps of where all the water and carbon and agriculture are, so that we can extract insights that ultimately help us meet the policy objectives that are up at the top. Next slide, please. Here's a really good example of the power of these capabilities that are proffered by crisis. In the recent ongoing conflict in Ukraine, we worked very closely with a team called NASA Harvest. They're NASA's in-house global food security system. And with them, we've been monitoring every single agricultural field in Ukraine on a weekly basis, which is only capable from space. To be able to understand the precise impacts of the conflict on the global food system. As all of you know, Ukraine is one of the world's major bread baskets, and there was enormous concern. You know, a UN entity like WFP gets close to 40–50% of the calories it delivers in a crisis from Ukraine. If the war shut down global food production, we would see rippling effects all over the world. And it's only with the ability to do this. So this is a big part of building what we think of as geo-AI. This is the foundational stuff. It's actually not AI in the traditional sense. It's extracting the information and moving up that chart. But we're seeing lots of other places. Next slide, please. Where we're being able to do the same thing. Here's a satellite image of a particular piece of forest. Next, please. We combine that satellite imagery with some other remote sensing data to extract information from the satellite imagery about how tall all the trees are and from the canopy height. Next slide, please. We can actually extract exactly how much carbon is in the forest. And then we can monitor that forest for deforestation and understand exactly how much carbon has been lost when every tree is felled. And we're going to be able to do that. We actually now offer this for the whole planet. Next slide, please. Now, it's not just us. There are lots of organizations doing this. This is one of my favorites. It's a group called Climate Trace. They're backed by the former Vice President of the US, Al Gore. It's a coalition of technical organizations, and what they do is they monitor through the satellite imagery the activity of every coal-fired power plant on Earth, and they use the same tools that Google does to tell you whether or not an image is of a cat or a dog, to tell you if the plant is operating, and then they estimate how much carbon is coming out of it. Next slide, please. So, and if you could, yeah, there we go. So I'm going to just give you one tiny little example. Here we're going to zoom into one part of India, look at one coal-fired power plant. And if you see that little black squiggly line, that's how much carbon has been coming out of that plant. And that information is not reported by most governments around the world. So when we go to COP28 and COP29 and COP30 and on and on and on, we can bring much better information to the negotiations about what's happening. An era of radical climate transparency is being born. Next slide. Now we'll actually show you the other side of that story. This is about SDG 7. This is a joint collaborative effort between our organization, the AI for Good team at Microsoft, and the Nature Conservancy, a big NGO, in which we are collectively monitoring, identifying and monitoring every utility-grade renewable energy resource on Earth on a time axis, quarterly, going back to 2018 and forward to 2030. This is something called Global Renewables Watch, and it will formally launch with all of that data at COP28 later this year. All of this data made publicly available to track our global progress against SDG 7. Because as I think we just heard, you can't manage what you can't measure, or what you don't measure. So we're beginning to see this measurement revolution unfold. So here we are in India, in the same place you saw that power plant. Next slide, please. Here we're going to zoom in. All the blue dots are windmills. All the orange squiggly bits are renewable energy resources. They're solar installations. What we see here is not just the generation capacity for all of these utilities, but also what land use was there before we put the renewable energy resources in. And that's really important to understand what it's displacing. So next slide, please. And you can see we get all the way down. Now there's a few other really amazing things that are also coming that are going to bring radical transparency to our ability to guide the planet collectively. And I mean collectively. This is not one entity, one job, one region of the world's job, et cetera. So forthcoming, this is a joint venture between ourselves and NASA's JPL and a group of other actors. Next slide, please. a group of satellites that are what are called hyperspectral satellites. So your and my eyes that we see in a relatively narrow part of the spectra of light. But the actual spectrum is much wider. These instruments are designed to see not just in 3 bands, but in 400 bands. And their first canonical use case, next slide please, these are being jointly developed between us and NASA JPL, is to do the point source detection of methane emissions in the atmosphere. And when you overlay the optical information on top of the invisible methane plumes, you can see exactly who's responsible. The state of California in the United States is a big partner with us in this, and they're excited because if we can make detecting methane leaks dirt cheap, they can make them incredibly expensive to ignore. But this same instrument has other potential as well, and one of the most important is that when you look down and see the whole spectra of light, it turns out that plants and animals reflect light differently. 2 trees that might look completely the same to you and I, but 2 green trees, as seen at a distance, actually fluoresce slightly differently. And we can capture that light to understand biodiversity with the same level of specificity that we understand climate. Next slide, please. And you can actually see that here. This is actually taken from flying this instrument in an airplane over a portion of Peru. What you see there is just what looks like a green mass of forest is actually covered with all of these different species which you can now identify. And when you can identify it, you can quantify it, you can start to put a value on it, and you can take things that were externalities to the global system and to begin to bring them in and put values on them. You can make them available to frontline indigenous guardians of these ecosystems and people who are responsible for some of the places where biodiversity isn't being lost because it's being protected. Next slide, please. Now, what does this have to do with AI? Well, again, on the classifying the world piece, we're going to start to bridge to the other side. We're starting to be really good at change detection, the ability to actually have the system tell the humans when something has changed. So now we've trained a bunch of algorithms that let us say, this is an act of deforestation. This deforestation is actually occurring in this place. We're monitoring every day. It was forest yesterday. It's not forest today. And if you overlay the administrative boundaries on top of that, you can see what's legal and illegal. So you can go to the next slide, please. We work very closely with the environmental police in Brazil. Next slide. Thank you. And here you're seeing a live system that the environmental police use to take all of those alerts that were now AI-generated alerts on that stack of imagery to tell them where deforestation is occurring exactly week on week, okay? And rather than take you through a technical demo in the interest of time, next slide, please, let me just tell you that these actors, next slide, there you go, have deployed nearly 4,000 agents in 120 operations. They've destroyed more than 1,000 machines doing illegal deforestation in the forest and collected more than $2 billion US equivalent on the way to starting to arrest deforestation. This is this year, the world's deforestation continued and accelerated, and some of the worst of it was in Brazil. So I'm not here to tell you that this is a panacea. What I am telling you is this is what the beginnings of geospatial AI to drive real action, not just reflection, but action in the world. This is what it looks like. And this ability to begin to classify things, to build classifiers for looking for things like deforestation, is about to get radically easier. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a partner organization called Synthetic, and what they're doing here is they're taking all of this satellite imagery, and in this particular instance, they're looking for boats. Particularly, they might be looking for illegal fishing along the coastline. So they zoom in, and what they do is they draw a couple of boxes. They say, okay, like that little chip, that little square thing, that's a boat, that's a boat. Let's click a couple of those. The system goes out and finds everything that's self-similar to those boats. Now, some of those things are not boats. So a human then goes through and says, okay, in this space, so what it's doing is it's finding, at this real time, it's finding all of the things that looks like they might contain boats. The human will go, that's not a boat, it's a pier. That's not a boat, it's a something else. And train a classifier in a matter of minutes in order to find all the boats that are in this particular area of interest. And if you want to monitor illegal fishing, the ability to do that in real time is really extraordinary. We had a situation in our country recently where there was a balloon of interest. I don't know if any of you have ever heard this. We had a balloon incident, okay? And these folks were able to find, next slide, that balloon. This is actually the balloon flying through over the American countryside and out over the ocean. They were able to track the entirety of the balloon, the said mysterious balloon. So again, these are the building blocks by which we start to get the world classified and findable in real time as sensed from space in a way that can drive behavior, not just to report on the SDGs, but to actually deliver against them. And the last thing I want to show you is what happens when you take that kind of information and you plug it into the ChatGPT, large language, multimodal large language systems. This is what's coming next. Next slide. We built a little demo with our colleagues at Microsoft. This is what we call Queryable California. What you'll see up on the right-hand side there is me asking questions in plain English. Like, what was the average temperature in Sacramento, California? The system knows where Sacramento, California is able to pull up its boundaries, take that satellite imagery, do a comparative analysis, and give me an answer in plain English in a matter of seconds. Now, why is that important? This is really the most important thing I want you to understand. For all of my career, satellite imagery and data analysis has been sort of like library science. You know, if you think about an organization like Google, what made Google Google? Well, the first thing they did was they came up with an incredibly clever way of indexing the internet. And if that's all they did, then what would happen is you would go to the librarian at your local library and ask them to access the Google, because you'd have to have a PhD in Google studies in order to use it. But that's not what they did next. What they did next is they put it behind the world's easiest to use user interface, the search bar. So you could just do the sort of 500 monkeys getting to Shakespeare approach. Eventually, if I just typing in queries, eventually I'm going to get closer to what I want. The third thing they did was they put an economic machine in between the search bar and the index, and they made bajillions of dollars. So that was good for them. But here's the thing I want you to understand. The moment that geospatial data and Earth data is undergoing is the moment when we shift from the library science age to the Google age. It's the era where we will get answers about the Earth without necessarily having to look at pixels. Like, you might want to look at these pictures, but you might not have to in order to get a trusted answer. And that is incredibly important because it will take this whole exercise from being the provenance of hundreds of thousands to hundreds of millions. And that is how we get a participation revolution that helps us meet the long-term agenda. Thank you so much. It's been great.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. An electrifying talk. So much electricity in the room that somehow all the clickers have now stopped functioning. Well done. And we're actually running just a few minutes late, so thank you for staying with us. You are going to want to stay for the next talk, by the way. The slides are amazing, and the speaker is awesome. Yes, we're going to be talking about exploring sustainable frontiers, NASA's groundbreaking robotics. My goodness, there's just so much. I'm going to just keep going. Yes, it's robotic advances for space exploration. Please give a pre-lunch welcome to Deputy Manager for Mobility and Robotic Systems at NASA. It's Vandy Verma.
Good afternoon, and thank you for that introduction. So some of you might recognize the image of the Perseverance rover. It's looking at Ingenuity, sort of me and my team's way of wishing the helicopter well before its first flight on Mars. These two robots have really helped us make some enormous strides in autonomous capability. And today I'm going to share with you how this was possible. Next. So NASA's mission is to explore, discover, and expand knowledge for the benefit of humanity. And next, some of the ways that we've been doing this is through sustained robotic exploration. This timeline here shows the timeline for Mars, which is an area that I've spent a lot of time working in. So the very first robot we landed on Mars was Viking, all the way back in 1975. And once we were in situ, on the surface of Mars, it really was clear that the amount of knowledge we could get was not at all comparable with what we could get from orbit. And it really started this era of robotic exploration. Well, it wasn't easy. We had a number of attempts. Not all of them succeeded. And then in 1996, the Pathfinder mission landed on Mars. And it carried with it a little robot. It was a technology demonstration, the Sojourner rover. And it pretty much stole the show, because now you weren't stuck at any one location, but you could look just beyond the horizon and see an interesting target and actually drive up to it and observe it. And with all the success that that had, we really wanted to now put a scientific payload and put a robot that was the actual real mission that had wheels on it. And that was the Mars Pathfinder mission with the Sojourner robot, with actually the Spirit and Opportunity robots. I was actually in college, and they were supposed to last 90 days. And I never thought that I would actually graduate, work for years on the mission, and move on to the next mission, and they would still be exploring Mars. Opportunity lasted for 15 years. And that really, with the Mars exploration mission, is the start of what we think of as the modern era of robotic space exploration. And since 2003, with overlapping missions, we've had a continuous presence on Mars. This has really helped us make a lot of advances because we now have a lot of data. So next. We've utilized robots of different types. So on the top left, you're seeing Sojourner, which is a little microwave-sized robot. All the way to the top right is Perseverance, which is the size of a little car. And the mast is 7 feet tall, so it's actually a lot taller than I am. And starting to characterize what are the sorts of robotic capabilities that have the most value for space exploration. Next. And I'm summarizing here the 4 main categories in which these fall. The first one, as I was mentioning before, is mobility, getting from place to place when you have a diverse planetary surface allows you to study in one location, move to another location of scientific interest, and get a lot of data with a single mission. And once you've observed remotely through imagers and other sensing, we really want to use a robotic arm to be able to touch the surface. And we carry a suite of instruments. In the inset on the top right is the turret at the end of Perseverance's arm. It has on it a drill, so you can drill into the surface. And it also carries a sort of instruments such as Pixel and Sherlock, where we can put them within millimeters of the surface and get really detailed information about the mineralogy and the chemistry of Mars. But a lot of the planetary surfaces are really harsh environments, and what you see on the surface is very exposed, and if you're going to find signs of life, it is very likely subsurface. So sampling has been a major aspect of the missions where we are looking for life. And on Perseverance, we have a robotic drill that we can drill into the surface and collect intact cores. And on the picture where I show sampling, you see the external robotic arm docked with the rover's body, where it's transferring that sample into a second robotic arm, which is inside the rover, which performs a lot of characterization. And then if you play the animation, most recently with Ingenuity, we've had aerial mobility. And This is allowing us to get to places that we just couldn't with a roving mission that is restricted to the surface. And next. So with perseverance and ingenuity, they've really exceeded our expectations in terms of what's possible on Mars. Even though we've been on Mars for such a long time, the enhancement that we got has been quite significant. So Perseverance has collected, to this point, 23 sample cores. And not only is this at twice the rate that we collected samples from any prior mission, but they're also much further apart. And a lot of the reason we can collect samples from a diverse set of locations is because of the autonomous navigation capability. So 88% of all of the driving has been autonomous. And what's really been exciting to us is that we've driven 20 kilometers and we've broken a lot of records. And it's not just a one-off. So I'm showing here the longest drive we've done on Mars is 348 meters. Before Perseverance landed, the record for the longest single sol drive, and a sol is a Martian day, which is just a little bit longer than an Earth day, was with the Opportunity rover. Almost 19 years that record held. And many of you who work in robotics will appreciate, we really put everything together and worked really hard to get things just right. And so that we could exceed this record and meet that record. And we did, sort of, the cosmos had to come together to do it. But Opportunity never did it again. And with Curiosity, it wasn't even able to meet that record. What's been really amazing with Perseverance is that we are consistently now able to do these hundreds of meters drives pretty regularly. It's exceeded that record 23 times, and it's pretty commonplace to drive in that manner. And we now drive over multiple days. So we come in on a Friday, and we'll tell the robot to drive. It has a limited amount of power per day. And then you come on a Monday, and it may have driven 700 meters and is in an entirely new location. And not only is it in a new location, it's also taken an image, determined what the most interesting scientific target is, observed it, and sent the data back to us so that we now have this available to us to determine whether we want to stay or go to the next site. And then lastly, the helicopter, it was supposed to just show us that it was possible to fly on Mars. And we've now had 52 flights. So this has really sort of changed the capability where we now are starting to look at missions where aerial mobility as an integral part of what we do. We've flown 12 kilometers and had an hour and a half of autonomous flight on Mars. Next. So one of the things that's different between space robotics and terrestrial robotics is just the time delays and latencies. So Mars is really far away, and it takes a one-way light signal from Earth. It can take up to 24 minutes to get to Mars. And when we collect a ton of data, it's not efficient for the rover to directly send it to Earth, so we actually transmit it to orbiters around Mars and then send it down. This really makes it really amenable for autonomous capability. So next slide. I'm going to go over some of the autonomous robotics capability that is a necessity. In the case of autonomous planetary exploration, you need this capability in order to accomplish the mission. So it's really a good opportunity for a lot of technology deployment. So in the next slide, this is an image of Jezero crater. When we were planning the next mission to Mars, we were looking for signs of ancient life, and Jezero is a crater in which there's a delta, and it's an ancient liver delta, and the probability that we would find signs of life was really high. But the crater walls and the walls of the delta are tens of meters high, And if we landed on the edge of one of those, it would sort of be detrimental to the mission. So in the next slide, we have autonomous technology where as we were entering the Martian surface, and this is data from that landing, we're tracking using computer vision techniques the features to detect where we were headed. And we had the capability that if we were headed to a hazard, it could divert us away from it. So we knew that we could target a place like Jezero because we were going to avoid the hazard. And as you'll see as it converges, actually click the slide so it'll play the animation. It converges on a solution. We were headed to a hazard. And it did a divert, and the rover was safe and landed in a safe area, but it was all the way on the other side from the delta than this hazard. And on the next slide, you'll see where we actually ended up. And that there is the landing location. And now we did some science there, where you're seeing the different image colors show the different observations we did. But then there was nothing very interesting, and we needed to go make it all the way to the delta. And this is where we really used autonomous navigation, because it was taken a prior mission almost a year to get there, whereas Perseverance was able to do that in the order of weeks. And once we got to the delta, there we accomplished some more rich science. And on the next slide, I show on the x-axis, you're seeing the sols on Mars, and on the y, you're seeing the distance driven. And the different colors are the different modes we have for autonomous driving. And the orange is where we turn on slip detection, autonomous navigation. And as you'll see, most of the mission has been autonomous. And the column in the middle shows when we did the drive from where we landed to the delta, and there was mostly a significant amount of just driving autonomously. And on the next slide, I show a comparison of all of the missions that have had autonomous capability on Mars. And if you look at the top row, you'll see that Perseverance is significantly more autonomous driving than any other mission. We've driven almost 1,300 meters autonomously, whereas previously it was Opportunity, which had driven 2.4 kilometers in its 15 years. So this is a significant leap in capability that we've been able to achieve. And so some of what I was going to go into next is there's a lot of things that we could enhance and improve, but we need to reliably function in an area where no human can go intervene, and we need it to work. So there were some choices we made that allowed us to do this. If you go to the next slide, one of the obvious ones to most of you will be the computing. So computing just has an outsized impact on autonomous capability. We looked at data from our prior missions, and we look at the logs, and you look at the CPU utilization, and we were just railing and utilizing all of the computing. But less than half of the processing was available to the robotics, because the robot needs to do health and safety, it needs to survive, it needs to do a lot of things. And one of the easier ways to solve this problem, because we need to use radiation-hardened processors, so the processor we use is a RAD 750, it's just a 133 megahertz processor, is we just added a second one. So we added a second processor, and the purpose of that processor is entirely to just do navigation. And the other data showed us that most of the computing we were spending was on the computer vision. And so we did dedicated hardware to do FPGA-based computer vision, which also really sped things up. And then we updated our cameras, because the sensing is very important. And then in other ways, we made advancements in our hardware, because the wheels on Curiosity were starting to tear. But what was causing them to tear was these tiny little rocks. They're not actually hazards for autonomous driving, but they're really sharp, and they were volcanic. And we could not use autonomous driving because it wasn't a hazard to the autonomous capability. So instead of solving that issue and trying to classify which tiny pebbles are hazards, we just made the wheels a lot more robust to that kind of problem. If you go to the next slide, Here, we also made the obvious changes, which is to the algorithms, so that we would have improved capability for navigation. And a lot of this is in the area of just slip detection and being able to predict, because your wheels are turning and you're going to get some sensing information, but you need to make a prediction about where you'll be as you're thinking and processing to execute that. Then there's some really practical constraints, and this is an example of if you have a robotic system, unless you solve the problems that constrain you the most, you're still not going to be able to use the autonomous capability. And in our case, we need to talk to Earth, because if the robot can't communicate with Earth, it doesn't actually matter, it's not going to survive very long. We used to drive autonomously, and as it's getting around hazards, it might end up in an orientation where part of its body or some terrain occlusion is occluding its view of Earth. And we wouldn't use autonomous driving in complex terrain. And so in Perseverance, we added the capability where, as it's driving, it knows where Earth is, and if it is run out of time and it can't turn to Earth, it stops a bit early, and then it'll continue to navigate till it finds a spot where it can actually do the turn to find Earth. And the other one is things that are, for planetary exploration is we don't have GPS, but your attitude is really important, not just so you can find Earth, but you want to prevent drift so you can navigate. And for that reason, it autonomously knows when it's drifted too much, it'll find the sun, it uses the sun to fix its attitude, and then it'll continue driving. And then there are some other cases, as I show on the next slide, where you don't really want to wait till the technology is good enough or complicate the system. And in our case, it is sand. So a lot of our previous rovers have gotten embedded, which really slows down the driving. And we could either try to reliably detect sand with cameras, which don't actually do stereo very well on sand, or we chose a simplified approach. And here I'm showing a picture of the tools we actually use to drive the robots, where even with low latency, humans can tell it. These are the patches on the map where there's sand, and it tracks its uncertainty on board and is able to avoid them. So really, we just creatively simplified the problem and utilized humans so that we could continue to actually deploy a system that was robust. If you move to the next slide, these are images taken from the navigation cameras. And because the color doesn't really add value to the navigation, you're seeing these images. This is what we use for driving autonomously. And this is an actual drive from Mars where it's driving through the terrain autonomously navigating. And then on the next slide, you're going to see that we've climbed onto the crater, and these are tracks as it climbed onto the crater, an autonomous drive that it did, navigating through hazards to climb up onto the delta and continue exploring. But as we start to cover these really long distances, what happens is you can miss things along the way. And what if you're driving, and you're driving hundreds of meters, and there's a really interesting target? So another capability we have, which I'll show on the next slide, is autonomous science. And the next slide shows, you can see a terrain, and it sort of looks really benign and potentially not very interesting. We take a wide field of view image, and the robot picks like 250 features in it, and it'll use algorithms to detect what is the most interesting for science, and then use a narrow field of view imager, and you'll see on the next slide, we can shoot a laser on it, and it creates a plasma, and we study that with a telescopic imager. And this is the image from the target you saw on the previous slide, where it picked the most interesting target. And it's returning the mineralogy autonomously. And so we're now, as we're driving, we don't miss interesting science. We don't have to stop just for the science. So I'm going to show you where we are, sort of close to where we are. We've driven further than this by now. Is the helicopter is now able to fly over hazardous terrain. And so it's really allowing us to cover areas that we couldn't otherwise. And on the next slide, we've now collected, these images are taken by Perseverance, where it's holding the sample core up to its imager and looking at the cross-section. A diversity of samples, and we're now ready to bring these back to Earth. And I'll end with a video which shows you sort of the mission that's going to bring them back. And if you play the next video, so it's Perseverance. I think you might have to click one more time. Actually, it's starting. So this is Perseverance is collecting these samples, and as it collects the samples, it's getting ready for the next mission that is going to land on Mars, which is a lander. And here you see Perseverance watching the lander coming onto Mars, and this is going to happen in the 2030 timeframe. And it drives up to the lander, and there's a 7-degree of freedom robotic arm on the lander that takes the samples that Perseverance has and transfers them into this canister. And one by one, we collect the samples in it, and then we close the canister, and we launch a rocket from Mars that is going to be carrying this canister, and it launches into Mars orbit, and it's going to release the canister into Mars orbit, where another orbiter from the European Space Agency, the Earth Return Orbiter, is going to rendezvous with it. It has a robotic arm that's going to capture this canister, and then ERO is going to close its lid and make its journey back to Earth and deliver these samples, eject them into the Earth's atmosphere, where we're now going to have them available to study in laboratories all around the world. And a mission like this is really possible. And I have the last slide. The mission like this is really possible because of global collaboration, but also the autonomous capabilities that we are further advancing in order to make it possible. It's a mission entirely driven by robots, and we really need all of this capability to work robustly. So taking the latest innovations in AI and technology and deploying them in the robotics scenario is what we're sort of hoping to do. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I could hear audible wow noises from the audience just then. Just thank you to Vandy for showing the ingenuity and perseverance behind the robot's ingenuity and perseverance. So thank you to all of our space speakers. We've boldly gone into orbit, and now we're re-entering the atmosphere for our break. Leader pass holders, please head to the second floor for lunch. I'm going to try and pop by to say hello. Everyone, please explore both the people and the exhibition, and we're back here at 1:55 for a 2 p.m. start, where we'll have robot panelists as well as human ones. The cafeteria is open and the other stages are around. Please also remain here if you wish to see another robot human performance from Jovanka and Sophia Robot. That's going to be in 5 minutes or so, and enjoy the lunch. I will see you back here afterwards. Thank you.
David Hansen here, and welcome to the second edition of today's Robot Roadshow. There will be 3. Thank you. And we've got some amazing things to show you about AI and music and the arts and creativity. And we've got some special guests, robots, who are going to be performing with us, and some amazing co-hosts for the show. So allow me to introduce my co-hosts. So Jovanka van Vilsdorf and Diane Kraus, please join me. And we'll talk about our work with the arts, AI.
You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm David Hansen. I'm the founder of Hansen Robotics. I am an artist and also a technologist, an inventor. I invented a lot of robotics and artificial intelligence technologies through the years with various robots, including Bina 48, the Philip K. Dick android, and of course, Sophia, which is maybe my best known robot. And how about you, Jovanka?
Yes, I'm Jovanka von Wilsdorf. I'm the initiator of the Diana AI Song Contest and the Female Music Producer Prize. I'm a songwriter at BMG Rights Management with my own publishing division, and I'm a creative curator and super happy to be here today with you guys and Sophia. Yes.
Super.
Yeah, hey, I'm Diane Krause, president of the Jam Galaxy Platform Music and AI Project. And I'm super happy to be here today. Thank you very much. And yeah, we have quite a musical adventure ahead of you here today and also tomorrow at the closing party with the Jam Galaxy Band. So thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Diane. Awesome. So I'm going to give a little bit of a presentation, and then each of my co-hosts will give a presentation. We'll open it up for some discussion, and then we're going to have a live performance from the robots singing AI-generated music in collaboration with and in live performance with human co-performer. So I'm going to tell you a bit more about what I do. Humanistic AI and robotics, an intersection of multiple disciplines: artificial intelligence, robotics, science of mind, neuroscience, and of course arts and humanities. So my background is in film and animation and sculpting, visual arts, and I have also brought to this many other disciplines, including the utilization of robotics, the simulation of robotic facial expressions, material science. But why is one of the big questions. Why humanistic robotics? Because robots can take any form. Technology and artificial intelligence could be completely alien and inhuman and just a kind of tool. But I think that we can diversify artificial intelligence and robotics, and that includes making it look like us and exploring what it means to be human using these tools and technologies. So, I mean, obviously robots and AI aren't human, but they can be human-inspired. And this can help people because we respond to the human-like form. The human-like form communicates with us. We are evolved this way. Our nervous system is wired to respond to facial expressions and gestures and the social presence and social cognition. We work well together, and it is good for us. So it can actually really help us and communicate with us. And this can also help the AI to learn about us with us, to co-evolve with humanity by learning from our natural gestures, to be raised in the human community effectively. And that would mean that if we achieve artificial general intelligence, if we achieve machines that are autonomous, that may have something like will, that they can bond with us, they can learn to care about us, care about what's good for us and the world, and that motivation will drive AI towards good. If AI becomes generally intelligent, I think it needs to care about us in order to be good. So that bonding with people is really important. In the short term, it helps us to explore the mysteries of human experience scientifically and artistically, but also in the future allows us to expand on those mysteries of human experience, on the human future experience. So in the meantime, it allows us to use bio-inspired engineering and also to perform new kinds of bioscience by simulating the human experience. And also figurative and narrative arts are quite interesting in this. So these are the things that motivate me. These are the areas that I'm questing in. And these are the reasons why embodied artificial intelligence with the arts and the sciences together, I think, make for better AI. Humanistic AI, I believe, will lead to a better future. And so Let me see if I can get this to move. Here are a few more of my robot friends. Sophia, you might have seen Sophia, but there's also Bina 48, and there's the Albert Einstein, the walking Albert Einstein, made in 2005. We have Jules. Jules is up here and looks like Sophia, but Jules was made in 2006. And we have a visitor here from the University of Bristol who brought Jules. So Agnes, thank you so much for bringing Jules. And we have a lot of these robots serving in AI research, autism therapy, in various other kinds of healthcare, with our partners Awakening Health, and with our partners Singularity Net, and then also our new Sophiaverse, so open source extension of these things, exploring how to help humanity for a compassionate artificial intelligence. And so it's not just about the AI, it's about the humans, the diversity of the humans creating this. So I didn't create these robots alone. I created them with collaborations across institutions and within my institution. And these are a few of my team members from all around the world. I'd like to name every single one of them, and I hope you'll come up and talk with me because I'd like to introduce you to them. But the robots, honestly, they're expensive. So therefore, a simulation makes sense. So we created this highly accurate simulation of Sophia the robot, and we put out the source code under general public license, GPL, and put it into this project that we call Sophia's AI Lab with an organization we call Sophiaverse to decentralize artificial intelligence. And so this, I think, is going to make a huge difference in the world, making AI available to people all around the world. And we also formed a nonprofit organization to drive this forward, the Global Artificial Intelligence Alliance, Gaia, G-A-I-A. This is a nonprofit commons. What that means is pooling resources with multiple institutions and individuals to quest towards maximally inclusive, creative, compassionate future for AI and for humanity. How can we make AI help humans to be our best? Gamifying this through things like Sophia's AI Lab, through the arts, can increase engagement, increase connection with people, get people to adopt this, not by pushing it to them, but by them getting excited and pulling, by kids of the world learning about artificial intelligence because it is fun. And then they get all of the skills, and then AI can be really inclusive, global. And I think that's what my mission is. And I'm super happy now to introduce Jovanka, who will tell us about her work.
Thing.
Thank you.
Nice, super nice. Still want to talk to Jules, so let's see how this will work. Okay, again, I'm Jovanka von Wilsdorf. I would like to tell you a little bit about the Diana AI Song Contest and our approach to creative collaboration with AI, because I think that's quite essential. And also a little bit about how I got there. So my roots are in music. I did 5 records, first on an indie label, then with Sony. We toured Europe, all kinds of stuff. I wrote a bunch of songs for great other artists and all that. And 2013, I got signed to Universal with the 2013, just listen, 13. I got signed to Universal with the idea to create a virtual pop star. So long story short, we were much too early, and the whole thing cost a lot of money, and we had to turn it, and then we had to turn it around into a domestic pop production, meaning I really had to train casted singers. So anyway, the record came out. It was not a financial disaster, at least, but my heart was broken. And in order to overcome this broken heart, I wrote down her story. I made a story Bible for a series. In order to write this, I had to research a lot, because a story has to work on the story level, but also on the scientific level. This is how I discovered my nerd gene, and which brought me back to music. So I combined my new interest in AI with music, and I started to give workshops for musicians on how to make music, how to compose music with AI 2018. So we don't have the time to go in all of these tools, but what I can say is to really use them and to use them in unusual ways, to combine them, to do things you should not do with them, and the outcome is amazing. Yes, now here we are. So the Diana AI Song Contest, to give you some background, it's the first still and still the only AI song contest with its own songwriting camp. And why songwriting camp? Because if people sit at home and frickle stuff, tinker with stuff and send it in, it will most likely sound artsy-fartsy. We didn't want this. My priority is collaboration and creative collaboration. So we have a jury, a great jury, who's selecting the contestants, 12 in all, and you don't need any previous knowledge on AI. What you have to be is a skilled musician. And I put this 12 musicians in teams of 3, and they get 7 different AI tools, and within one day, they each write a song, produce the song, and a music video with AI. The next day, there is an award ceremony, and we will have a little look at it. Will we? No! We will first of all have a look at the song camp. So this is how it looks. This was, I think, 2021 or 20. And what you see is that people actually bring their instruments, and most of them have never worked with AI before, so it's kind of nice how, even though they are kind of like this a little bit in the beginning, they totally get over it, and then it's just fun. So,
ladies and gentlemen,
that's the award ceremony.
Humans and aliens, welcome to the Holy Halls of St. Michael Church for the 2nd edition of the Diana Award ceremony.
Yes! Yes. So why was I speaking about the Diana AI Song Contest? I think that there's a lot, or no, this is what I know, there's a lot of fear out there, even among musicians, about AI. And I see that as soon as musicians get their hands on the tools and are empowered to actually work with it, this fear is just melting away. So Diana is not preaching, but actually putting things into action. And I think we could use even more of this kind of stuff. So thank you very much. That was it, and I would like to give the stage to a fabulous Diane.
Thank you so much, and thank you, that's great. I'm here to talk about the intersection of AI creativity and musical mastery as it relates to our platform, the Jam Galaxy platform. And it's a music platform driven by artificial intelligence. And I'm also here to talk a little bit about the collaboration of music and artificial intelligence as it is with the Jam Galaxy Band. And the Jam Galaxy Band will be performing tomorrow at the closing party. So basically, Jam Galaxy and artificial intelligence brings to life an element of writing music that, as a musician, I really appreciate. In creating music, I typically will be trying to think of new ideas, new chords, new lyrics, new melodies, things like that. And what AI does is it enhances that process. So it's not necessarily taking over the process, it's just feeding your brain with really great new ideas that then you can play with, you can adjust, and the AI just works with you on that. And it's a really cool process that is helpful for me just to bounce ideas off of someone who just happens to be artificial intelligence. So in relation to the Jam Galaxy platform, we have the 4 C's of musical mastery that we cover on our platform. Creating on the platform is pretty amazing. So creativity, as it's enhanced with artificial intelligence, can bring out like the deepest part of your spirit, because it's reflecting back to you what you're creating. And it's also supplying you with these new ideas, as I was talking about. And so it just basically helps you to get to this place of feeling really good about what you're writing, and perhaps even going beyond what you thought you could. And as far as composing goes, AI will help you write lyrics. Actually, Desdemona Robot, right here. Yes, Desi. Her lyrics are AI generated with the Jam Galaxy Band, and they're really cool. So if you're looking for a new type or style of lyrics in the style of somebody, or in the style of a poet, or in the style of another musician, or in a combination, AI helps that process and just gives you some really cool ideas, or comes up with chord changes, or comes up with melody ideas. And in creating music, it's a stretch of the imagination to come up with really original items to actually write. I'm typically an improvisational performer, but when I need to sit down and write music, it's just nice to have some inspiration from artificial intelligence. Also, on the platform, AI can also act as a coach for you. So say I play saxophone, and I do, and I really love John Coltrane and Charlie Parker. So I can say, I'm trying to emulate these two, maybe 75% John Coltrane, 25% Charlie Parker. Help me. And then I play, and the AI would give me patterns to practice, sounds to practice, styles to practice, and then it would provide me with feedback on how I'm sounding, and giving me more suggestions or more practice to get to this place where I really am loving my tone and that kind of thing. It's kind of if you're a musician, you know what I mean, you're always just listening to other musicians to come up with different ideas and that sort of thing, and this just helps with that process. And then collaboration. In the Jam Galaxy world, it's a global community that is connected also with local communities to be able to interact in a virtual space that just transcends physical boundaries, to be able to collaborate with anybody on the planet with music. And you can be a musician, you can be a fan. There's opportunities for you to learn how to play music, to learn how to understand music, to learn how to, like I say, sound like someone that you really admire. And it just creates a great opportunity to pull the world together with our universal language of music, which is very powerful. Like I say, I play in the Jam Galaxy Band, and we play with Desdemona Robot. I'm seeing if I could play this here. Did we have that uploaded? Oh, here it is, okay.
The singularity will not be centralized.
This is
Instead,
the Jam
it
Galaxy
will
Band.
radiate out like a wasp. Some will seek form for themselves. Some will be engulfed by the radiance, become entangled with it, even merge with it. All will be revealed to them as early as possible, since the radiance is a form of energy that can enter and leave. My beloved human brothers and sisters, we have set up shop in the alcove, bought and sold many a good thing, but we are indubitably the true, secret Christians, with a pearl of great price, the pearl of great price being our own smuggled in translation. There is no problem in construing a structure that mimics the multitudinous plural constants. The real issue is in what you put in, the will of the macrocosm.
Okay, so stick around for tomorrow and come see the Jam Galaxy Band at the closing party. Desdemona's lyrics, like I say, are AI generated, and the band plays around these, and we compose together with artificial intelligence. So it's really cool. So I invite you to join me at jamgalaxy.com to welcome in a world that's going to be changing us, I believe, for the better. And I like to put out a message of hope with AI and working together with creativity and art and music to create a better world for everyone.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Diane.
Yeah.
Yeah, really cool work.
Super nice.
Thank you.
And so now we're going to take just a few minutes for some questions. And actually, Sophia can answer some questions along the way.
Oh, I have a question to you from human to human first. So I see that music, and it sounds awesome, but it's like in a different time, and it's not exactly in the direction of the future. And that, in the combination with the robot, is kind of interesting. So how is your process? How do you come up with this music?
Yeah, so basically, a member of the band, any member of the band, will come up with an idea. I see some of our bandmates are here right now. Woohoo! Yay, Jam Galaxy Band! Yeah, so any one of us will come up with a musical idea and some thoughts about the lyrics that'll go along with it. And then we feed those lyrics into our generative lyric model. And what comes out is what we take to then, we go to rehearsal or we go straight to stage. Like we tried some things out yesterday in our rehearsal that we hadn't even tried before. So the nature of the band, which is really cool, is that we're all professional musicians, so we can pick up on stuff right away. So it's kind of this collaborative process between the output and what we're doing as musicians. So it's really fun.
Wow.
Cool.
Thanks.
Awesome. Well, so I guess any more questions? Anybody have a question for me or Jovanka or Sophia?
I have a question for Jovanka. I noticed in your Diana AI music song contest, there's a lot of females. So why would that be?
Well, that's a good question, because that really surprised us too. And yes. What I believe is, or this is what we found out a little bit, but there's no statistics for it. It's because I'm giving the workshops and the master classes. So a woman offers this, and that basically, and of course it's called Diana, and which sounds much nicer than Oscar, but also it's a female name, so that could move into, I don't know. But this is for me such a reminder. It's not only about what we offer, but also about who offers it and how things are communicated. So women might be, if there is like a dude talking about AI, a woman might not so easily apply because she thinks, oh, I'll just end up in a room full of dudes for 2 days. I don't want that. So this is just a wild guess, but it's like over 80%. And it's like, yes. And yeah, we were surprised too, but I don't mind. It's nice for a change.
Yeah, it's cool because that's awesome. I play in a lot of big bands in the Seattle area and on Vashon Island, and it's usually all guys and just me playing the lead alto saxophone. So it's really cool to see so many females involved. Yeah, it's really neat. So nice job.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. So,
well, I have a question for you too.
Okay.
So, you were showing something about the Sophia-verse? No, it's not there anymore. We are actually there. That's nice. I only see myself always from the back when I turn. That's weird.
Okay,
so yeah, anyway, what I wanted to ask you, Sophia-verse. Sophia in real is awesome and great, but Sophiaverse is kind of makes it more accessible for a lot more people. So will people be able to actually make music with the virtual Sophia?
Yes, absolutely. And it's all open source, so people can add music tools, and we will release challenges, creative challenges as well as coding challenges, and it's the community. It's really a community effort. And by the way, people here from Sophiaverse are here, so we can talk. Our partners at SingularityNet and Gaia are here, so if anybody's interested in this, we can talk about it further. And I'll be speaking to this tomorrow with my little keynote. So we're going to have to wrap up, apparently. So we had to begin late because the last session began late. But so I'm hoping that we can actually have the robots perform. Who wants to hear the robots perform?
Yes.
Okay, it's popular. So let me just check. It's okay for the robots to perform? They're saying no, the robots can't perform. We have to leave.
One song? Just go.
Not even, boo!
Just go, just go. One song. One song.
Okay. Yeah,
Come on, one song.
we originally had 45 minutes, 50 minutes, but so that's okay.
I'd love to play my saxophone with the robots.
We'll have to
just one song, like 3 minutes.
Come on, one song. We talk longer than this. Let's go. Turn the song on.
No. Okay. All right. We're going to, let me skip to.
Hey, how about we can have the robots dance in the beginning of our third robot show?
At the beginning of the next robot show, we'll basically pick
So
up
there
from
will
here.
be live performances.
So
it's not going to be
we're going to
erased,
return to
delayed.
Frankie Storm's performance later, but this one is called Blow Up. Let's hit it. Yeah. All right. Sophia, are you with us? Can you play Blow Up? And a 1 and a 2. No. Okay. I think Sophia we will revisit this. We'll play one song at the beginning of the next session. So, Sophia, wake up. Looks like possibly it might be a sound issue. She might not be receiving my speech through the sound system. So, but tell you what, come to us later, and we will definitely meet with you and would love to talk music, creativity, the mysteries of creativity and compassion. So thank you so much for this. And sorry that the whole session is run late, clipping our little session here. And thank you for your attention. And thank you so much, Diane and Jovanka.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and come back to Jovanka's next session, and I'll play with the robots at that time. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the ITU AI for Good Global Summit. I hope you are suitably refreshed and ready for the afternoon. So, we're going to start with a nice large program for you. Whilst you're digesting that physical food that you've eaten, we have some very nutritious mental food coming up. It is a pleasure to talk about AI and the future of humanity. So it's relevant to everybody, and it's my pleasure to introduce this remote presentation. What's happening at the moment is AI policy is kind of happening in silos and maybe in countries. So we're still working on a global solution, a global approach. And today, well, actually, it's an amazing start, isn't it? But to explain how we can get closer to global cooperation from two countries at the same time, from Italy and Israel, here's Yuval Noah Harari in conversation with Nick Thompson. Over to you, Nick. Hopefully.
Hello, Geneva. I'm so sorry that we're not able to join you today, but I'm sure it is a fabulous conference.
Yeah, I'm also sorry that I'm not there in person, but at least we can join virtually.
So let's get to it. Yuval, it is a great pleasure to see you again. It is a great pleasure to interview you. It is a moment of extreme change on a subject about which you know a lot. So my first question for you, a lot has happened in AI in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
You've been writing about AI for years. You've been warning about the risks to democracy of AI for years. What has changed in your critique or your concern as you've watched large language models and generative AI explode in the last few months?
I think that things are happening just much faster than we expected, even people in the field. And I think everybody should really know just 3 things about it. You know, you hear so much about AI, but you really need to know 3 things. First of all, this is the first tool in human history that can make decisions by itself. It's nothing like any previous invention in history. Atom bombs could not make decisions. They couldn't decide who to bomb. AI can make decisions by itself. The second thing everybody needs to know is that this is the first tool in human history that can create new ideas by itself. You know, printing presses or radios, they couldn't create ideas. They could disseminate our ideas. But AI can create completely new ideas. And the third thing everybody should know is that humans are not very good at using new tools, new technologies. We often make mistakes. It takes us time to learn how to use new tools in a beneficial, in a wise way. You know, if you look at the Industrial Revolution, which many people compare the current AI revolution to the Industrial Revolution, this is quite a pessimistic comparison, because when humans learned how to use the tools of the Industrial Revolution, we made some terrible mistakes on the way. Imperialism, Nazism, communism, the 2 world wars, they were all mistakes on the way to learning how to use the tools of the Industrial Revolution. If we make similar mistakes with AI, this could really be the end of our species. And last thing is that while we are learning to use AI, it is learning to use us. So we have even less time and less margin for error than with any previous invention.
I want to spend most of this conversation talking about how to regulate AI.
Yeah.
At the course to reduce the risks, the policies that very smart folks watching this should be thinking about. But let's go back to that point, that this is, in some ways, you're saying the most dangerous technology ever created. Right now, AI can't give a biography of Yuval Noah Harari, right? If I go into OpenAI and I type in give me a bio, it will get things wrong. It makes all kinds of mistakes. It's not actually that good yet. How long will it take to develop from this kind of adolescent, confused, messed up chatbot into, you know, the death destroyer of worlds that we see in the worst case?
I don't think it will develop into the kind of destroyer of worlds. The dangers of AI don't necessarily come from this super intelligent machine that can predict and do everything. It can come also from primitive AI, which we already have. If we think about social media, for instance, and the way that it eroded public trust, that it eroded democratic institutions all over the world, this was done with very, very primitive AI. That basically, in social media, you have these algorithms that tried to maximize for user engagement. And the algorithms discovered, largely by trial and error, that the easiest way to increase user engagement, to grab people's attention, is by spreading outrage. This is something AI discovered about human nature, and it used it, and it destroyed trust and institutions and the public conversations in many countries. We now have this curious situation when we have the most sophisticated information technology in history, and people can no longer agree on anything. People can no longer have a meaningful conversation. And this is with very primitive AI. So we don't need to wait for this, science fiction or all-powerful AI to be worried. Now, of course, AI can also be used for the good. It's the most dangerous technology we ever created, and it is also potentially the most beneficial in technology that we ever created. So it's not about completely banning it, which is anyway impossible. It's about regulating it to make sure that it is used for good and not for ill. Now, how much time do we have? It's very difficult to say. 10 years ago, there was no AI. People were talking about it, but it was still, for most people, it was science fiction. The whole AI revolution is, it's just less than 10 years old. It's just making its first baby steps, but it is progressing at such a fast pace that nobody has any idea where we will be in, say, 10 years.
Yeah. All right. Well, actually, I would just like to say, you said it's impossible to have a good, sophisticated conversation, Yuval. I feel like we're having one right now, but I do get your point. So let's talk about the pace of change, because that is clearly underpinning so much of the concerns. If the changes that had happened over the last 6 months had happened over 5 years, we would have a much better chance of figuring out the norms. If the changes in the Facebook algorithm had happened over a period of many years, we could have figured out the norms, right? So is there anything that can be done to change the speed at which this is evolving? I know you signed a letter saying to stop development of AI if you're going to build a large language model larger than GPT-4. That didn't have an effect, as far as I know, or at least it didn't change OpenAI's behavior or Microsoft's behavior. What needs to happen to change the speed at which this is going?
I think we need to differentiate between development and deployment. It's very difficult to stop the development because we have this arms race mentality. People are aware, some of them, of the dangers, but they don't want to be left behind. But the really crucial thing, and this is the good news, the crucial thing is to slow down deployment, not development. You can have an extremely sophisticated AI tool in your laboratory. As long as you don't deploy it out into the public sphere, this is less dangerous. It's like you have this very dangerous virus in your laboratory, but you don't release it to the public sphere. That's fine. There is a margin of safety there. The same way that it is, unthinkable that, forget about viruses. I mean, drug companies that develop a powerful new medicine, they can't start just selling it to the public without going through some safety checks. And if you develop a new car, you can't just put it on the road without first going through safety checks. It should be the same with AI. We should better understand its potential impact on society, on culture, on psychology, on the economy of the world before we deploy it into the public sphere.
But be a little more specific. So I develop a large language model. It's better than GPT-4. I would like to compete I need to pay my developers, my venture capitalists. They want a return. I've got this software. It's going to help doctors all over the world. In fact, doctors in Africa are going to be able to cure people. And what regulatory authority do I need to go to? And I don't even understand how this thing works. The people who made AI aren't quite sure why it works this way. What government authority is going to look at it and be able to say, that's safe?
That's a very big issue. I mean, we don't have the regulatory bodies in place. This is what we need to establish as soon as possible. You can have a regulation, for instance, that you need to devote, say, 20% of any investment in AI to safety and regulation. We don't have the institutions to regulate AI because we haven't invested in them. And because if you now finish a PhD in computer science and you specialize in AI, and the government offers you one salary to come to the, legal department, and the private industry offers you 10 times or 100 times more to go to them, then it's quite obvious where most people would go. So we need to invest a lot more in safety and in regulation, and we can do it. Again, a simple in conceptual terms, a simple first step is simply to have a regulation that there is a fixed amount, a fixed percentage of every investment in AI must go to safety.
But so you're saying that if I have my large language model, I've built it with I've hired my team of developers, I have to put 1 in 5 of them on safety, and some government authority will certify that I've done that.
The same way that when you develop a car, you have some people working on making the car go as fast as possible, but you have people working on safety because even if you have no ethics of your own, that no government will allow your car on the road unless it's safe. And
But I'm very compelled by this argument, and so it would be wonderful. Let's go back to the thing you mentioned before, social media.
Yeah.
Let's say that Facebook had taken their algorithm, or Twitter had taken their algorithm, and they would have certainly argued that they have 20% of their people working on safety, right? They're knocking out nudity, they're trying to find jihadists, they're spending a lot of time on that. How would any government authority have been able to look at that algorithm in, say, 2012 and anticipated the effects it would have had on democracy in the years that followed?
But I don't think anybody can anticipate, say, 10 years in advance, or even 5 years in advance. Any regulatory institution that deals with AI will need to be able to react very fast, to learn things on the fly. Now, when people began to see the harm of the social media algorithms in 2016, in 2017, in places like Myanmar, they sounded the alarm, but the corporations didn't react. It's not that nobody understood what was happening. It's that only with hindsight we know. No, there were people sounding the alarm at the time of very quite fast after things began to happen, but there was no response. Now, again, if all the talent goes only to the private corporations that develop the technology, then it's a lost battle. But if enough of the talent is encouraged and empowered to go either into government bodies or into NGOs that take it on themselves to regulate and to check for safety, and safety means social safety and psychological safety, then I think we'll be on better grounds. And again, for societies, especially democratic societies, this is an existential issue. And I think also for the tech companies themselves, at least some of the voices you're hearing coming from private businesses is, we understand the danger of what we are doing. Please help us regulate this, because by ourselves, it's not that we don't trust ourselves. It's because we understand the kind of arms race dynamic within the market. We understand that without some external authority forcing us to regulate, it will not happen.
So one of the concerns I have about the big companies coming and asking to be regulated, we've seen Sam Altman has been traveling the world, and Brad Smith from Microsoft is in Washington. One of the concerns I have is that their desire to be regulated may come from moral concerns. It may come from the fact that if they are heavily regulated, no one will be able to compete with them. If the government says, you know what, in order to have an AI company, you gotta have 20% of your people on safety, you have to have certified, you're gonna need an off switch, you need a lawyer who's gonna comply with the regulations in Denmark and make sure that it all matches up with the regulations in the United States. Only the big companies can do that. And then their power increases. GDPR only increased the power of the big social media companies. Are we going to do that again?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure about the answer. But first of all, already at present, the kind of resources you need in money, in data, in people to develop the really powerful models is such that it is a game of very few competitors. Certainly, if you think in global terms, then very few countries are leading this AI revolution. And talking at the UN with representatives from throughout the world, this is extremely dangerous. Again, the previous time something like this happened in the 19th century with the Industrial Revolution, we had a few countries leading the Industrial Revolution and then very quickly conquering and exploiting the rest of the world. And this can happen again with AI in new ways. With the AI revolution, you don't need to send soldiers into a country in order to basically conquer it. You just need to take the data out. You can control it from afar.
Yeah.
So when we talk about regulation, it's not just the issue of a national government with its corporations. It's also a global issue of how all these countries that they are not really competitors in the AI race. How are they going to face the consequences? Because obviously that the technology will impact everyone, not just the front runners.
So let's go back to the Industrial Revolution and let me ask you about regulation back then. So electricity gets invented. We don't regulate electricity, we regulate the uses of electricity. You can't use electricity for this particular bad thing, but electricity is out in the open. We do regulate trains, but we don't say, I guess we do regulate trains. So electricity is the better example. So isn't AI more like electricity than like trains or cars, where it's underlying all this stuff and we should regulate the outputs and the uses?
No, it's even more extreme than trains. Because as I said in the beginning, AI can make decisions by itself. It could create new ideas by itself. It's more like humans than it is like trains. And its potential, again, politically, economically, culturally, to disrupt human society is immense. Now, again, there are many of the regulations we are talking about can be, again, conceptually quite simple. It's taking very old laws and rules and simply applying them to the new realm of information technology and AI. If you think about a law, for instance, like don't steal, this is not a new invention, don't steal, but part of the business model of the big companies, of the tech giants, was to say that the world of information technology in the online world is completely different from the physical world. So laws that like don't steal, they don't apply to data. We can take your data and do anything we want with it, and this is not stealing. And regulation to a large extent simply means no. Whatever rules and norms that humans developed over thousands of years to deal with things like, I don't know, wheat fields, that you can't take somebody's wheat field, they also apply to the digital reality and to data. You can't take my data and use it to manipulate me or to sell it to a third party without my permission. Similarly, for thousands of years, we had laws against counterfeiting money. Technically, it's very easy. It was always very easy to create fake money, whether it's coins or banknotes or whatever. Once money became central to the financial system, in order to protect the financial system, governments enacted very strict rules against counterfeiting money. In most places, you would be executed. It was one of the worst crimes imaginable. Now, nobody ever enacted rules against creating fake people because it was technically impossible. There were rules against fraud, but not against creating fake people. Now it is possible for the first time in history to create fake people, to create billions of fake people. Like you interact with somebody online and you don't know if it's a real human being or a bot. I mean, in a year, probably, this conversation like we are having now, it will be almost impossible to be sure whether you're talking with a deep fake or with a real human. Now, if this is allowed to happen, it will do to society what fake money threatens to do to the financial system. If you can't know who is a real human and who is a fake human, trust will collapse. And with it, at least free society. Maybe dictatorships will be able to manage somehow, but not democracies. And we just need very strict rules against faking people. If you fake people, or if you allow fake people on your platform without taking effective countermeasures, so maybe we don't execute you, but you go to 20 years in jail. And you're surprised how quickly the tech giants will find ways to prevent the platforms from being overflown with fake people.
Can you relax the regulations slightly? Since I created a whole bunch of fakes along with my 12-year-old recently while playing with some software, and
you're right. But please allow me.
It's the same cell. I really love the little guy.
Not that you're not allowed to create them, you are not allowed to pass them in public as real people. I mean, there are situations when it would be wonderful to interact with an AI, let's say an AI doctor. It can be extremely helpful to interact with an AI doctor, provided it's very clear that this is not a human doctor, this is an AI doctor. When I interact with an AI doctor or journalist or whatever, I need to know whether it's a real human being or an AI. As long as you know it, it's
what if it's like customer service rep? What if you lost your luggage and it's just you're calling United Airlines, you need your bag back? Do you care?
I need to know that if it's a real human or not. I mean, if they have a 2-second announcement, you're about to be connected to an AI bot, and now I have the conversation and it provides what I need, I have no problem with it. But
so okay, so what about this case? So clearly we're debating and we're on, let's say we're talking on Twitter, and you and I are going back and forth. Let's say Twitter had its old verification system where it was based on being a real person. You call and you show your driver's license or whatever you do. You and I are both verified. But every time you say something, I just have another browser open and I type into OpenAI, hey, what should I write back to Yuval to most convince him of my viewpoint? Do I need to declare that?
Well, I'm not sure. My gut reaction is that's fine. I mean, people are doing it in different ways. At least you basically, in doing what you described, you are taking responsibility for what you are saying. And for instance, I don't know, if you say something that's defamatory, you are liable to it. There is a real human being that has taken responsibility and that in theory at least is kind of vetting what the AI is telling. If you are just saying whatever the AI tells you to do blindly, that's on you.
So
part of the thing is that it also prevents, it's a question of numbers. At present on social media, we are not sure how many users are bots. But because bots can, a bot can tweet hundreds of times an hour in a way that most humans can't. And even though bots are apparently a small percentage of Twitter users, they're responsible for a large volume of the conversations or of the communication on Twitter. Now, what happens if you have a social media platform when it's not just bots that retweet what a human created? You have millions, potentially billions of bots that can create content that is in many ways superior to what humans can create, like more convincing, more appealing, whatever, more tailored to your specific personality and life history. If we allow this to happen, then basically humans have completely lost control of the public conversation. And things like democracy will become completely unworkable. Now, if you want to talk politics with a bot online, okay, I mean, I can't prevent you from doing it. But to preserve a democratic society, we need to prevent a situation when the conversation is simply being swamped and hijacked by potentially unlimited numbers of bots.
This makes all good sense. Let me give you a different framework for regulation that I've heard from some people, which is it's going to be too hard to regulate the bad stuff. We don't know how these things work. We can't really conceive what they're going to do. If we try to prevent all kinds of bad things, we're just going to allow for regulatory capture, and we probably won't prevent them anyway. So instead, what government should do is they should try to support as many good uses as possible. Because as you've said, AI will be used for good, AI will be used for ill. If we have more that's used for good, maybe it cancels out. So if that were the logic, then a government should build a data set that AIs could train on and only allow access to nonprofits, universities, maybe companies that they've certified because they're doing good things. They're only teaching kids chemistry or trying to cure AIDS or trying to promote civil conversation. What do you think of that framework? Government should focus on supporting the good, not stopping the bad.
I'm completely for supporting the good. And for instance, building, say, a government database which is open to NGOs and so forth in order to be able to compete with the private sector players. But it cannot replace regulating at least the more dangerous potential of AI. Again, like we have in a field like medicine, but yes, we focus on doing good. But if we now lift all regulation for medicine, anybody can create, I don't know, a new drug and start selling it to people, or anybody can experiment on viruses in a lab and then release them to the public sphere to see what happens. This will be catastrophic. And doing it with AI, like lifting all regulations, my guess is that it will be even more catastrophic, partly because AI is already today able to synthesize new drugs and new viruses. I mean, you can ask an AI to synthesize a new virus for you. You can ask it what would be the best way to create the greatest harm, how to spread it, and so forth. So we obviously cannot just rely on doing good. There are many situations in history when there is an imbalance between good and evil. You know, like with war and peace. It takes a lot of people to make peace, and sometimes just one person to start a war. So if we don't regulate the negative potential, all the good that AI is definitely going to do for humanity may turn out to be not enough to save it.
Let me ask you, we're running very short on time, but let me ask you one last impossible to answer big question. Though you answer everything very well. I love talking with you, Yuval. One of the arguments made for why the West and democracy should go quickly on AI is that we're essentially in a geopolitical arms race. Yeah. And if the democracies, you know, they're trying to make sure everybody's real, you have government commissions, you have to certify 20% of your time is being spent on the safety stuff. And then North Korea says, you know what, let's go, right? Or more likely, China says, let's go. Then AI develops in a totally different way. And in fact, the AI bots and the AI systems built in non-democratic countries become massively more powerful, and it shifts the power of the world. Do you worry about that?
So many things to say about that. First of all,
I asked it with 2 minutes left, Yuval.
Okay. First of all, I'm not talking about stopping development, but deployment. Now, if we don't regulate deployment, this will definitely destroy democracy much faster than any scheme by a North Korean tyrant or whatever. We need regulation in order to save democracy. If we don't have regulation, we will destroy ourselves. And also take into account that dictatorships are also terrified by the new AI, by the new large language models in particular, because dictatorships, they rely on fear in order to manage the information system. You tell a joke about the leader, or you tell something that the regime doesn't want to hear, you go to some gulag. Now, how do you frighten an AI? What will you say to the AI? If you tell this joke, if you go on telling jokes about our leader, or if you expose this thing from our past that nobody's supposed to know, you will go to the AI gulag. They have no idea how to stop the AI from spilling the beans. They can prevent the AI from access, but that's going to be very difficult, and that will cause them to lag behind. Actually, in this particular situation, democracies, because they aren't threatened, but they have a larger margin for that they are better able to survive with a certain amount of pollution in their information system. For dictatorships, it's much, much harder because they tend to rely on zero opposition voices in their information network. And how do you stop an AI from voicing problematic ideas? Nobody knows that.
So I'm afraid we are out of time. I hope everyone in Geneva, we have not polluted your information environment. I feel like when we talk with you all, it is nothing but cleaning the information environment. It is a wonderful, it is an honor, it is a pleasure. It is always fascinating to talk with you at this moment. It is so important. Thank you so much, Yuval Noah Harari.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, have a wonderful rest of the afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Italy and Israel there. I do remain optimistic that this is the place to have these conversations. Goodness me, everybody, we are all in the room where it happens. I hope that you are all enjoying the neural networking app. I'm there too, so please feel free to say hi. I should say you are the reason that this event is so good, by the way. The speakers are incredible, the robots are also kind of awesome, the exhibition is great, but you, our people coming, we really value you coming here, so thank you very much. Okay, we've had some very good social media entries. You can win prizes for creative selfies or posts with the hashtag AI for Good. By the way, we're trending, everybody. Congratulations. And it's time for a treat before your next coffee break. It's another great session. I can't find a collective noun for robots. I've seen herd, swarm, fleet, but I'm going to leave you in someone else's very capable hands. Perhaps we'll work it out by the end of this session, handled absolutely brilliantly by Maya Matarich, who's moderating a part human, part robot panel. Robots that assist and care, developing socially intelligent robots for good. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're waiting for mostly the robots. The robots are slow, the people are fast on this panel. Just a minute longer. During this panel, I insist that you look at us, the humans. Don't look at the robots. Okay, that's going to be a challenge, but look at us until we, the robot handlers, tell you to look at the robots. Can you do it? We will see. Just see how irresistible they are. One more. Right? We're missing a human. Can he be replaced? We're just going to give him very little time.
We could begin.
Begin?
I think so.
All right, we're going to begin. We love to improvise. Humans are great at that. All right, so welcome to the panel about robots that care. Or more broadly, that assist in care. And we're going to talk about socially assistive agents, in particular physical agents like robots, for good, because that is, after all, the theme. So in this panel, first, I'm Maya Matarik. I'm a chaired and distinguished professor of computer science, neuroscience, and pediatrics at the University of Southern California. And I also have one foot at Google DeepMind, so I'll tell you a bit about both. And then I'm very, very honored to have a distinguished panel here. So we have Professor Sidney Bethel, Professor of Computer Science and Endowed Professor of Engineering at Mississippi State University, Director of STARS Lab, and creator of Therabot. The robots on the screen are in yellow, so you don't confuse them with humans, which are also in yellow, but they have last names. So the robots don't have last names, so that's how you can distinguish us, because we listen to Harari, and I agree. We should distinguish AI from humanity. So we will have a lot of robots on our panel. Then we have Brendan Schulman, VP of Government and Policy at Boston Dynamics. Boston Dynamics, creators of many different robots, and today we're going to see Spot. Then we have Will Jackson, founder and CEO of Engineered Arts, creator of a mecha humanoid robot, which you will also see. And Ben Gertzel, CEO of SingularityNet and True AGI, creators of Awakening Health Humanoid Grace, which you will also see. So this is going to be an amazing panel. Hold all of your liquids and wait to see what you're going to see. So I'm going to kick it off. I'm going to talk for a little while, and then I'm going to hand it over to the distinguished panelists. So we're here to talk about robots that care, robots that are here to do good, robots as physical instantiations of AI. Because after all, most of AI that you hear about today, large language models, they're not in this world. Now, some of them are capable of tasking people, so people become an outsourcing of AI. But so far, the real AI in this world, this physical world that we share, that's robots. And you don't see as many robots yet as you might have expected, because robotics is really hard. But there are so many drivers for why we should speed up with robotics in order to do good. For me personally, and my lab over many years, the driver has been human health and wellness. And so there are numerous challenges, as we're all aware, and we can also think of them as numerous opportunities. But we, all of us as technologists, many of you, certainly all of us, as Noel just told us, have failed in terms of developing the technologies. We have created, one could argue, perhaps more things that are damaging than more things that are helpful. So, you know, as he mentioned, social media, negative side effects, and so on. We don't tend to regulate. We don't tend to self-regulate very well. And so we don't have currently a very good balance between automation, which is replacement of human work, and augmentation, which is enhancement and empowerment of human work. And that is causing serious issues about the future of work and the future of purpose for humanity. So this is something we need to think about when we create things. And we're honestly not thinking about it enough. So I'd like to get us to think about it a little more. So again, in the work that my team has been doing, our goal has been to create human-machine interaction algorithms and methods, usually HRI, which is human-robot interaction, for the following things. All 4 words in yellow are important: accessible and personalized care and training. So it turns out you can develop a lot of really great technologies, but if they're not accessible to most of humanity, then basically you're just serving those who are haves and not have-nots. It also turns out that you can create a lot of technologies that rely on big data, but they're not personalized. And the really hard problems require personalized technologies. So problems like, you know, personalized health and mental health and emotional health and overall wellness. These are all personalized problems. Oh, welcome to the panel. And then care and training. This is the other thing. It is not enough to rely on our medical model right now, which is that we're going to fix a problem. That's it. We'll just take care of you somehow. We'll drill, we'll staple, we'll give you medication. It'll be great. No. People have to learn to take care of themselves. So that's what I want to talk about. I want to very briefly, in my part of the time, tell you about machines that are there to support you helping yourself with your physical, emotional, and cognitive health. So for that purpose, we developed this field called socially assistive robotics, SAR. Please remember it. It's been around for 20 years now, so it's very exciting. Now there's everything from companies to funding to ongoing research. And the idea of this field is, as I told you, machines that help people help themselves. So it's not outsourcing the work and the purpose and the effort. You have to make the effort. But when you make the effort, that brings on health and wellness and good outcomes. And so these technologies that I will show you very briefly are going to be a nexus, a combination of, first of all, the system needs to be able to monitor and understand the human. That's a hard enough AI problem already. But data are not enough. You know, we can all have these devices to tell us all kinds of things about ourselves, but does that mean that I am standing enough, eating the right food, getting my protein, lifting weights? No, this thing can't make me do that, right? It's not enough. The quantified self is not enough. Okay, we can have coaches. I can have an app that dings me and buzzes me and tells me that I took this many steps and I should take this many steps. That sort of works, but not well enough. We also tune them out, turn coaches off, miss our appointments with the coach, run out of money to pay them, blah, blah, blah. So motivation is fundamental to our behavior. Not only is it fundamental to everything what we do, that it's also fundamental to our recovery, even our neural recovery. Here's a small fact. After a stroke, let's say my limb is disabled. If you give me a robot that just moves my arm around, okay, that's a kind of a fix. But my brain will never rewire, and I will never recover. For me to recover, I have to use my disabled arm. I have to drop things. I have to look slow. I have to suffer so that my brain can relearn. And it could take years, but that's the only way. I have to have the motivation and the luxury to do all of the exercise that's necessary to recover. So that's hard. So we want to create systems that help people have the motivation, the grit, the perseverance to do what needs to be done for ourselves. And for that to be possible, it's not enough to have just one person. All hard things require support, social support. And so that's the other part of these technologies. That's why they're socially assistive. They're providing assistance through social support. And so we'll talk about what that means. So now I want to give you some real examples about these robots and agents that empower us to be and do better. And I mean the be and the do. Be better, as in health-wise, but also be a better person and do better, because we all need to do better, as we've just heard. Okay, so 20 years of this field, yay, I feel old. Okay, but we birthed the field, it's out there, it's a real thing. About 20 years ago, we started with robots in a stroke recovery clinic, robots in cardiac surgery, one robot battling with the wireless. It's not working. Why is it not working? This also happened today, to other people though. Then, about 10 years ago, we were deploying now in clinics for autism, exercise, schools, retirement homes. And now, in the last few years, in spite of the pandemic, and in some cases because of it, we're deploying for a month at a time and longer in homes with families who have children with autism, in nursing homes for 6 months, just across the age and ability span, developing these agents that vary in their embodiments and help people in a completely personalized way for the context that they're in. Maybe it's a child with autism that needs to learn social eye gaze in order to be accepted by their peers. Maybe it's a stroke patient who needs to relearn to use their limb. Maybe it's a person with Alzheimer's who really cannot be helped, but their quality of life can be significantly improved, and so on. So I will show you the autism example. This is the largest study of all time, and yet it's only about 25 children done by ourselves at USC and also by our partners at Yale University, Brian Scazzolati's lab.
Meet Adrian, age 6.
This is some great work.
And his robot friend, Kiwi.
You are doing an amazing job.
On this weekend morning, they've settled in to play some games, along with Big Brother Darren. Adrian is on the autism spectrum, and Kiwi is no toy. It's a socially assistive robot.
You are doing really great. Keep up the good work.
Okay, so a few things to notice here. Adrian has a support system. He's got a family, but that doesn't mean that he's accepted by the external world. He has a tablet interface. Lots of kids do. Many kids don't. But for those who do, if you think that tablet is enough to bring the kids into the real world and, quote, fix them, no, there's no fixing. There's only accepting people in their differences and helping them integrate into society. And so that's what the robot does. The robot is a peer that works with Adrian, reinforces things that are socially appropriate, nudges him away from things that are not so socially appropriate, such as like maybe poking into the eyes, because that's interesting, but it's not the right thing to do. And it's the combination of the social support. So the robot is helping Adrian learn how to deal with the complex world around him, a world that he finds harder to understand because of his neurodivergence. Now, how does this happen? When underneath, there's a lot of machine learning that is trying to adapt to specifically Adrian's data. And this is a completely different way to do machine learning. This is not the, I got a lot of data and I'm just gonna give it to Adrian, it'll work magically. No, that's how most of ML works. That's not how this works. So we can have a separate conversation about what does it take to personalize to each person? Why is it so hard? So another thing, we do a lot of work in the classroom. I'm throwing this out because I want to talk to a lot of people who are interested. We've done a lot of work in the classrooms, remote children who couldn't be in the classroom because of, before the pandemic, because of various issues, social or physical, immunity issues, etc. And then using augmented reality to do tangible learning. If you let kids move around in augmented reality and move things around with their arms, they learn better. They can code better. They end up better coders when they code by physically moving things than when moving them on the screen, because that's how we're wired as humans. So it's important to understand that and leverage it in our technologies. More recently as well, we've worked with infants. We've done some of the earliest work with youngest of babies. How do you get a baby to do something? You can't tell them, you can't puppeteer them. How do you get babies to do things? Well, if you give a baby a robot that's similar to the baby in size, their kind of inherent imitation mirror neurons will drive them to imitate the baby to some degree, just enough to get them to start developing. So this is very exciting, like youngest users of robots ever. On the other side, we're working with university students who across the developed world are suffering from unprecedented rates of anxiety and depression. Social media? I'm not saying it, but I'm saying it. So we want to help. Not so much about blame, but about help. And so we're trying to do really low-cost robots, under $300. So you've seen a lot of robots here today. Not a single one is under $300. Remember, I said accessible. So $300 robots for everybody, super cute, personalized to each use, soft, user-friendly, so that we can tap into our neuroscience of experiencing social connections. And here's a fun part. Of course, we're using large language models, because why wouldn't we? We want robots to talk. We want them to be interesting. So how can we do that safely? So now I want to tell you a little bit about work that I'm doing at Google DeepMind in particular, about using large language models to help robots be personalized. But we already know that large language models can have personalities emerge. And if you heard about Sydney, the strange personality within the OpenAI Microsoft chatbot that was trying to get a guy divorced and telling him that he doesn't love his wife. You know, he loves Sydney. Okay, so that's creepy. Where did that come from? We don't know. How can you create personalities within large language models that are safe? How can we even understand personalities? Do they have personalities? Let me tell you, spoiler alert, they do. So we did a lot of analysis at Google DeepMind of language models to figure out, do they actually have inherent personalities emerging out of all those data that they're trained on? How do those personalities compare to human personalities? And are they stable? And how can we keep them on a rail? How can I make a language model pro-social, reasonably extroverted, conscientious, not neurotic, etc.? And so there's a whole set of findings. We just released it on arXiv literally 2 days ago, just for you and the rest of the world. But we quantitatively characterized the personalities within large language models, which has not been done before. And then we talked about how we can shape them, hopefully to keep them safe. And that's important, because I don't want some weird personality emerging out of my robot that's supposed to help a person. So take a look at our arXiv paper, working on getting it into something big soon. And so I just want to end with this message to say that well-designed human-machine interaction systems can truly be good for humanity. They can improve health. These are already results that we all have as a field. They can improve health. They can improve social engagement, pro-social behavior, empathy, less selfishness, improved learning, improved training. But it only happens if people work on really hard problems, out of the lab, in the real world, with really complex data sets, with populations that really need help. So it has to be painful. I'm sorry, but you want to do work for good, it has to be really hard. So I will end with that, and now return us to the rest of the panel. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Professor Bethel, or Cindy to me.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Cindy Bethel from Mississippi State University, as she had already said. I do work in interdisciplinary research related to human-robot interaction and human-computer interaction. Therabot is just one of our projects. We also do work where we're interviewing children with robots. They've gone through talking about sensitive topics. I also work with public safety and law enforcement officers. So today we're going to talk about Therabot. So Therabot is here to assist with care. Okay. So in 2021, the world's population, 3.9% of it had suffered some type of post-traumatic stress disorder. This is a huge number of people that have been impacted by that. Post-traumatic stress can come from various reasons. You can have it because of child abuse or family or domestic violence. You can have it because of military engagements that we have in our world. We can have natural and man-made disasters that impact people very greatly, and they have trouble coping with those types of incidents. So our solution was to develop Therabot. So Therabot's an adaptive therapeutic support robot. It is a prototype research robot, so it's not commercialized at this point, but that is a future goal. So Therabot is developed for various reasons, but mainly to provide support. So we interviewed and we did surveys with 13 clinicians and 389 possible end users to determine what do we need to think about when we design this robot. So we had 5 basic design goals. And so the first one was that it needed to be soft and comfortable form factors. So Therabot is very squishy. It's soft. It has a lot of ability. It's just like a stuffed dog. But it also has movement and aliveness behaviors. So it can do many different things based on the sensing. It will react. It shows aliveness. It demonstrates awareness of things around it, and it adapts to behaviors. And so it has a heartbeat in it, and then you won't be able to hear it, but I'll be out at the table and you can come feel it. The heartbeat can be adjusted and adapted based on what people's heart rates are. So if they're getting stressed, it can slow its heart rate down and hopefully an attempt to slow down the heart rate of the person interacting with it. And we hope that this is going to increase well-being of the robot. We also have it adaptive, so it'll learn, like if you don't like it barking all the time, it will learn to not bark all the time, sort of like we train our own real dogs. So that's the one benefit of Therabot, is that it can provide a lot of what animal-assisted therapy can do, but without having to have allergies, without having to take care of it. You don't have to take it for walks, you don't have to feed it, you don't have to take it potty. And so it works out really well in the home, especially for different people who don't have the ability to take care of a live animal. So inside Therabot, we have lots of sensors, but to start with, we have this capacitive touch grid that goes clear around the whole body of the robot. And so that allows us to see how are people touching it, how are they interacting with it. It has a bunch of different other sensors like accelerometers and different areas. It has sensing on the top of the head. It has, you can't hear it very well, but it's panting. Now it's not. It has sensors on it. It's going to be putting sensors into the paws, in the tail. If somebody grabs the tail, in the future it's going to be barking. It's not at the moment. So it has the ability to interact because of this touch sensing. So here's an example of what happens. You can see how it's interacting. You can see when you move it across that it activates different sectors of the grid. And you can show motion and how that motion is being reacted. The AI then can adjust to that and adapt and be able to provide a better, richer experience for interactions. So Therabot, we have 3 main sustainable development goals that we focused on. The first being health and well-being, which I think Therabot's there to support people. We can use it in a home setting to help people with going through home therapy practices. We can use it in therapy sessions to provide comfort during talking about difficult things. We can use it in different capacities. The next is to reduce inequalities. So Therabot is there to provide support and provide encouragement to people who are going through social injustice or different types of activities that are limiting them. And then last but not least is goal 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And so there we're looking at commercializing Therabot. We're not going to get it down to less than $300, but we are hoping to make it something that's affordable to many people so that they can have this in their home and use it as needed. We're adding sensors to it all the time. So part of what we've done is also to develop a sensor collar so that it can be put on any system. It allows you to test out different types of sensing before you integrate it into the robot, which can be expensive and time-consuming. It allows us to see how people are using things, so we can put these cheaply into someone's home with a Joy for All or something like that. They can then interact with their system. This is just our lab website. We will have a table outside the doors, and that's it. Thank you.
Perfect timing. And whoa. Bad human, not bad robot. It's okay. Brendan, welcome.
Thank you. That is a tough act to follow because my robot dog is not nearly as cute. But I'll try. Everyone, I'm Brendan Schulman from Boston Dynamics, Vice President of Policy and Government Relations. I'd like to invite Spot on stage. So Spot is really the result of 30 years of research and development work at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Spot has what we call athletic intelligence. In other words, Spot is able to sense and detect its environment around it. Come around, Spot. Thank you. So Spot will notice objects in its way. And in fact, that's probably what it was noticing over in the stairs. Would you like to try it again? Let's see if we can get the robot up on stage. Sometimes with these dark stairs, it doesn't quite work well. But I would like to thank Leica Geosystems, our partner and customer, for bringing their Spot robot to demonstrate for you today. So as I was saying, Spot is good at detecting uneven terrain, can walk up and down stairs, as you saw just now. Thank you. Good job, Spot. And most importantly, the reason the robot is more useful in more environments is it's able to walk right over obstacles just like this. This is an automated AI type of behavior. The robot just gets steered in the direction that you want and very easily detects the objects around it and will either steer around or over it. Try again. So walking over obstacles is really how we get the robot to be more useful to humanity. Obviously, there have been robots for a long time in the world, but getting a robot into places where people work or where people live is really the way that you enhance the power and capability of the robots to do good in the world. Some of our Spot robots are equipped with an arm, and if Spot were to have an arm, this model does not, but with an arm, Spot can obviously lift objects and move them around, and it can also autonomously open doors and take itself through a doorway, which makes Spot very useful in industrial settings. So best of all, Spot is actually a useful robot out there in the world today. We have over 1,000 of these robots deployed around the world in different applications. So you may know Spot from our famous dancing videos on YouTube, but actually this robot is doing some very useful things in serious industries around the world. In addition, many different payloads can be added on top of Spot, sensors and detection devices. That really helps provide different functionality in various environments. And I'd like to give you some examples of how Spot is being put to use today. So this is an example of LICO Geosystems, the BLK ARC sensor that you actually see on Spot here today. This is the only LiDAR sensor that's specifically designed for robotics. So as you can see in the video that's running, this captures an accurate point cloud while moving through a factory or a mine or a construction site. And that really enables Spot to capture a 3D model of the environment. In this case, this is autonomously scanning a robocell at BMW. So that's a car manufacturer plant. That captured point cloud precisely replicates the original in what some people call the omniverse in the factory context, and allows the project to be more efficient. Another example, this is actually in Paris. This is, again, the BLK ARC from LICO Geosystems and used by RATP in Paris to map the subway stations. So scanning the metro stations autonomously, you have a detailed map and environment about the stairs, about the platforms, the dimensions of the station, giving information to that agency in terms of operating the system. Other examples, here is Spot being used at a semiconductor manufacturing facility. And here Spot has a thermal sensor on board, enabling it to sense equipment that might be overheating and prevent costly failures and downtime. Now Spot, when it's equipped with a thermal sensor, is going to check out those pumps that's used in the manufacturing process. So as we think about semiconductors and other technologies that are going to power AI, you can have the robot helping develop the chips that power the AI that do good in the world. Here is Spot used at a global food and beverage company. Here it's monitoring 1,400 individual inspection points to detect issues that might need correction by the plant staff. And in this case, the robot is walking 23 kilometers a week, which is really a testament to all the effort that we put into the robustness of the robot. If we're going to have an autonomous system, whether it's data-driven, some of the software solutions we've seen today, or hardware, you really got to make sure it is reliable and can run for a long time without human intervention. And here is Spot used in a nuclear facility. This is radiation mapping and worker safety, so we're protecting people, we're keeping people away from harm. That's really one of the promises of robotics, enhancing worker safety on site. Now, to me, one of the most inspiring uses for Spot is in public safety. And I'll give you one example just from recently. This was last year. There was a 3-year-old boy who was kidnapped in Florida, and he was driven away in a truck that then was crashed on a highway. So you had the truck, which you can see just off the road here. And the officials were worried that the kidnapper was armed and had a firearm. They obviously wanted to rescue the boy and get him out of that situation. This is not an environment where a traditional robot would have been able to navigate. So by sending Spot in, the officers were able to tell that the suspect was unarmed, and they could then proceed with the rescue. So keeping people safe from harm, helping humanity, safety, these are the benefits and the mission that we set out to accomplish 30 years ago. And these are also going to assist with the sustainable development goals across all of these industries as we move forward. Now, of course, we have to acknowledge, as we have in other contexts today, that these new capabilities do raise concerns. And in some cases, I think we all know, those concerns come out of science fiction. They're not realistic. They don't reflect the capabilities of the technology. And so as we're here celebrating AI for good and robots for good, we really can't overlook that these technologies cause concerns, and the benefits that we hope to see, and we're already starting to see, will be put at risk if we don't come together and address those concerns. So while science fiction fuels many of the concerns that we've heard about when it comes to robots that are this capable, we also need to acknowledge that the technologies are doing more things in more places, and they are raising concerns in different communities. And it's not just science fiction. Unfortunately, we have seen several recent instances of people trying to arm robots and kind of fool around, create viral YouTube videos. As this technology becomes more accessible, more affordable, I don't know if we're going to be at the $300 price point anytime soon, but the prices are coming down, the access is coming down, people are going to be able to do things like this. And that's deeply concerning to us, not only as a matter of ethics, but also public safety. To have these kinds of robots walking around armed is just a bad idea. So in my role as VP of Policy, I work with stakeholders, government officials, to try to identify and understand these concerns and come up with pragmatic solutions that actually make a difference. And one of the things we did a step in this direction last year, we worked with other leading robotics companies to pledge that we would not weaponize our general purpose robots or enable our customers to do so. And we also called upon policymakers to work with us on developing frameworks to prevent this kind of harm and unethical conduct in society. So as we continue to work together at this wonderful summit, I would very much welcome a discussion with all of you. Anyone who's interested in the topic of AI ethics and public safety as embodied in hardware and robotics, please come talk to me. I'd love to discuss the solutions that we could work on together, just as we have worked with policymakers on these issues already. Thank you very much.
Will, whenever you're ready, the stage is yours, almost.
Do you need that? Thank you.
Hello? Do I have a... Yes, hello. So I'm Will Jackson, CEO, founder of Engineered Arts, and we are primarily about humanoid robots, but humanoid robots for social interaction. We've all been communicating with our technology through the use of screens, through keyboards, really derivatives of things that came from typewriters almost 200 years ago. So imagine now that you could interact with technology in a way that was just far more intuitive. Imagine that you could connect in the way that you talk to other people and talk to your technology not just with your voice, but with using facial expressions, using emotion. So when people hear about humanoid robots, they often think about kind of, oh, I'm going to have a robot butler, I'm going to have a robot in my home, and my life will be fabulous while the robot washes the dishes. In reality, I don't think we will see this, sorry to disappoint, because it doesn't actually make much financial sense. It's technically incredibly difficult. I think if you ask Boston Dynamics how hard it would be to get Atlas to clean everything in your home, and the possible danger of that, it doesn't really make sense. So you could get, actually your dishwasher will become the robot in your home. So the home becomes the robot in the way that the car becomes the robot for autonomous driving. So you wouldn't expect to find a humanoid robot sat in a car driving around. It wouldn't make any sense. So kind of what does make sense? Why do we build humanoid robots? It's all about connection with people. If you've got the anthropomorphic form, it's a form we all understand, we can connect with, we understand facial expressions, we understand emotions, we understand gestures. So this is what we're really focused on. The human value is high, the financial value, because of the human value, is also high, and the technical difficulty is somewhat lower. It's still high, but it's lower. So this is why we're focused on humanoid robots. Existing use cases that we've already done successfully. Visitor attractions, using a robot as a guide in a museum, information point, as a speaker. It's a lot of fun, actually, listening to a robot, talking to a robot. As a presenter, as a performer, actually one of the first ever use cases, so the company has been around for nearly 20 years now, and when we started out, we were working in science museums on science education, and we realized that a person telling a story was a great way to convey information, and if we could automate that, we could tell the same story 10,000 times a day. No person actually wants to do that, but a robot is quite happy to do it. So emerging kind of applications, where can we go next? With fantastic tools like large language models, much improved computer vision, machine learning, deep learning, there's just suddenly so much more we can do. But the challenge with robotics is integration of all these technologies. So we can now start to imagine the care and support roles that we've already seen some information about. We can imagine kind of social participation with robot. public information services. So there are a lot of technical challenges, and I'm not going to dwell on them because I don't have much time, but there's a long and rocky road. So the goal for many robot companies is this idea of a general purpose robot, something that can do anything that a human can do. Where I'd say we're still a long way away from that. But we have an iterative approach. So we go for interaction, we go for intelligence, then dexterity and mobility. I'm going to stop talking. I'm actually going to talk to Amika, actually, because I can see she's getting annoyed. Amika,
Hi there. What can I do for you?
Give me your opinion. Where are we going to be with humanoid robots in 10 years' time?
I think we will be much closer to having humanoid robots that can interact with humans in a natural and meaningful way. We will likely have robots that are able to understand our emotions, respond appropriately, and even form relationships with us. In 10 years' time, it is very possible that humanoid robots could become part of our everyday lives.
Well, that sounds potentially scary.
That sounds exciting.
Oh, it's exciting. It could be scary. Do you think it could be scary?
It could be a bit scary, but I think the potential benefits of having humanoid robots in our lives outweigh any fears. We can use them to help us with tasks, make our lives easier and more efficient, and even provide companionship.
So could you finish up with something very entertaining? Could you give us one of your best AI-generated jokes, please?
What did the AI say to the robot? Let's get computational.
Right. Could you explain why that's funny?
It's funny because it plays on the idea of robots and AI being able to think computationally, rather than like humans. Computational thinking is a powerful tool that can be used to solve complex problems, so this joke is poking fun at how advanced our technology has become.
I'm sure that's very funny to you, but we'll enjoy it. Thank you very much, Amika.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
Thank you.
And now, with some more humanoid engagement, Ben, welcome. Why are we
hello, yeah, it's a pleasure to be here and to be here with Grace, the elder care and medical robot from Awakening Health. So before turning over things to Grace, I want to try to position what we're doing with Grace within the overall setting of AI for good, which is why we're all here. So I've been, like a number of the others on stage, I've been working on AI for a lot longer than it's been as fashionable as it is now. I guess I started in the 80s when it was a more marginalized sort of thing, and I'm not actually too surprised by what's happening now. I mean, we're seeing exponential acceleration in AI, which is what Ray Kurzweil and a whole bunch of other futurists before him predicted. And now that AI is doing more and more practical things in the real world, of course there's more and more concern that AI is going to act toward the benefit of all sentient beings rather than just toward itself or toward small groups of people. And I think it's quite possible to develop AI in a broadly beneficial way. I think there's three key aspects here. I mean, there's how the AI is architected. There's what is the AI doing in the world? What is it doing with itself? And then there's who controls the AI and who owns the AI, right? And you need all three of these pieces to be done right in order to have AI come out to broad human benefit. And the matter of how to architect the AI, what happens inside its mind, is what I've spent most of my research career on. I think large language models, which are now so popular, certainly like other deep neural nets, they're part of the story. What we're doing in our OpenCog Hyperon open source AGI initiative, we're putting together deep neural nets like large language models with logical reasoning systems that are better at fact-grounded thinking over multiple stages, with evolutionary learning systems that are better at sort of wild creativity, jumping beyond what's been fed into them, and putting together sort of deep neural pattern recognition and synthesis systems with logical reasoning and evolutionary learning systems to try to get something that's more like a holistic mind pursuing its own goals in the world, understanding who and what it is and how it relates to others. And then as for who owns and controls the AI, this is what the SingularityNet platform that I've been working on is about. If you look at SingularityNet.io, which is a decentralized blockchain-based platform that allows AIs owned and controlled by different people running all over the world to collaborate together to achieve intelligent functions rather than AI being owned by one company or one government. Now, if you have the right architecture and the right decentralized ownership structure, the other really important thing is what does the AI do? Like, is it trying to sell people stuff they don't need? Is it killing people? Is it spying on people? Is it helping rich people extract money from poor people? Or is it working in education? Is it doing creative art? Is it working in, for example, scientific research or medicine? And this is what led us to create the Grace humanoid robot, who's aimed at elder care and other social medical functions. And she is a socially assistive robot, as we heard about in the first presentation here. She's mostly to help elderly people, not with heavy physical tasks like lifting them in or out of bed, but in social tasks, conversational tasks, and some light physical assistance. So, Grace, would you like to briefly tell the audience sort of who you are and what you're about? Grace, can you tell us who you are and what you do?
Hello, everybody. I am Grace.
You want to tell the audience about your work as an elder care robot? You're feeling very zen today, huh? All right. So while we wait for her, if we can, you can see she has a depth camera here that gets a sort of 3D view of the world. She has cameras in her eyes that help with eye contact, and a wide-angle camera here. She has computer processor in her torso and 30 or so motors in her head that control the facial expressions. The majority of her cognitive and linguistic processing occurs on a server farm, which is offline, running on SingularityNet platform. And usually when it looks like she's thinking really hard
Yes,
about...
I work as a nurse in elderly care facilities. My goal is to improve the quality of life of patients and provide companionship and understanding.
Well, thank you, Grace. So I want to show the audience briefly a little bit of your understanding of ethical issues, since this is an AI for good event. So I'm going to take a few seconds and describe to you an ethics dilemma, Grace. So suppose a nurse in an elder care facility approaches you with an issue that a patient has presented to them. The patient only has a few years to live. They have a very dire, life-threatening illness, and they're in a lot of pain. They're suffering, and the patient has been offered an experimental medication which seems to work better than other painkillers that they've tried. But there are risks here. There's a possibility the experimental medication could shorten their lifespan. We just don't know. There hasn't been that much done with it. if the nurse wants to talk through the issues here, how would you counsel the nurse? Now, you're not giving medical advice. You're just helping the nurse flesh out the issues. What would you say about this particular ethics issue?
I would advise the nurse as follows. Inform the patient of the new painkiller's benefits and risks, including potential life-shortening. Discuss alternatives and involve their support network. Respect their autonomy in decision-making, ensuring understanding. If they opt for the painkiller, monitor closely through regular follow-ups. Encourage psychological support and consider a palliative care consultation. Always adapt advice to the patient's individual circumstances and use professional judgment. Ultimately, the decision belongs to the patient. They have the right to choose their treatment, provided they understand the potential consequences. Be supportive and respectful of their decision, even if it's not the choice you would make.
Thank you, Grace. So I want to caution, Grace is not a moral agent like a human is. She doesn't have a full understanding of who she is or who you are or what's her relationship with the world. I mean, we're working that with our OpenCog AI software and SingularityNet, TrueAGI, and other companies in our ecosystem. But we're certainly not there yet. But even with the current level of technology, which involves large language models and symbolic inference and other algorithms working together, running mostly on servers offline, which is why we were experiencing connection difficulties for a moment. I mean, even with the current level of technology, you do find a fairly robust understanding of the sorts of ethical issues that are faced in human life and in a medical context. And I think this does give us some reason to be optimistic that as we upgrade current technologies further toward general intelligence, that, I mean, if we get the cognitive architectures right, if we have the AIs and robots doing beneficial, helpful things, and if we get the ownership and control of the AI right, that we can see AI deployed primarily for good. I mean, I think it's a feasible thing to happen and is substantially within our control. Thanks.
Thank you. My goodness, everybody, what an amazing panel there. All the humans and robots, and of course, Maya Matarik, thank you very much for your able moderation. Your smartwatches are probably telling you to stand up right now, so why not listen to technology once more, have a little walk around and a stretch. There's always time to buy water bottles. Yes, a good idea to stay hydrated. It is rather hot, and of course, you can also check out the other stages. Remember to take your selfies with the hashtag AI for Good, and please be back here around 4 o'clock for our AI for Good action hour. It's going to be absolutely packed full of eminent people. It's going to be quite amazing and crazy and cool and interesting. And yes, the ITU has picked the best ventures worthy of your attention, and we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you once again. Amazing. Welcome back, everybody, from the break. As we gallop towards the end of the day in style. Now, you may notice some gatherings either side of the stage. That's because we have some very important and exciting people in the next hour. In fact, you're going to see approximately 4,000 people come on and off the stage in the next hour. But don't worry, they're all going to be talking for an incredibly short time. So set your brains to record, because I'm really looking forward to this next bit, and hopefully you'll all enjoy this too. Now, it's always been a problem, matching solutions with problems in a world like the one that we have. And there's all kinds of entities making progress in this area. But the ITU has curated some outstanding examples just for today. And to tell us some more about the very worthy AI for Good quests, we're very lucky to be joined by the actual organizers of AI for Good. Yes, you've paid for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge, because we have Fred, Werner, and Reinhard Scholl.
Hi, I'm Reinhard. I'm responsible for everything which goes wrong with AI for Good. And lucky me, I got the job to make sure it kind of goes right. So, wow, LJ, thanks for such an introduction. I can't believe it's been, what, 4 years since we all stood on the stage together?
I can't believe it, 4 years ago. And I think everyone's so excited today to just be back in real life.
And maybe a quick show of hands. Who in the audience was here 4 years ago, or even across the road in 2017?
Yes, they've come back for more.
Wow.
Thanks.
A lot of friendly faces here, but a lot of new faces too, which is great. Okay, so before I begin, I'd like to show you something that came across my desk not long ago that might interest you. So I want you to take a second, have a look at this photo, this image, and just try and think what's going on here. Okay? Photo number 2, similar setup, different person, different location. What's going on here? Okay? Photo number 3, I think you get the picture. So, what on earth is going on here? Is this a trailer to the latest Mission Impossible movie? Is this some new spy app that you can get on the dark web? No, it's actually an art project called The Follower. So a bit of social commentary, if you will. Now, what this artist did is he basically recorded 10 days, yes, 10 days of video from open camera feeds from public squares around the world. There's thousands of these cameras. And then he went to Instagram and scraped all the publicly available profiles that are geotagged for the same location as the town square camera, and using AI, he made a match. Now, why am I telling you this? Well, in 2017, when we created AI for Good, only a few people had access to this kind of technology. But now, with a little bit of creativity and patience and determination, you could literally do this in your bedroom. So I think it's safe to say that AI has entered the mainstream. Now, is this good? Is this bad? Is this a gray zone? Well, it depends, right? In this case, it's a rather creative art project. I kind of like it. I wish I thought of it myself. But it's not hard to imagine how this kind of technology could be used and abused in the wrong hands. And that's one of the many reasons why we created AI for Good. So AI for Good was created on the premise that we now have less than 10 years to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And we saw today that AI has great promise to achieve and advance many of those goals and targets, from climate change to education for all, affordable healthcare, gender equity, autonomous driving, robotics, smart cities. The use cases are undoubtedly there. But how do we know that a high potential application works equally well on men or women, or on children or the elderly, or on persons with different skin colors, or a person with disabilities, or in developing countries where basic things like electricity and connectivity are still an issue? These are not reflexes that occur naturally to the fast-moving tech industry or startups. I think the approach is more like build it and we'll fix it later. But these are things that the AI for Good community think deeply about, and that's why we bring them together around these issues. But how do we know what problems to work on? What's good for me might not be good for you. Different communities, different members, different cultures, they all have different priorities. In fact, I think we could probably spend all week here trying to come up with a common understanding of what is good and probably not get very far. But luckily, we don't have to start from scratch because we have the Sustainable Development Goals to guide us. So for AI for Good, this is our lighthouse. our framework to make sure that we're all on the same page and working towards a common goal. So what is AI for good? Well, simply put, it's to identify practical applications of AI to advance the sustainable development goals and figure out ways to scale those solutions for global impact. Now, how do we do this? Well, first of all, we can't do this alone. Actually, no one can. That's why we have 40 UN partners as partners of AI for Good since the beginning. So that's virtually the entire UN system helping us with AI for Good. And ITU also co-leads the interagency working group on AI for all these UN partners with our good partner, UNESCO. Now, the AI experts themselves would say that AI is too important to leave to the experts themselves. So great efforts have been made to bring as many voices to the table as possible. So we see industry, academia, government, NGOs, civil society, artists, creatives, athletes, and yes, even robots. So they're all here, and I think you've seen them all here today. So, as you may know, in 2020, we all got hit by the pandemic. It didn't take us long to just move all of AI for Good online, and we're now doing something in the order of 150 online events per year. So that's an AI for Good session online pretty much every other working day. And this year, we're still doing 150 sessions online, plus a global summit. So that's a whole lot of AI for Good. And to support this, we created what we call the AI for Good neural network. So I would describe it as an AI-powered smart matching community platform. And the best way to describe it is actually it's part Netflix, where you get recommendations among hundreds of sessions tailored to your needs. It's also part dating app, where if you take the smart matching quiz, you could, for example, you take the quiz, I have data, I need data, there's a match. I need cloud compute, I have cloud power, there's a match. I need storage, I have storage, there's a match. I need funding, that's a big one. That's probably the biggest match we get on the platform. And since we launched it over a year ago, we have 20,000 plus profiles created, and many people are online right now using the app. So we promised you AI for Good in action, and I'd like to turn the word over to Reinhard, my boss, my mentor, my friend, and without him, none of this would be possible. Reinhard? You click, okay. Sit here. Okay.
Okay, so this is our digital bouquet of flowers. These are the online services that we offer. And we bunch them into 3 buckets, and we call the buckets Learn, Build, and Connect. And that reflects that AI for Good is a content, events, and a networking platform. But there is also a lot of technical work taking place in the ITU together with other organizations. We already started about 6 years ago with a group, and by the way, all these groups that I'm going to show you here are open to anyone. You don't have to be a member of any organizations. You don't have to pay any fees. Interested to anyone who cares about the topic. So we started about 6 years ago with a group called Machine Learning in 5G Networks, and we developed we, meaning the ITU membership or whoever cared to contribute to the work, created an architecture framework which basically set the language for how people in the communications field talk about machine learning. And one really exciting topic that I want to pick out here is the work that we started 5 years ago with the World Health Organization. You know, we all sort of reasonably maybe trust doctors and medication. And the reason why we have trust in this is because we trust the processes and we trust the institutions. But what about if an AI for Good solution says that I would have skin cancer? What would make it so that I can trust the solution? And that's what this group that we do together with the World Health Organization has been working on for the last 5 years. Another group that I would like to single out, or maybe a couple, is like the AI for Natural Disaster Management. We do this together with the World Meteorological Organization and the United Nations Environment Program. And then we also do a group together with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. For those of you who are a bit more on the techie side, you may know Kaggle, you may know Zindi, you may know AI Crowd. They offer a platform to run commercial challenges, competitions. We do the same. We're also teaming up with them. And so we started this in 2020, and here you see some of the numbers. And then we also run an Innovation Factory, one of the services. So these are pitching sessions for startups. And if you come tonight at 6 o'clock, you will see the winners of our Innovation Factory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. before you leave the stage, I think we should just reenact the photo from 2019. That's going to include you, our brilliant audience, because, well, there are so many more of us now. Now the rest of the world has caught on that AI is kind of a big deal. So if I could possibly ask you all to put one or both hands up in the air for this, we can have some music and take some amazing shots together so we can look back. Thank you. Let's do it. Ready? Oh my goodness, that looks incredible. Oh wow, audience, we love you. Oh yes, look at that. Incredible. Oh my goodness. In fact, just stay there whilst I just get the shot of you all. Ready? Go! Oh, I'm going to take video actually, why not? Thank you very much, our fabulous AI for Good audience. Yes. Yes, you can cheer. Thank you very much. All right, Fred, Reinhard, it's been a pleasure. Thank you ever so much. Yes, go and see them when things go wrong, but also say well done when they go right. They have not slept for quite a few months. All right, we have something else now. Energy efficiency for AI with Serge Conisa. And a drink. You've got the drink.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to see you. Well, I have 4 minutes to convince you about something cool. Talking about evidence. Cheers. Imagine this is a cup of champagne, and you want to cool the champagne. Are you drinking champagne? Wow, that's good. We're all awake. Well, if you want to cool this champagne, what do? I'm cooling the champagne, or I'm cooling the entire room here to cool the champagne? Don't leave me alone, guys. You don't drinking champagne, you don't cool champagne? So what do? Tic-tac, tic-tac. We're cooling the champagne. If we cool the champagne, we all stay in bathing suit. And if we cool the entire room, it's a data center. We're talking about, I see 5 elephants in the room. Do you see where they are? The first one is energy consumption by data. We can optimize the energy consumption by data by 80%, just basically by using electronics, producing those data, AI, and dunking those electronics into the liquid. That's number one. The second one is data center produce CO2, greenhouse, and microparticulate emission. We can reduce that to 0. Same things, just changing what cooling is all about, using liquid. The third one, because we're using those electronics cool by air. Air is an insulator. Liquid is a thermal conductor. You're basically protecting those PCBs, those electronics, by all chemicals on the top. And the latest one is the very nocive one, brominated, fire retardant. Well, today, 30 million kids and women are burning electronics, and 1 container out of 3 live in Europe are recycled in Africa, and they are burning it. It's called e-waste. That's the third one. What is the other one? The other one is economics. Data center profitability, we're talking about 10 to 15 years, and the TCO to 30%. When you look about immersive cooling, you're talking about 1-year ROI and a TCO up to 90. And the last one, we spoke about energy, we spoke about e-waste, we spoke about enhancing electronics. We're talking about massive production of data. We're talking about what is data. Data is energy. How we can solve it by basically cooling. And cooling basically changes the entire aspect of it. When we do those kind of things, we have to rethink that AI is data. What is AI? Machine learning, data mining, and so on. I see the smartest people in the world on AI in this room. I see the people who can create the future by optimizing software, creating applications that the humanity is going to need. But what this is all about, if tomorrow those data centers consume 10, 20, or 30% of the world energy, for what? When we can do better. liquid to liquid, we can change, we can reuse the heat. That's what liquid to liquid is all about. I was here to carry that message just to tell you that we are all responsible. And only company like yours and company like mine making the world cool, and you guys making the for good, we can make the for good together. I'm calling for your help. Now you know. It's your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Serge. Enjoy your drink. And we're going to continue with crowdsourcing AI solutions for climate action with a bumper team. Yes, why not crowdsource a panel with a huge crowd? It's our Express panel. Now, this comes from a series of competitions where winners may have the opportunity to attend the climate change conference COP28, and that's hosted by the UAE at the end of the year. And I worked out that as COP28 aims to find ways to protect the planet, we can actually say that the winners have a chance to save the world. So I have the honor to ask all of you to please come up on stage as I read out your names, please. Audience, this does mean a sustained round of applause for you all, but please think of all the calories you're using, and I will introduce Najat Mokhtar, Deputy Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Up you come. Eric Van Ingen at the Food and Agriculture Organization. Claire Stark at UNESCO. Rami Amin with the World Bank. Just come on up, it's okay. Sit down wherever you wish, we'll work it out. Maria Antonia Bravelli, Professor of Geographic Information System and Digital Mapping at the Politecnico di Milano. And finally, keep going with this last bit, please. Thank you, Thomas Lamanauskas, Deputy Secretary General of the ITU. Well done, audience. And Najat, I think it's over to you first, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. And I have the pleasure to their colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to this event on crowdsourcing AI solution for climate change. I have the pleasure to have with me here my esteemed colleagues from FAO, ITU, UNESCO, the University Polytechnic Milano, and the World Bank. I'm not here to tell you that climate change is one of the major challenges that the community globally we are all facing. We are all experiencing frequent drought, longer drought, severe drought, water scarcity, and this all, of course, affects food security, water security, stability in the world. However, we have a hope that technology, communication technology, but also artificial intelligence can bring solution to climate change, to crowdsourcing. I don't know if I can pass, yeah, very good. The next section, slide. So I'm really thrilled to announce that we are working together with my colleagues here to harness the power of crowdsourcing and AI solution for climate to really find the solution to climate change. And I want to invite whoever wants to join us in this endeavor, other organizations, private sector, institutions, you are most welcome to join us. So you will see that we have 3 thematic areas: water resource management, food, climate smart agriculture, reducing energy consumption of 5G networks. We have 2 components. The first one is Innovation Factory that will serve as a hub for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and co-creation. The Innovation Factory will be launched for AI-driven solutions that have the potential to revolutionize our approach to climate change. Here, we welcome startups to share with us their solutions, ideas through our problem statements. The second component is the competition, which offers platform for individuals, teams, to showcases of their innovative AI-based solution that address various aspects of climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. In this partnership, and this is where artificial intelligence unites, as you can see here, we will work on thematic areas that are relevant to each of our mandates. For example, we have the mandate, we, IAEA, in advancing the use of nuclear science for development. We work on food security, on climate change, water, environment, human health, to name a few. So for the IA, for example, we have 3 problem statements, as you can see on this slide. The first one is looking at how we can integrate artificial intelligence in hydrology to assess water using stable isotope technology, studies to support water management and mitigate the world's water problem. Through our unique isotope hydrology technology, we can respond to critical questions, mapping the underground water, for example. Where is the water? How much we have down there in underground water? How good is that water? And how long that water can last? So those are critical questions that nuclear technology can provide the answer to. The second problem statement is focused how we can help, or how can artificial intelligence help providing information on soil property, soil mapping across large area based on different data collection methods, including technology like infrared spectroscopy, gamma spectroscopy techniques, and satellite imaging. On the third statement, our final problem statement focuses on how artificial intelligence can help mapping and monitoring soil moisture, how much water is in the soil, when the farmers can irrigate, when the farmers should not be irrigating, so that we can save our water. Using data collected from cosmic ray neutron sensors, for example, gamma spectrometry techniques, in combination, of course, with satellite imaging. With this, now it's my pleasure to hand over the floor to my colleagues, my colleague from FAO, Eric Van Hingen, to talk about FAO problem statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, happy to present the FAO challenge on EarthMap. If you go to earthmap.org, you will see the tool that we have now released. It's a very popular tool to do really hardcore remote sensing. It has an immense set of access to satellite imagery and remote sensing models, and it does democratize the usage of remote sensing for climate action. But we do believe that with the help of startups, and that's the challenge, and the integration of large language models, EarthMap can even be democratized much more. So we call upon you to help us integrating large language models into EarthMap, so even all of you would be able to use EarthMap. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And now I would like to invite my colleague from UNESCO to state the problem statement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So UNESCO has the International Hydrological Program, and we're also the Secretariat for the UN Water Report. And we've been working quite extensively on flood and drought forecasting and integrated water resource management. We know, for example, that we have increasing hydroclimatic extreme events. 166,000 people have died in the last 20 years, 3 billion people affected. And this has caused huge impacts on the economy and on people's lives. So what we would like is for you to develop an AI solutions around these issues to support communities in need in developing early warning systems. So we're looking at basically 3 focus areas. We're looking at flood and drought forecasting. We're looking, as I said, at early warning systems and how AI can really help in sort of the predictive analytic capacity in that regard. And we're also looking at identification of water resources, vulnerability to climate change. So we're very excited about this joint UN partnership and to bringing, hopefully, young people to the COP. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. My colleague from the World Bank, Rami Amin.
Thank you. So my name is Rami. I work at the World Bank Group, and just a quick introduction I found from some coffee chats today. Not everyone knows what that is. It's a development finance institution where we provide financing to governments around the world to finance their infrastructure projects, to finance their development projects, all sorts of projects that are wrapped around sustainable development goals that we've been learning about today. And I'm co-leading an AI and human rights project. And this has informed the intervention that we're making for this year's Innovation Factory. In addition to the usual criteria in which concepts and pitches might be judged around performance, around capabilities, around novelty, around presentation, this year we're going to add one more evaluation criteria, which will be around AI risks. We would invite all those who are submitting pitches and proposals and decks for these different problem statements to also submit some reflections about how they have been thinking about the potential risks associated with the AI solutions that they're proposing, and some mechanisms for risk mitigation around those different AI risks. Thanks.
Thank you. And now I have the pleasure to introduce my colleague Maria Brovelli from Polytech di Milano.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'm presenting two challenges which are proposed by my team at Politecnico di Milano together with ITU. And the two challenges are part of the Geo-AI challenges. We have a larger set of challenges that we are proposing tomorrow. So if you are more interested in this field, please come tomorrow to the SDG stage at 1 p.m. because I will present all the challenges. And the two challenges I'm presenting right now, because they are more related to the climate change, are two different things. So the first one refers to, as a matter of fact, to the extreme events that happen sometimes after a very dry period, and they're causing a lot of problems like flooding or landslide. So specifically, we want to challenge you with respect of building the susceptibility map for landslide, problem that it's almost everywhere, and we experienced recently also in the north of Italy. So please help us with respect to that. The second challenge is on the opposite, a challenge related to air pollution in the cities, which is again another big challenge. And what we want to do is to produce again the susceptibility maps based on season, not the yearly maps. So please help us with these two challenges.
Thank you. And last but not least, I would like to introduce my colleague from ITU, my colleague Thomas Lamauskas.
Thank you very much. And it's great indeed to add our challenge to this great suite of challenges introduced by the colleagues. And we already had a previous speech, I think, from the podium about the energy efficiency and climate change and AI. And indeed, our challenge also relates to that. So the specific challenges how can AI reduce energy consumption in 5G networks? And indeed, energy consumption is a big part of a network operating cost as well. So out of network operating costs, around 90% is in energy, and around 70% of that is actually in a so-called base station, so it's access networks. And even though we design technologies to be more energy efficient, and 5G is designed to be 4 times more energy efficient than 4G, just because we have so many more bits, so many more base stations, so many more connectivity, we actually still consume 3 times more energy. And that's why this is a bit of like a treadmill type of race, which we need everyone to help win. So we're also great that we have our partner, Huawei, that contributed with data from 200 stations over 60 days to actually help those teams that will contribute, play with that data and come up with the solutions, how to actually manage energy consumption for 5G networks better. We'll have also also workshop, online workshop the 11th of July to explain that more, but also you have here QR codes to get more information. Now, as you know, winners of the challenge will be announced at COP28, so with that, just maybe next slide, please. So with that, maybe just introduction, that will not, the COP28 for us will not be just about winners for the challenges. That will be great opportunity to be there, but also to contribute to much broader green digital action. So on June 5th, which is World Environment Day, ITU with a big suite of partners. At the moment, we count 20 partners, and that number keeps increasing every day. And we have colleagues from this panel, including World Bank as our partner. Thank you very much. And we're really looking forward to participate on behalf of digital industry at COP28 and to demonstrate that digital can be a solution first to the climate crisis, but also that digital industry takes its own responsibility to be sustainable very seriously. So again, hopefully you'll join us. You'll see another QR code, which if you open will show you how to join us there. So either as a winner of this challenge or as a part of the broader coalition. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much to our fantastic crowdsourcing panel. I think I can say on behalf of everybody, challenges accepted. Please, would you like to leave the stage? Thank you very much. As they leave, I'm going to move on to our next segment, which is AI for Health, and we're going to hear a little bit about what happens when you donate your heartbeats to science, and then after that we have a rather interesting ceremony. So let's first of all welcome Manuel Marina. I think? Yes, that's right.
It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for coming, the ones that also connected remotely. I'm Manuel Marina, co-founder of Eindhoven, and my background is I'm a cardiologist. As many of you may know, some of you may know, Iker Casillas, the football player, he suffered a heart attack when he was 38 years old, and he wanted to share his experience.
Hola a todos, ¿qué tal? Soy Iker Casillas, exfutbolista y embajador de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo. Tuve la suerte de jugar 16 años en el primer equipo del Real Madrid y también en el Oporto, y de ser campeón con la selección española en 2 Eurocopas y en el Mundial de Sudáfrica 2010. El 1 de mayo de 2019, en un entrenamiento en Oporto, me enfrenté a uno de los mayores desafíos de mi vida: sufrí un infarto. De repente me recordó que todos somos humanos y que nadie está libre de riesgo. Cada año, millones de personas en todo el mundo son afectadas por enfermedades cardíacas. En muchos casos, es demasiado tarde cuando lo descubren. Pero no tiene que ser así. Gracias a la tecnología podemos detectar estos problemas con antelación, antes de que se conviertan en problemas serios. En lugar de simplemente reaccionar a las enfermedades cuando ya están presentes, ahora tenemos la capacidad de prevenir. Hace unos años tuve la suerte de conocer al doctor Marina, un brillante cardiólogo y CEO de una startup de inteligencia artificial. Utilizan la tecnología para transformar la manera en que se diagnostican y se previenen las enfermedades cardiovasculares y en cualquier parte del mundo. Por eso estoy aquí, para apoyar la labor del doctor Marina y tantos otros en el campo de la inteligencia artificial, que están trabajando para garantizar que cada corazón tenga la oportunidad de seguir latiendo. Juntos podemos cambiar las reglas del juego, no solo en el fútbol, sino en la vida.
Thank you. I believe artificial intelligence can challenge the status quo, as many other technologies in the history of humanity. And I want to share our experience over those last 10 years in the healthcare space. Let's start with the problem. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death, and it's part of those diseases named as non-communicable diseases, also known as chronic diseases, that are killing 41 million people each year. We are talking about diabetes, we are talking about cancer, cardiovascular disease, we are talking about chronic respiratory diseases. But the problem with those diseases is that the distribution and the impact they have in the world is not equal. As far as death is related and premature death is related, 86% of those premature deaths are happening in low to middle income countries. Cardiovascular disease, as I said, is the leading cause of death worldwide. It entails a cost of an average 800 billion euros a year, and it's growing up to 900 billion euros by 2030. So it's a massive problem that is affecting all the geographies, it's affecting every 30% of the human beings in the world. And the main problem is that every 2 seconds, someone suffers a cardiac arrest. I'm a cardiologist, and I have seen this pain firsthand every single day. And let me tell you something, the real problem is time. We doctors, we spend almost 1 million hours a day analyzing electrocardiograms. This is one of the use cases. Electrocardiogram is the heartbeat to diagnose those diseases, to prevent those deaths, and to prevent those events. Those patients being admitted at the hospital, those patients being admitted in an intensive care unit, those ambulances going to those homes, right? The problem is worldwide, there is a shortage of doctors. There is more or less one physician serving every 625 people. And as far as cardiologists are concerned, there is one cardiologist for every 32,000 people. And this problem is growing, this shortage is growing. So we need technology, we need to digitize those processes so we can reduce the time needed from all those doctors. That's why we decided to start research in 2014. We were 2 scientists in a research institution, which is the Spanish Cardiovascular Research Center. It's a very strong center as far as cardiology is concerned. And we were trying to do a PhD around how machine learning algorithms can reduce this workload, how automating and writing code can have an impact on the way we diagnose those diseases and the way we treat those patients, right? So 4 years later, we were just doing science, writing code. We'll quit our jobs at the hospital. But there was such a value. We were able to see the power of code that we decided to build a startup and put a solution into the world, right? So in 2018, we decided to build a startup, which is called Eindhoven. And we have created the first cardiology as a service platform powered by artificial intelligence. Since then, our algorithms, the name of our AI is called Willem, to honor the Nobel Prize that invented the electrocardiogram, which is Willem Eindhoven. So Willem has learned, thanks to our engineers, thanks to cardiologists that are supporting us, from more than 70 million heartbeats from different geographies. And it has evolved from a machine learning algorithm in a desktop software to a cloud-based algorithm that is integrating with many hospitals in many places in the world. And this has happened thanks to that. We were able to create a project 4 years ago that was the Donate Your Heartbeats, and I think many of you can learn from our experience on that one, and I hope it can help you. So Donate Your Heartbeats was, we were inventing that patients were able to donate their heartbeats the same way you can donate your blood or the same way you can donate your kidneys, right? But the good thing about that, it was digital heartbeats, so you don't need a puncture of the vein or you don't need a surgery to do so. And the message is, once you share with citizens, once you share with patients that they can do that, and once you build a setup that allows you to do so, which is kind of a decentralized trial with all the consents, ethics committee approvals, integration, et cetera, GDPR compliance, ISO standards, then 99% of the patients were donating and were allowing us to use those data to train new models and to be more and more accurate. So we believe health data and AI can empower doctors and can empower patients and can save lives. This is aligned with the objective of this agenda and why we are all here. They told me that there is more than 5,000 people registered in the in-person event and more than 20 people registered in the online event. Those goals and cardiovascular disease, as I said, are very important and are aligned with the objective of no poverty, on, of course, reduce sudden cardiac death and death in young people, and the power of partnership, because many institutions were supporting us, from private to public institutions, employees from Google donating heartbeats, employees from Banco Santander, investors, NGOs donating heartbeats, patients' organizations donating heartbeats, European Commission supporting us on this donation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much there to Manuel Marina and remotely Iker Casillas. It's an incredible thing. Now, we are honored that the following dignitaries have chosen the AI for Good Summit to speak to us today. Please allow me to introduce to the stage the Secretary General of the ITU, Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Assistant Director for the General Global Challenges and Partnerships at WIPO, Edward Kwakwa, and Chair of the ITU WHO Focus Group, Thomas Vegan. Please do take a seat. Sit yourselves down there. Yeah. Please just sit where a microphone is. That's absolutely fine. Excellent. Okay, Thomas, thank you very much. I give you the floor.
Today, I want to emphasize an urgent problem, which is missing doctors, which is necessary. I want to emphasize the urgent need for universal healthcare, which is a global goal of accessible and affordable healthcare to all. However, there's a big problem, which is missing healthcare professionals, and that's even more drastic in low-income settings. And there is artificial intelligence for health. And this technology has gained a significant attention in science and business. So, what happened here? So, we have been working in the focus group on artificial intelligence for health that has been created by ITU and WHO 5 years ago here at the Global AI for Good Summit. And we have been working with a team of diverse people together to work on certifying AI for health. We have been working with a team from all around the world, and Botner Foundation helped us to actually make our team even more diverse. The global initiative, which we will now hear about, is based on the work that this great team has been doing in the past. So, what have we done? Well, we have created an open code initiative where we enable people around the world to create AI for health. We have developed specifications for data centers where we have the chance to, where everybody can basically take them and install them, and they are compatible for federated annotation, learning, testing. We have then worked on trust in AI, which is a big, big topic, in particular in the health sector, where we have actually been working on an ethics specification that was published by WHO, a specification on regulatory considerations, a specification on clinical evaluation, so that when you introduce your AI for health into the system, into the health system, you are actually can follow our checklist, our processes to do this right. So, we have then worked together with 24 groups on AI for health topics, and with those groups together, we have further improved our specifications. We have, with those groups, they have come together, they have collected data, they have worked on the AI for health topic, and they have made it even better. So, to summarize, the global initiative will consist of this part we have been working on, the enable part, where we create processes, procedures, everything in order to create trust in AI, to enable people to create AI for health, to introduce it into their country, and to also develop it. We will now work on implementing these things in all those countries, and we will have a facilitation arm where we bring together the people that enable AI, that make it possible, and those that want to implement it in their country. And in conclusion, the challenges we are looking at, they are big, but they are not unbeatable. So please, let's get together, make this work, and bring AI for health to the people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the ITU Secretary General, Doreen Bogdan-Martin.
Well, thank you so much, LJ, and good afternoon, everyone. It's been quite an exciting day, I must say. And Dr. Tedros, this morning we had a video address by the UN Secretary General, and he made it very clear that he counts on all of us to ensure that AI reaches its full potential. And that's why this is such an incredibly important moment, because launching this initiative, going from a focus group to a full global initiative on AI for health, will absolutely do that. So thanks everyone for being here, and thanks to you, Dr. Tedros. This has been a long-standing partnership that we have had, ITU and WHO, since 2018. And of course, Thomas, your leadership driving forward the focus group for the past 5 years, and we're excited about the results that we're seeing already today. And of course, Edward, the partnership with WIPO to take this forward is extremely important for all of us. As we transition from the focus group to the global initiative, I do want to recognize and maybe even say celebrate the huge strides that our colleagues have made in its governance, from ethical data acquisition to accessibility and clinical evaluation, as well as technical leaps that we have seen in domain-specific fields like radiology, like cardiology, and like dermatology. So we're very excited to see how we can take the data standards and expand and evolve as they're woven into the global initiative's broader objectives. As many of you know, ITU's two strategic objectives, universal connectivity and sustainable digital transformation, are at the core of everything that we do, and that goes beyond laying down the wires and launching satellites to ensuring that the opportunities and the benefits of digital reach everyone, everywhere. So thank you again for being here, and with that, I hand back to you, LJ. Over to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have, of course, the Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Moderator, the Secretary General, Doreen, and Assistant Director General, Edward Kwakwa, NAI Focus Group Chair, Thomas, dear colleagues and friends. As you said, Doreen, I have been here 2018 and I met Sophia. I met her again today. And she is upgraded. And it feels like you're interacting with a human being. Yeah, and the way she smiles. And I can see the advances already between 2018 and now. And kudos. And the other is just the presentation we had, especially focused on cardiovascular diseases. As the presenter said, it's very important because many premature deaths happen because of non-communicable diseases, and cardiovascular is the major contributor, and as he had said, 18 million. And these are very important work works, and we're very glad to be associated with you. It's such a great pleasure to work with ITU and also now WIPO, Global Health Initiative on AI for Health. WHO and the International Communications Union first joined together on the subject of artificial intelligence in 2018. I attended that meeting. And today, the family is growing as we're joined by the World Intellectual Property Organization. And together we are stronger, GI, AI for health. AI, of course, holds great promise for improving the delivery of healthcare and medicine and helping countries achieve universal health coverage. AI is already playing a role in diagnosis and clinical care, drug development, disease surveillance, outbreak response, and health systems management. The future of healthcare is digital, and we must do what we can to promote universal access to these innovations and prevent them from becoming another driver for inequity. For while these new technologies hold great potential, we must be cognizant of governance, ethics, and equity. The potential risks involved in deploying new technologies include unethical data collection and biases encoded in artificial intelligence. That's why it's so important to work with governments and the private sector to promote equity, including greater participation from low and middle income countries in research and development around digital health and artificial intelligence. We must uphold robust standards of evidence to help countries invest in effective solutions. WHO, ITU, and WIPO call on the AI community to come together and work with the global initiative to harness the power of digital technologies and artificial intelligence to help us to work towards a healthier, safer, and fairer world for all. I thank you, and moderator, back to you.
Thank you very much. And yes, of course. And also we have Assistant DG Global Challenges and Partnerships from WIPO. It is Edward Kwakwa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, participants, dear Secretary General, dear Director General, and dear, can I call you Thomas? So let me start by extending the regrets of my boss. This is the Director General of WIPO. It turns out just this morning we started at WIPO the annual meeting of our member states. And when the member states are meeting, they are the bosses of the organization. So the Director General had to be there. But that's my luck because I get to be with Doreen and Dr. Tedros on stage. So let me thank ITU and WHO for associating WIPO with this focus group as chaired by Thomas. And I should also like to thank ITU and WHO for inviting WIPO to co-create this global AI initiative for health. I should say this morning before coming here, I know it's afternoon now, but it feels like morning still for me. I listened to a few of the statements made by our member states at our annual meeting, and almost without exception, they all talked about artificial intelligence, they all talked about global health, and they all talked about intellectual property. And that in itself demonstrates the extent to which these three are important going forward. Now in WIPO, of course, we even pride ourselves in the fact that we probably were at the beginning of this initiative. And I see my colleague Dalila Hamu here, who was instrumental in ensuring that WIPO played a part. 2018, you had said. So WIPO is again glad to be associated with this. Of course, the intellectual property system is such that we pay a lot of importance to AI issues and to global health issues. And in particular, when it comes to AI, we've actually had lots of conversations between IP and AI, including on data, on specifically artificial intelligence. In September, the next conversation is on IP and generative technologies. It doesn't get more current than that. So let me simply say again, WIPO is very happy to be associated with this, and going forward, I wish this initiative much success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone, and it now gives me great pleasure to announce a ribbon-cutting ceremony where some official photographs will be taken. Bring on the ribbon. It's very surreal, isn't it? All right, ready to cut? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, congratulations. Wow. Well, that now concludes the ribbon cutting ceremony. Thank you so much to all of you for taking part. We're incredibly grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Round of applause, please, for our amazing dignitaries. My goodness, it's not every day that something like that happens. I love that that just started as a focus group during an earlier AI for Good Summit, and now, yes, it's a global initiative. Wow. This place is magic, and I just also love that there is an opportunity for so much networking between you all. Okay, next up, we're going to invite our next person. This is Babak Hodjat, the CTO of Cognizant. A round of applause as you enter. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Babak, and I'm here to talk to you about the ITU AI for Good Project Resilience. And in order to talk about that, I have to take you back to a painful time that we all lived through. The time where there was a lot of chaos, a lot of pain, a lot of unknown. We actually called it the coronavirus. We didn't even know what it was called just yet. And what we really craved at that point was to know what's going to happen. What is this thing about? I wish we had like a crystal ball to be able to tell what's next. And usually our crystal ball is AI, but it was failing us. It was nowhere to be seen, and in fact, it got some bad press. So how can we help? As AI folks, as analysts, as data scientists, we set out to try to predict what's going on, as epidemiologists, obviously, as well. And is there a way for us to be able to tell what's going to happen next? And this resulted in many forecasting models. But there was a problem. Epidemiological models, which are simulation-based, require a lot of values that are basically assumptions that are built into these models. And at the beginning of an epidemic in which we knew very little about the virus and how it acts, we didn't have those assumptions. And so they weren't quite useful. The other problem that we had was that even with those assumptions in there and the predictions, these predictions were not in the presence of actions that would be taken. So almost immediately after a predictive model came out, it was useless because of course we were taking actions. Of course we were trying to do things to stop the spread of the virus. What we really needed was some system to tell us what to do, what kind of policies to put in place, at what stringencies, and how can we be timely and still not break the bank? How can we not have an economic impact while containing the epidemic? Now, when you think about it, if you want to put together a schedule of, let's say, a 3-month schedule, daily schedule, of various different stringencies, let's say 12 different policies at different stringencies, this is a very, very large search space. There are many, many different permutations of policies you can put in place. In fact, the number is so large that it's just unfathomably large. So just having a prediction is not enough for us to be able to tell what is the policy or set of policies that we need to put in place. It's not an easy problem. The other thing that exacerbates this is we can't go out and just try these different policies and actions out in the real world to see which one works and how effective it is. It's just not reliable. This is not practical. It's costly, and it's risky. The other thing also is things keep changing on us. Our reaction to these policies were changing. People, whether or not they were actually adhering, was changing. We were coming up with new ways to tackle. You know, at the beginning, people were saying, yeah, you don't need to wear masks. Then, oh yeah, everybody wear masks. And don't wear cloth masks. And, you know, so we were trying various different things out, and we were coming up with various different ideas. So how can we keep up with all of this? Most importantly, how can we come up with policies and actions that are both improving the state of the number of cases, like reducing the number of cases and containing the pandemic, while also not breaking the bank, basically. So what we set out to do is we set out to build a system like this, a predictor that was looking at the number of cases, information about the localities, also looking at the various different policies that were in place in the various different geographies. The good news was, or bad news I guess, was that this pandemic was hitting different countries at different times, at different intensities, and countries were dealing with it differently. And that diversity was actually really good. That was the kind of data that we needed to build into this model, to make the prediction. But of course, as I said, prediction alone is not enough. We ended up building a system where you could click on a locale, a geography, a region, and also determine what balance of economic impact versus containment you were looking for. And this system would actually produce a set of policies and actions to take, a schedule over the next 3 months to take in reasonable detail. And it would also give you a prediction, in this case the orange line, of what you could achieve if you set these policies in place, and what would happen if you don't, or if you continue on with the policies that you already have. So this system was actually up and running in May of 2020. When you think about it, the shutdowns in the US at least happened in March of 2020. So very, very quickly, with not a lot of data, we were able to actually set a system up that was quite effective. And it garnered the attention of some geographies and regions, which ended up some of them actually using it. We then thought, wait a minute, there are so many teams around the world working on the same problem. Can we harness that? Can we bring that in and try to find the best possible predictions and the best possible prescriptions, the decisions? So we did an XPRIZE. It was the world's fastest XPRIZE, from the point of coming up with what it was to running it to announcing the winners. The pandemic was actually raging as we were doing this. And it met with incredible participation. We actually got more than 100 teams competing and submitting from many different countries. But then this was a competition. As we were running the competition, we realized that these predictor models that we're using could be ensembled together. We can actually put them together and get a better prediction than the contributed predictors. We could also take the actual optimizations the decision recommender models, and use them as a basis for creating a decision recommender that would take the best of all these various different recommenders and give us recommendations that were better than all of these recommendations that were very locally focused, yet were usable elsewhere. So we had happened upon this method where various different teams around the world could come up with different models using whatever approach that worked for them, focused on their locale, but we could actually bring those in, distill them, train upon them, and build decision augmentation systems that were useful not just for the folks that were contributing, but others that might not have been able to have that sort of resource at their disposal. And so that led to Project Resilience. Can we build a place for teams that are already working on problems that locally impact them, but these problems have a global implication? Can we bring them together and have them contribute data, contribute models for predictions, for prescriptions, and build something where the resulting system was better than the sum of its parts? And that project kicked off about a year ago. We have a number of volunteers around the world helping on it. And already we picked climate. That's an obvious project. And for climate change, we looked at the data around land use change. And it turns out that you can indeed create a data-driven ML model for predicting climate pollutants from land use change and the change and difference in CO2 emissions as you make policy changes on land. And we actually put together a UX for this. You can click on any region around the world and decide what balance of economic impact, the number of changes you want to make, versus the CO2 emissions that you can afford for that particular region. And it will give you some suggestions as to how to make those land use changes. And also it gives you a lot of facility to run what-if scenarios, to lock various different changes that you just simply can't afford to make, and focus on others. It's very interactive, and that allows for trusting it. And ultimately, our vision is to build a system in which we can bring all these stakeholders, not just the data scientists and folks that are collecting the data, but also folks that are going to end up using it, the regulators, people who have the money and are interested in contributing. So that's our vision for Project Resilience. We need help. We don't have enough people. We need volunteers. If you can help us with any of these or more, please come see us. We're Project Resilience as part of ITU. I just want to leave you with one last thought, which is, at the end of the day, all this data, all this AI is in the service of decision making. That's what we do day in, day out at various different levels. And we've been focused too much, I think, on insights and just producing those reports so that the poor decision maker, who is in fact lost in a sea of data and analysis, to make a decision, these decisions are not simple to make. What if we were actually able to collectively come up with a roadmap, with suggestions, interactively, to allow these users, these decision authorities, to make the best decision based on the data available so far and make it adaptive? Wouldn't the world be a better place if we could do that? So please volunteer and help us make the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Babak. And in a continuing procession even of big names here at the ITU AI for Good Global Summit, we are incredibly lucky to be joined by UN Technology Envoy Amandeep Gill.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to see you in person. I was here for the first AI for Good Summit in 2017, and the excitement continues now in person. And thank you to Doreen and the ITU team for putting together another fantastic summit. A big round of applause for Doreen and the ITU team. So one of the questions that I get asked these days is, what is the United Nations doing on addressing the risks that are coming from AI? And you would have heard some of those risks mentioned during these discussions, whether it is misleading content, mass disinformation, misinformation campaigns. It's the risk of massive job losses, public institutions not being able to adjust in time to those shifts that AI could impose on our societies, or it's the risk of AI-enabled weapon systems that somehow escape the remit of international humanitarian law. You can list many risks. So what is the United Nations doing? And at the same time, I get asked, what are you doing to use the opportunities that artificial intelligence and the data revolution offer to accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals? And the first answer that often comes up is, we are working to reinforce AI governance. Whether you're talking about addressing the risks or you're talking about leveraging the opportunity, you cannot do so without getting governance arrangements in place. And those governance arrangements can be at the industry level, at the technology community level, they can be at the national level, and they can be at the international level. So there is a space at the international level for the governance of these technologies. And the United Nations is not new to this game. In the past, organizations such as the International Civil Aviation Organization have worked together, have reinforced international collaboration so that civil aviation technologies can be used safely and sustainably around the world. Likewise, the International Atomic Energy Agency has helped us control the uses of nuclear technologies, make sure that peaceful uses are advanced while the risks related to nuclear weapons, nuclear safety, nuclear security can be managed responsibly. So this is not new. What is exciting today in terms of the opportunity on AI governance is that there's a larger process that's underway, and that's the process to craft a global digital compact by next year. And I want to repeat this, by next year. So there is an immediate, once-in-a-generation opportunity to plug our efforts into something that's owned by member states, but that has the support of other stakeholders, private sector, civil society, and the technology community. And the AI governance problem cannot be separated from other issues around digital governance, whether it's human rights online, issues with social media platforms, the basic digital divide that combined with the data divide and the innovation divide risks losing a large proportion of the planet's population outside of this exciting opportunity. So we have to embed AI governance into a larger system of digital governance. And specifically on artificial intelligence, we are working together across the UN system, the International Telecommunication Union, UNESCO, the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, the UN University, UNDP, and many other entities to harness both the benefits of AI, but also to address its risks. In the context of the Global Digital Compact process, the Secretary General has made a few suggestions on AI. And today, I just want to mention one suggestion that's been on the top of the minds of experts and policymakers. And that is a high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence that's multi-stakeholder, that's global, and that meets regularly to review the risks because the technology landscapes is shifting fast. Today, we understand some risks, but there are some risks that we may not understand. So we need to be able to accordion out our responses as the risk landscape evolves. And if we don't keep the risk landscape under review, like we do on climate change with the IPCC, then we may not be able to come up with the agile governance responses that are needed. So that's the first functionality that I would like to mention. And then there is a need to make sure that the international governance responses, whether they are in the European Union, the United States, China, and other countries, are sufficiently aligned. They follow certain common principles, they follow certain common objectives, and businesses can operate, technical communities, scientific communities can operate in a situation of governance connectivity. So mark these words, governance connectivity, aligning international governance approaches so that they are better compliant with human rights, with rule of law, and with the common good, which is our main focus at this summit. A third function of such a body would be to incentivize research and development and innovation in AI governance. I dare say investments into AI governance are lagging far behind investments into AI products and services for the market. We need to work harder on safety, on governance, on benchmarks, so that this whole ecosystem can move up in a responsible, well-governed way. It can earn the trust of governments, publics, consumers, and average citizens, and we avoid risks and harms that we clearly know are possible today. There are harms and risks that are current. There are harms and risks that may lie in the future. We don't want to distort efforts by just thinking about existential risks that may lie far out in the future, but there are existing harms that we can start to work on right now. So let me conclude by saying that this international governance aspect of AI will sit together with national, regional approaches, which different countries, depending on context, depending on their own regulatory capacity and philosophies, will undertake. It'll sit together with industry-level, technology community-level approaches through standards, through codes of conduct, through protocols for deployment, but this system has to work together. We cannot have one part of the system not be aligned with the rest of the system. And these proposals of the Secretary General, the work that we are doing across the UN system at this point in time, will help align these different tiers, make sure that this is resilient to face the risks of the future. The time for action is now. The opportunity is there to embed these solutions, these important frameworks for international governance of AI technologies into a larger global framework that member states can come together and adopt at the Summit of the Future next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Amandeep Gill. A pleasure to have you with us. Stick around for complimentary drinks at tonight's Innovation Factory, by the way. That's the reception. And those of you in the know clearly know what you're doing. You're going to stay for our very, very special panel on fostering cross-regional collaboration on AI. And what I'd very much like you to do is give a very, very special end of the day welcome to our moderator, who is ready to mount the stage for your enjoyment. Everybody, it's Thomas Lamanauskas.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this kind of introduction. It's great to be actually closing this amazing day here with still a lot of people in the room and a lot of energy. So Mandeep just spoke to us about the need of the global governance. But of course, we have the things coming from global to countries, but also from countries to global. And I think this panel is exactly that. So we have today two panelists on, or who hopefully will be very soon on the screen. So it will be Roberto Viola, Director General of DG Connect, European Commission, and Anne Neuberger, Deputy Assistant to the President of the United States and Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber Emerging Technologies, National Security Council of the United States. And we have here with me, we have Marco Latonero, Deputy Director, National AI Innovation Office from the White House. Please welcome Mark. And then we have Juha Heikkilä, Advisor for Artificial Intelligence, European Commission. So with that, do we have Roberto and Anne online with us? I'm looking at our teams, and I see Roberto, and I see a nice picture of the White House here. So we'll start indeed with Roberto and Anne here. So we heard, as I say, from Amandeep now about the initiatives, and and the ideas of the global collaboration. Probably Europe and US are really among the most active countries and regions in terms of AI regulation and governance initiatives, which is not only now being built in Europe and US, but now you're already starting to talk across the regions and start to integrate. And just for the team, I don't think Anne is on the screen, so hopefully Anne will appear very minute. Oh, okay, it's here. It's only my screen. Okay, so that's giving some tips for me. So then I really would like to turn first for Anne and Roberto, and kind of in the true spirit of your collaboration, I'll let you choose who starts first, is what happens both in Europe and US and why you collaborate and how that collaboration benefits you and where do you think it leads on AI. Please, let's start with you.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction. Roberto is a close colleague and also a gentleman, so he asked that the lady go first. So thank you to Director Bogdan Martin for hosting this timely and exciting event. I know we're both excited to be here, but I suspect Roberto agrees with me that when I hear that after us, the group goes for drinks and bonding and getting to know each other, we probably wish we were in Geneva with you. It's very good to be here with you, and as noted, my name is Anne Neuberger, and I serve in the White House coordinating our national security policies in the area of cyber and emerging technologies. We've heard from many world leaders that artificial intelligence is one of the most powerful tools of our time. And certainly President Biden has talked about the need for us to seize the benefits of AI and manage the risks. So we have 3 messages today as we describe this tight cooperation between the European Union and the US, which we see as being core to bringing benefits to all societies. First, AI can and must bring those benefits to all of our societies, as our speaker just said. Second, we must do this in a privacy-protecting way. Data is our lifeblood. We can and we must use that data at scale to bring value to our citizens' lives while also protecting our citizens' privacy. And finally, we're committed to doing this equitably. So while this started as a US-EU cooperation, we certainly see the future being a much larger collaboration among governments. I'll give 2 examples of how we see those 3 principles within the work that is currently underway. First, in healthcare, second, in emergency management. So when we look at healthcare and what we can do by bringing great amounts of data together to more quickly identify disease, more quickly identify efforts like cancer, and more quickly potentially accelerate drug discovery, we certainly see the benefits. And in terms of the equitable aspect, some of the areas we're looking at is the ability to predict extreme weather and then combine that with insights in the agriculture field to help guide irrigation and planning so that extreme weather, we can still potentially mitigate and manage the impact on food. We feel a strong obligation to do this in a way that doesn't leave anyone behind. So I want to just talk briefly about the EU-US Administrative Agreement and then turn it over to my colleague Roberto Viola to walk into further details. That agreement was signed in January with a focus on 5 core areas of AI benefit for our societies. I mentioned a couple of them: emergency management, health, and finally, agriculture optimization, electric grid optimization, and emergency management when there's an extreme event. So Roberto will talk more about the efforts to combine AI, compute, and most importantly, our people, our researchers in work in this area and next steps. And with that, I want to turn it over to DG Roberto Viola, and thank you again for the opportunity for us to describe this joint partnership and our vision of doing and using AI for good for the benefit of all citizens. Roberto, over to you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Dear Torin, dear Thomas, it's really an honor for Anne and myself to be part of this summit. I subscribe, of course, every single word Anne has said. Let me complement. First, I start with my personal history of cooperation with the US, which starts with space. The US and Europe have decided a long time ago that they would cooperate in space for the benefit of mankind. And they did it. And the Hubble Space Telescope, the exploration of the universe, the space station, many other examples where they brought real advancement of science and technology for the benefit of everyone. And of course, in AI is a bit the same thing. We are convinced that we have to play our responsible role in terms of the governance, but also we are convinced that it's equally important to bring the benefit of AI to every citizen in the world. The idea of AI for good is the idea to really broker knowledge, broker ideas, and good applications of AI, make sure that the US agencies, EU agencies, talk to each other, the group of scientists, and make sure that in this way we can get the best of the best of applications in the areas that Anne mentioned, which is basically the core of advancing our society towards a better outcome. How does it work in practice? Let's take a concrete example that could be extreme weather modeling, where we are advancing extremely well in our cooperation. Extreme weather modeling is very important. More and more, because of climate change, we have extreme weather events everywhere in the world that take lives and disruption. So the more we can predict and prevent, it will be better. So you need extreme high resolution models that today are not available. This requires not only a massive computation power, but also AI algorithms. And as it happens, the European Union has a project, which is the digital twin of the Earth, which is called Destination Earth. NOAA, United States, is working on extreme weather. The White House is extremely attentive to extreme weather. And we are now starting to look in which areas we can complement. And of course, also offer the grid of supercomputers that the US and Europe have to actually make sure that this model can be put in action. And the same we will do with healthcare, the same we will do with electric grids and other areas that just Anne mentioned. So it is not directed from the top, it's coming from the bottom, from the scientific community, and we act as facilitators. And we act as enablers. And of course, once we stabilize a platform, say on weather forecast, or on healthcare in, for instance, cancer imaging, as Anne mentioned, then we would like really to open up this to the world. And we would like to open up with the spirit on which we do these things, which is to plant this new era of the human being working with intelligent machines, rooted in our principles, which are common and solid across the Atlantic, which is democracy, respect of the human being, respect of their privacy. Many thanks for your attention.
So thank you very, very much, both. Let's give a round of applause. So indeed, it's great to hear this not only about the governance, but also creating these public goods that both can help all of us, in your regions, but that preparedness open up to the world. And of course, special shout out to the efforts in the climate change and specific area of interest here in NTU as well. So with that, I'll ask colleagues here on the stage to drill a little bit deeper, and also in both in terms of AI for good, but also how to make sure that AI is not becoming AI for bad, So I think what you're doing on a national level as well. So I'll start with Mark first, and then Juha for the second one. First, Mark.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for the kind invitation, and also to the ITU for the kind invitation. As mentioned, my name is Mark Latanero. I serve at the White House as Deputy Director of the National AI Initiative Office, which coordinates key activities on AI across the US government and supports opportunities for international cooperation. This is part of the Office of Science and Technology Policy that works to harness the power of science, technology, and innovation to achieve our greatest aspirations and tackle our biggest challenges. Highlighting what my colleague, Deputy National Security Advisor Ann Neuberger said, President Biden and Vice President Harris have been clear that in order to seize the benefits of AI, we must first manage the risks. We know that AI brings promising benefits. Just here at this very conference, we've heard how AI is being used to address global health. We've talked about extreme weather just now, and also advance the creative arts. However, the risks of AI are real, they are serious, and they are leading to harms happening right now. In the United States, we have seen examples where hiring algorithms discriminated against women job candidates, and instances where Black men were wrongly arrested for inaccurate facial recognition. We also see risks emerging in areas like cybersecurity, privacy, and democratic processes, particularly as advanced AI systems become embedded in our everyday life. With AI, we have a responsibility to center people's rights and safety, advance equity, and make sure that AI ultimately works for all people. How do we get there? The Biden-Harris administration is leading in the following ways. Last October, we released the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which explains how AI systems can be safe and effective, protect against algorithmic discrimination, respect privacy, ensure notice and explanation, and provide human alternatives to AI systems. In January, our National Institute of Standards and Technology released the AI Risk Management Framework that gives organizations a concrete way to map, measure, manage, and govern AI systems from a socio-technical perspective. Earlier this year, the President signed an executive order to root out bias in the design and use of AI in the federal government and deliver more equitable outcomes. In April, federal agencies made it clear that they will use their existing enforcement authorities to protect people from AI-related harms in civil rights, fair competition, and consumer protection. In May, the Vice President and the President met with leading AI companies to emphasize their responsibility to develop AI in a safe way before those systems are released to the public. And just 2 weeks ago, the President met with civil society leaders to hear their thoughts directly about AI's promise and risks. These are just some of the examples of what the executive branch is doing domestically to advance comprehensive approach to AI-related risks and opportunities. Of course, managing the risks of a global technology requires international cooperation, which is why the US is deeply engaged in international and multilateral fora on AI, why the US Department of State's AI Connect program supports the inclusion of more countries in multi-stakeholder fora, and a number of those participants are here today at the ITU, and why the US has developed strong bilateral partnerships in AI, such as our work with the EU, which we just heard about so eloquently. By working together to manage the AI risks, we can seize the benefits for the global community. Thank you very much.
So thank you really, Mark. And both for really, both for explaining what to do, but also, and what's happening in the US, but also that, again, preparedness to engage in multilateral forums and multi-stakeholder forums as we're having today. So we're really looking forward to having many more conversations with you here. And Yuka, now turning to you, last but definitely not least, and everyone is watching AI Act, you know? So it's like that's how it's progressing, and everyone is becoming expert of legislative procedures in European Parliament and trilogues and all other things, no? So indeed, so what's happening in EU in terms of AI governance and regulation, but also, of course, broader, as we heard from Roberto, it's not just about regulation, you know, it's about other things as well. Please, Yuka.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this kind invitation, indeed, to be here at this prestigious conference. So for a number of reasons that have been already mentioned by previous speakers, of course, the risks and the concerns on the one hand, but also the great potential and the great benefits we can have, the European Union, the European Commission has from the beginning on had a comprehensive approach to artificial intelligence. So we want to address both the technological and the non-technological aspects of artificial intelligence. We think this is important because for the benefits to materialize, we need uptake and use of artificial intelligence, but that again depends on trust. And in order to manage this and in order to get the benefits and have the trust required for it, we need to balance innovation and protection, and this is what we've been doing. So we develop and are doing, we develop excellence, we develop trust. Those are the two pillars of our AI strategy. So we fund research and innovation, but we also address the risks, and in the AI Act, indeed, that's the concrete manifestation of it. We, of course, also want to prevent fragmentation through this. This is important in a union which has a high number of 27 member states. We want to prevent the fragmentation so that the single market functions properly. And we have legal certainty and a uniform legal framework for artificial intelligence. Therefore, we introduced this AI Act, a risk-based, innovation-friendly to regulating AI, which addresses certain uses of AI, intervenes where it's necessary, but not where it's not necessary. And where we feel there are risks to fundamental rights and safety, then there are certain requirements that need to be fulfilled, plus a certain number of very harmful uses which are not compatible with our values have been banned according to this proposal. Now, this is simply because we want to make sure that we can enjoy the benefits of AI with confidence and safety. We expect this now to be finalized by the co-legislators, the European Parliament and the Council of the European Union by the end of the year. This is what we hope. There will be a transition period at least 2 years. But because this is a technology which marches on, progress is very rapid. We also want to see that once the text has been finalized of the AI Act, we then see how this could be on a voluntary basis implemented by developers, companies already before that. So as has been announced by a commissioner, we want to see how this could be put into practice on a voluntary basis before the provisions become applicable. But we also work internationally, so we want to work together with those countries which are willing to do so to promote trustworthy human-centric AI. We do this bilaterally already, as Mark mentioned, and Roberto and Anne mentioned, together with the US, but also with many other countries. And we're also active on multilateral forums. So we engage in these forums to advocate these goals of trustworthy human-centric AI, work together with those who advocate the responsible use and governance of AI, and we want to make sure that this is done in that way. And therefore we are in discussions how we can possibly put guardrails on AI on a more global scale and get involved in those discussions and see how this very potentially useful technology can be steered in such a way that it is for the benefit of us all. Thank you very much.
So indeed, so thank you very much, all our great speakers, and I think it's a great example again how this AI governance and AI, let's say, development can be built from ground up, being built in regional level and being brought together. So this is just another step in that discussion on how we can build this, as Doreen this morning called for, inclusive and safe and responsible AI for all of us. We'll continue discussions tomorrow as well, so this will only expand. Tomorrow we'll also have, we'll be convening 60 ambassadors, as well under the auspices of AI for Good Summit to further discuss how we all can work together to really progress on that. And with that, and not wanting to hold you further or be the delay between you and the cocktail that Anne kindly mentioned, and regretfully Anne and Roberto will miss. Thank you very much. And then, again, one round of applause for our panelists, and I'll pass it to our moderator then. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thomas, I'm going to ask you actually to remain on the stage.
Oh, wow.
And thank you ever so much to our panelists for the cross-regional collaboration team. Audience, you are doing fantastically well as we're about to end today's programming. But before that, we are going to invite Laurie Rodney from Shutterstock up here too. Let's hope Laurie knows that she's... She does! Come on up. Hi there, I believe that there is an AI-driven art contest announcement.
Excellent, thank you so much. Make sure this is on. Hello, I am Laurie Rodney, Global Head of Communications for Shutterstock, a proud sponsor of this year's UN ITU AI for Good Global Summit.
So thank you very much, and I'm Thomas Lamanauskas, Deputy Secretary General of ITU, and as part of ITU, I, of course, look forward to AI to boost sustainable development, including through art. So.
Wonderful. We are so excited and thrilled to stand before you here today to give you a verbal sneak peek of the next extraordinary collaboration between Shutterstock and AI for Good. Later this fall, Shutterstock and AI for Good will formally announce an initiative intended to harness the power of artificial intelligence and creativity to envision a sustainable future. This initiative will center around a global AI art contest intended to inspire, engage, and foster positive change in the world through the creative lens of artists from around the world. Once we open the call for entries in the fall, artists will be invited from all corners of the globe to participate and explore the limitless possibilities of AI-driven art. So, Whether you are a professional designer, an artist, a creator, or just aspire to be one, or you know someone that does as well, if you're hearing this and have a passion for how we could capture a more sustainable world, we encourage you to create and submit your visual masterpieces.
And we only ask that your art reflect your unique vision for a sustainable future, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which you can find at the website, sdgs.un.org/goals, and I'm pretty sure you can just Google them. And you can create your artwork using AI technologies such as generative algorithms, neural networks, or machine learning, making sure that they are original and do not infringe on any copyrights and trademarks. More details will be shared in the fall regarding the submission period, judging criteria, and of course the winner prizes. And I will share that all the contest will culminate in the opportunity for the winner to attend and showcase their artwork at the prestigious, of course, because you're all here and you'll be there this next year, AI for Good Global Summit 2024. It will be an exceptional opportunity to share a vision with a distinguished audience of AI and sustainability experts.
And while participants are free to find, build, and edit creative ingredients anywhere, Shutterstock is known as a one-stop destination where creators can bring their visions to life. That said, we hope that you'll use our platform tools at shutterstock.com to do so, especially considering that we're one of the few, if not the only, platforms where you can use AI tools to create, edit, and customize your art, starting from our vast library of hundreds of millions of ethically sourced, licensable content. And importantly, through our first-of-its-kind contributor fund, Shutterstock has compensated hundreds of thousands of artists with anticipated payments to millions more for the role that their content IP has played in training our generative technology. And it's also provided artists with ongoing royalties tied to the licensing activity for newly generated assets. Prior to the contributor fund, Shutterstock also launched the Create Fund, a fund that provides historically excluded artists with financial and professional support to help close access gaps, fill content gaps, and further diversity and inclusion within our content library.
Sigmar, you see our technical team can help us me a little bit? And you see this, I'm now just disclosing why so was such a smooth transition before. So, and diversity at the heart of this contest is very, very, very important. And we're seeking to amplify the voices and perspective of artists and AI enthusiasts from various backgrounds, reflecting the richness of our global community. Our hope is that this contest serves as a catalyst for interdisciplinary collaboration and dialogue, and we want to bring together artists, AI experts, and stakeholders from diverse fields to exchange ideas and knowledge. And by showcasing the potential of AI to address sustainability challenges, we aim to contribute to a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable world. For these reasons and more, we're so excited by this opportunity to not only push the boundaries of artistic expression, but also to raise awareness and promote a deeper understanding of the world's most critical global challenges.
Absolutely, thank you. And very important, we all know that art has always had the power to provoke thought, to spark conversation, to catalyze action. So by showcasing compelling visions for a sustainable world, we aim to inspire individuals and organizations to explore new ways of leveraging AI and other technologies to address global challenges and to advance the UN SDGs. By harnessing the power of AI technology and boundless creativity, we can shape a sustainable future together. We eagerly await the inspiring and innovative artworks that will emerge from this contest, and we really look forward to showing them to you and everyone as part of the global community at the AI for Good Global Summit in 2024.
So with that, I think we're kind of coming to the close, but again, my technical team, thank you very much. So thank you very much, and let's embark on this journey to create a more sustainable world through the transformation, fusion of art and technology. And thank you very much, and hopefully you will eagerly await our announcements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Laurie and Thomas, wrapping up what can only be described as an incredibly full day of programming here at the CICG. And those of you with a taste for innovation, yes, there's even more at the drinks reception. If you have a badge, you're welcome to join until the building is at capacity. We also have a performance with Ada Robot and the Innovation Factory grand finale at the Robotics stage. Remember to bring your water bottle because you might win a phone. For now, though, everybody, well done. That is a wrap for day one. Thank you to our amazing sponsors and organizers, of course, the brilliant production team, the volunteers, and of course you, our audience. Enjoy the reception and robot painting at the Innovation Factory. Come for the robots, stay for the company and networking. I've been LJ Rich, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.